Book 3 of the Gathering Storm. The Rise of the Primarch. An Age of Legends. It began as the full might of the 13th Black Crusade crashed against Akkadian Gate. Hammered from orbit, betrayed from within, the outlying worlds of the Akkadian system fell. With every passing day, hope dwindled. But the Imperial defenders held their ground. Under the leadership of Lord Castellan Creed, Cadia was standing firm as it always had. However, the threat was greater than ever before. As the conflict became increasingly desperate, heroes of the Imperium gathered on Cadia. Space Marines from multiple chapters lent their strength to the defense, including the Black Templars of Marshal Amalric and the Imperial Fist of Captain Garradon, who brought the Star Fort Phalanx into the war. Saint Celestine swept down upon Cadia in its darkest hour, her miracles instilling faith in its ragged protectors. Inquisitor Greyfax, long a prisoner of Trazine the Infinite, was released from captivity to lend her prodigious will and talents to the cause. Yet the key to victory upon Cadia and beyond lay not in simple strength of arms, a truth recognized only by Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Urged on by the Harlequin Silandri Veilwalker, this ancient Martian priest had unlocked the secrets of the black pylons that studded Cadia. Only now, at this final juncture, did Call see that Abaddon's Black Crusades had long been seeking out and destroying pylons across the galaxy. With each such victory, the despoiler weakened the weave and weft of reality. Call had, in truth, been en route to honor an ancient pact made with the Lord of Ultramar, but on Cadia, he saw a chance to reverse Abaddon's work and even close the Eye of Terror forever. It was not to be. Though the Emperor's servants fought with dogged courage and determination, Call's works were undone, the pylons destroyed, and Cadia dealt a grievous death blow. The few remaining Imperial defenders were forced to flee, and as they did so, a great and terrible warped rift yawned in their wake. Yet one chance at salvation remained open to them. Call's ancient pact, at the crux of which was a mysterious artifact that he transported within an armoured auto-relinquery. Declaring themselves a Celestian crusade in honour of the living saint who still lit their way through the darkness, the surviving warriors of the Imperium forged on, with the despoiler hot on their heels. At the same time, a cosmic upheaval rocked the very foundations of the Eldar race. A new deity had awoken in the ether, known as Inyad, the god of the dead. Upon the blood-soaked sands of the Dark City's Crucible Arena, a gladiatrix named Ivrain was chosen by this gestalt being to act as his prophet. Though beset by both her own people and the demonic servants of Slaanesh, Ivrain, aided by the mysterious warrior known as the Vizarch, successfully brought word of the Whispering God's awakening to craftworld Bieltan. There a great shattering occurred, the craftworld undergoing a swift and terrible cycle of death and rebirth that brought the Incarn, avatar of Inyad, into being. Some amongst the Eldar race embraced the Inari belief that the cycle of death and rebirth would be their salvation. Others rejected it as arrogant and dangerous in the extreme. Ivrain pressed on regardless, seeking out the time-lost artifacts known as the Crone Swords, and formulating a desperate plan to turn back the tides of chaos. It was this mission that brought Ivrain through the webway to the frozen moon of Clasus, leading an army of the Eldari. They emerged from the moon's webway gate just in time to rescue the Celestian Crusade from their pursuers. Driving off the Black Legionaries, the Inari negotiated common cause with the Celestians, agreeing to aid them in reaching the realm of Ultramar. Thus, as warp storms billowed and spread across the galaxy, The assembling pilgrims hastened through the webway, bearing a thin sliver of hope between them. A realm at war. High in the Atheron mountains, unearthly energy stirred. They flowed in barely perceptible currents, whipping up dust and ash as they washed across a corpse-scattered plateau. Gradually they picked up pace, invisible forces tugging at the flames that licked from wrecked battle tanks, and causing billowing smoke to curl into sluggish vortices. A handful of living warriors remained on that arid mountaintop, Chaos Space Marines, clad in the brutal armor of the Black Legion. They stood amidst the mounded dead of recent battle, a few of their own fallen scattered amongst heaps of Ultramar defense auxilia. The traitors checked handheld scrying devices and raised spiked bolters, panning their weapons as they sought the source of the etheric build-up. Harsh voices barked challenges through fanged vox grills, while sensors swept the cobalt blue sky above, and the hulking forms of mountains that rose beyond the plateau's edge. Still, no enemy revealed themselves. With sudden fury, the building Engies roared, hurling heretic Astartes from their feet. The surging power was dragged inwards to a tight point, and there it coalesced into a towering structure. Tall and elegant, the curved edifice shimmered into view, as though it had stooped atop the mountain for 1,000 years. The air swam around it, and from within spat a hail of firepower. Roars of anger and pain rose from the traitors as monomolecular discs cut through armor and shattered eye lenses. Blood sprayed dark across sun-bleached stone. Severed limbs encased in black armor clanged to the ground as ancient heretics were cut to pieces by the sudden firestorm. As the Chaos Space Marines reeled, the Inari and Celestians burst from the webway entrance. Yvraine and the Vizarch led a force much reduced, deeming it unwise to appear suddenly in the bounds of Ultramar at the head of an entire war host. Many of their followers, guided by Eldred Ulthran and the autarch Meliniel, had departed on other crucial missions. The two remaining Eldar leaders sprinted across the plateau with breathtaking speed. Empowered by the deaths of their enemies and weaving like dancers around the bolt shells that roared in their direction, the Vizarch skidded low, sliding under a thumping volley of fire to ram his blade through a traitor's breastplate. Yvraine, meanwhile, leapt nimbly over a hail of shots, planting one foot atop a Black Legionary's bolter and vaulting over his head. The Prophet of Inyad swept her blade in a flashing arc, and her victim's helm left his head an instant before his form crumbled to glowing ash. More warriors surged from thin air to join the Inari charge. Swift-footed dire avengers and clave-wielding incubi charged out alongside bellowing Black Templar Space Marines. Their ingrained hatred for each other put aside, Marshal Amalrich and Inquisitor Greyfax stormed out of the webway side by side, blades lashing out to shed heretic blood once more. The winged figure of Saint Celestine soared above them, her Gemini superior leaping at her side with bolt pistols blazing. The sisters of our martyred lady followed them into battle, guns flaring as they spat fire at the traitorous foe. Behind them all came Belisarius Call, skittering on many mechanical legs as his precious auto-relinquery trundled along behind him. Skitari and battle servers advanced with him, and the ground shook at the tread of a pair of towering House Tyrannus knights that brought up the rear. The Black Legionaries did not panic at this sudden assault, as lesser warriors might have. Their numbers were few, however, and their attackers had the advantage of complete surprise. Mass reactive bolts blew a handful of Skitari apart, and two of the Vizarch's incubi were beaten down and bludgeoned to death at close quarters. Yet between the flashing blades of the Celestians and the Inari, who seemed to move with greater speed and skill by the moment, all but a few of the Black Legionaries were swiftly cut down. The last of the traitors fell back in good order, determined to bear word of what they had seen to their masters. It was not to be. None escaped the howling firestorm as the knights braced their legs and let fly with Gatling cannons and armoured-piercing missiles. Fire billowed, shrapnel flew, and the fleeting traitor marines were reduced to bloody tatters. As quickly as it had begun, the one-sided battle was over. The Celestians and Inari were left standing amidst the fresh fallen dead, with weapons smoking in their hands. Terse orders were given, warriors jogging out to establish a bristling perimeter of guns around the webway portals. The Eldar and humans had fought together, yet they remained wary of one another, leaving tacit gaps between their formations as they deployed. Thus shielded, the leaders of the Inari and the Celestians gathered beneath the harsh blue sky. Questions needed to be asked, and facts established. The Imperial Vox channels were found to be thick with crypt exchanges between Space Marine officers, Defense Auxiliary regiments, starship captains, and countless others. All were clearly engaged in fierce battle against Chaos forces, with dread names such as the Black Legion, the Alpha Legion, the Iron Warriors, and the Emperor's Children ringing through the Vox. Piles of smoke rose from horizon to horizon, while the skies above were crisscrossed with contrails. Ultramar, it appeared, was a realm plunged into a desperate war for survival. Through the flames. At Saint Celestine's urging, the Crusade forces and their Inari allies moved off through the Theron Mountains. Events were moving quickly now, accelerating like a river in full flood tide, and the pilgrims did not have the luxury of time. Cadia had fallen, but worse. Judging from the ferocity with which he had pursued his broken foes, and his knowledge of their intended destination, the despoiler knew something of their mission. From the heights of the plateau, a broad, packed earth roadway led down the mountainside. Wide enough for several Baneblades to pass side by side, the roadway angled steadily downward between taller mountain peaks, and its entire length was lined with ancient stone supports. Atop these stood somber statues of robed figures with the unmistakable oversized features of Space Marines. Lit braziers in the statues' hands trailed streamers of incense, and the allies saw heaps of devotional offerings and prayer papers piled at the effigies' feet. As they travelled, the Celestians and Inari kept their weapons ready and their eyes fixed warily on the horizon. They threaded their way between occasional wrecked tanks and scattered corpses, both of Defense Auxilia and traitorous cultists. The bodies looked to have fallen a matter of hours earlier, their blood still congealing around them, and local insects only just beginning to settle. But the pilgrims saw no sign of living beings along their road, whether friend or foe. Archmagios Call assured his comrades that they were travelling in a favourable direction, their road carrying them towards a large urban centre, and, if his Vox thieves and the local cartographia inloads were accurate, the Ultramarines' fortification that watched over it. The extraordinary allies spoke little as they pressed on. They listened instead to the sighing of the wind through the high places, the crunch of their footfalls on dry earth, and the distant clangor of battle borne to them through the thin mountain air. These sounds grew slowly louder as the road wound around the towering flank of a sun-scorched mountain. Ahead, less than a mile distant, a Ferrocrete bastion loomed over the roadway, built into the mountainside itself. The stylized U of the Ultramarines was embossed proudly upon the structure's flank, and twin Icarus arrays swiveled back and forth atop its battlements, barrels pistoned as they hammered fire into the sky. The barrage of shots were aimed at a brood of Helldrake demon engines. The draconic war machines swooped and circled, diving down to gout baleflame across the bastion's ramparts, before soaring away again with soul-chilling roars. One of the Helldrakes broke off in the direction of the pilgrims. Marshal Amalrich was the first to react, yelling for everyone to spread out and run for the cover of the Imperial bastion. The Knights of House Tyrannus swiftly overtook them all, their pilots spurring their mechanical steeds into a loping run. The massive war engines shook the ground as they advanced, guns swiveling skywards with ominous menace. One of the knights bore an Icarus array atop its broad carapace, and as the Helldrake swooped in range, the towering construct let fly. Gatling cannons and heavy stobbers joined the fusillade, filling the air with a storm of projectiles that ripped the wings from the approaching demon engine and sent it spinning down to detonate amongst the mountainside. Another of the roaring Helldrakes was blown apart as it banked around to attack the pilgrims, while the third broke off its attack and jetted away into a hard blue sky, dwindling until it was nothing more than a speck. The knights stomped to a halt, weapons ticking as they cooled, and the rest of the pilgrims quickly caught up to them. Moments later, the armoured portal set into the bastion's feet hissed as its pressure locks disengaged. The heavy doors swung open, and a trio of Ultramarines battle brothers emerged, bolters raised. The Space Marines advanced, pacing carefully forward with their weapons trained on the Inari. Voice amplified by his vox grill, one of their number barked a challenge to the newcomers, asking who they were, where they hailed from, and why they travelled in the company of Xenos. The conversation that followed was tense, but measured discipline prevailed. Perhaps if the Allies had come to a world of a less rational or temperate chapter, matters might have escalated towards violence. For the Ultramarines, the combined presence of an Inquisitor and a living saint, albeit appearing less than cordial towards one another, was enough to offset the presence of the Eldar at their side. Saint Celestine explained that their mission was a divine pilgrimage ordained by the Emperor himself, and that Archmagos Call and his auto-relinquery must reach the Lord of Ultramar with all haste. The living saint smiled in an entirely unsurprised fashion when the Ultramarines revealed that a flight of storm ravens was even now en route to their bastion. The gunships had been requested to provide air interdiction against the packs of Helldrakes harassing fortifications in this region. However, 2 gunships could be spared to transport the leaders of the Inari and the Celestians up to the strike cruiser Sword of Honor, which in turn could bear them on to Macragge. The Ultramarines explained that the Lord of Ultramar had, indeed, returned to the Fortress of Hera just days earlier. They would see Cole and his allies there safely. While they awaited the inbound gunships, the pilgrims split their forces. All of the Inari, save Vrain and the Vizarch, would return to the Webway portal, departing this world to spread the word of Iniad amongst their people. As a gesture of goodwill to their hosts, Celestine asked the Battle Sisters of our martyred Lady to remain on Laphis. Along with the Knights of House Tyrannus, they would place themselves at the disposal of the Ultramarines and aid in the ongoing defense of the planet. So it was that, as the Ultramarine Storm Ravens burned hard for orbit just minutes later, they bore a much-reduced company up to the waiting strike cruiser. From the Celestians came Greyfax, Amalrich, and a handful of Black Templars, Celestine and her Germane Superior and Call, accompanied by Ketafron Servitors and Skitari. The gunships docked with their parent warship, and once they had been formally introduced to the cruiser's captain, the Allies were ushered into confinement quarters under heavy guard. The Eldar bristled at this treatment, as did Marshal Amalrich and his men, but Saint Celestine pacified her comrades once more with firm words of faith and acceptance. So began a grim and frustrating journey. Tremelled in a Spartan suit of brushed steel chambers and corridors, watched constantly by silent chapter helots armed with heavy naval shotguns. Hours ran slowly into days. The omnipresent rumble of the ship's engine and the sluggish stirring of artificial gravity and recycled air became simple facts of existence. The Vizarch trained endlessly, even deigning to spar with Marshal Amalrich. Inquisitor Greyfax, meanwhile, with the aid of Archmagos Call, was purged of the mind-shackled scarabs that had enforced her captivity. This process was effected over several days, and racked the Inquisitor with terrible agonies, as invasive cyber-parasites were strained from her bloodstream. Despite the pain that she endured, Greyfax's iron will never faltered, nor did she show any but the most minor outward signs of pain. Instead, she concentrated on keeping a wary eye on St. Celestine. In private, Greyfax was beginning to suspect that Celestine's apparent divinity was more than a sham. She had seen the living saint battle against arch-heretics and twisted traitors, had seen her predict events about which she could not have known in advance. She had seen how the light of Celestine's faith repelled the wicked and brought new strength to the righteous. Yet Greyfax was an inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, a witch-finder whose first duty was to doubt and to suspect all that seemed fair, in case it concealed foulness at its heart. In Greyfax's long experience, true miracles were few and far between, and that which seemed a gift from the Emperor was, more often than not, a tainted temptation laid by the dark gods of chaos. Thus, even as the seeds of hope grew in her heart that Celestine might be uncorrupted, and even through her own agonies, Katerina Greyfax kept watch over the living saint, alert for the slightest hint of duplicity. Amidst the enforced tedium, none noticed when Yvraine beckoned Call away into a recessed cargo bay in which his auto-relinquery had been stored. Beneath the mindless gaze of Call's Cataphron servitors, the emissary of Inyad spoke earnestly with the Archmagos Dominus. The mysterious discussion waxed long, Yvraine labouring to convince the intractable Magos of certain unpalatable truths. Eventually, Call nodded his cowled head in agreement, a single curt gesture that brought the clandestine meeting to an end. Satisfied, Yvraine swept away in a whirl of whispering skirts, leaving the looming Archmagos Dominus to contemplate the ramifications of their meeting. The Siege of Hera. At last, after days of real space transit, the Sword of Honor reached Macragge's orbital envelope. The Celestians and their allies were hurried through the ship's corridors under armed escort. The strike cruiser shook around them, the unmistakable shudder of gun batteries discharging and void shields soaking up monumental kinetic impacts. As they boarded their Stormraven gunships once more, the pilgrims saw through the embarkation deck's shimmering shields that their craft was under heavy attack. The Stormraven pilots reported that a sizable Chaos Armada was even now engaging the Ultramar defense fleet over Macragge. The two factions lumbering battleships and blade-fast escorts, filling the void with lance beams and torpedoes. The Chaos attack was focused primarily upon the fortress of Hera itself, the titanic fortification covering much of Magna Macragge Civitas, capital of the Ultramarines chapter planet. Regardless, the gunship pilots vowed to get their charges down safely and deliver them for their audience with the Lord of Ultramar. Marneas Calgar had been alerted of their coming via heavily encrypted Vox Communique and awaited their arrival with interest. This last comment was delivered in a flat tone which suggested that perhaps the Lord of Ultramar felt he had more pressing matters to attend to than their mysterious holy mission. Nonetheless, the Storm Ravens lifted off with a scream of powerful thrusters. With their passengers strapped in and Call's auto-relinquery firmly secured, the pugnacious gunships fired their ramjets and shot out into the firelit void of space. Macragge turned slowly before them, a vast orb of blue, white, green and grey. Closer, bedlam lit the darkness. Lance beams stabbed and seared, broken wrecks of once proud warships tumbled through the void, chunks of metal and goblets of liquid spreading slowly away from their blazing carcasses. Entire wings of Stormhawk interceptors hurtled through blizzards of flak fire to execute daring strafing runs upon lumbering Chaos cruisers. From what sigils the pilgrims could make out, it appeared that Abaddon's Black Legion were attacking Macragge in significant numbers. Nor were they alone. Spacecraft bearing the icons of the Iron Warriors, the Purge, the Night Lords, and many more clove through the gloom above the planet. Glinting specks rained from their flanks. swarms of dreadclaw drop pods and armoured attack craft arcing down on invasion trajectories. Accompanied by an escort squadron of Stormhawks, the Ultramarines' gunships turned their noses downward and dived through the madness of battle. They hit Macragge's upper atmosphere, travelling at immense speeds, and flame washed across their hulls as they shuddered and shook with the violence of re-entry. Watching through external picture emitters, the Celestians and Inari saw the flames flutter away. They were replaced by a dizzying vista of towering mountains that grew rapidly larger as the storm ravens hurtled downwards. In the midst of the mountain peaks sprawled an immense, fortified cityscape, lit from end to end by the muzzle flare of flak batteries and missile silos, all hurling their wrath into the skies. Helldrakes and traitor craft swarmed thick across the fortress of Hera, weaving at speed between towering statues and monolithic buildings to strafe the defenders, or dump tons of ordnance onto ground targets. Explosions brought down colonnaded templums and looming hab stacks throughout Magna Macragge Civitas, while the Ultramarines' withering return fire saw dozens of Chaos attack craft blown apart with every suicidal pass they made. Even as they fell, heretics steered into the Ultramarines' defences, demolishing gun towers and massacring warriors. The Storm Ravens sped downward, making for the immense fortifications that dominated the heart of the city. A wave of renegade drop pods thundered around them, speeding like meteors and almost knocking one transport from the sky. Wings tucked tight to their metal bodies, a pack of Helldrakes dropped behind them, and the escorting Stormhawks peeled off to intercept as the metallic beasts tried to latch on to the diving gunships. Surrounded by screams of cannon fire and tumbling comets of metal and flame, the Storm Ravens screamed onwards. They plunged headlong through their comrades' curtain of anti-aircraft fire, only the superhuman reflexes and skill of the Ultramarine pilots preventing their craft from being torn apart by the countless threats through which they flew. The pilgrims clung on to their restraining straps for dear life, as they were shaken violently back and forth while the gunships ran the gauntlet of aerial approach to the fortress of Hera. Then, finally, the gunships decelerated, raising their noses and arcing gracefully onto an armoured hangar set into the flanks of the edifice. At last, the Celestians and the Yanari had reached their destination. The pilgrims emerged from their scorched, battered gunships into one of the fortress's many embarkation hangars. They found themselves surrounded by urgent bustle on every side. Around the hangar entrance, Chapter Serfs crewed thumping anti-aircraft cannons that swiveled without gyroscopic cages as they chased their targets across the skies. Bulky servitors lumbered back and forth, hauling carriages of ammunition to keep the guns fed. Further back within the hangar, Storm Talon and Storm Raven gunships were refueling, rearming, and undergoing swift binaric baptisms beneath the ministrations of Chapter Tech Marines. Servo arms whined, welding braziers sparked and flared. The sound of rivet cannons buzzed and thumped through the cavernous chamber over the clipped voices of Defense Auxilia and robed serfs. Hundreds of men and women were about their business within the hangar, grim-faced and determined. This was but one chamber within a fortress the size of a city. Through the military bustle marched a band of Chapter Serfs, led by a single Ultramarines battle brother. The warrior's helm was white and gold, and his armour bore numerous oath papers and honour markings. The helots who followed him bore gilded autoguns and stern expressions. The uniform tabards of several were spattered with what looked like fresh blood, and it was clear to all that these soldiers had come directly from the defence of the fortress's walls. Announcing himself as Veteran Sergeant Cassian, the Ultramarine welcomed the Celestians to the fortress of Hera. He took a moment to nod respectfully to Marshal Amalrich and his battle brothers, then requested the call and his companions follow. Cassian turned briskly, without waiting for an answer, and marched away across the hangar floor. Left with little choice, the allies followed the brusque sergeant as he ascended a long granite ramp and led them into the corridors of the Ultramarines' fortress. They marched along at a brisk pace through grand chambers of marble statuary and gilt ornamentation, across railed walkways hung with magnificent Ultramarines banners, and across void-shielded courtyards where battle brothers blazed bolt gun fire from the fire steps above. The din of battle was never far away. Thunderous explosions shook the walls around them from time to time, causing dust to fall like snow and electro-sconces to flicker. Making their way across an armor-glass-shielded sky bridge, the pilgrims got their first clear look out across the fortress proper. Towering fortifications sprawled away in all directions, their guns pouring fire into the sky and spitting death at the foes that pressed close outside the walls or landed within the fortress's grounds. The pilgrims saw Ultramarines Terminators striding relentlessly along armoured battlements, driving back jump-pack-wearing traitors with storms of fire. They saw squadrons of anti-aircraft tanks drawn up amidst ornamental gardens, launching missiles skyward to blast plummeting Chaos assault craft from the air. In the distance, a monstrous traitor Titan was framed by the breach it had torn in the fortress's outer curtain wall. The war engine's guns blazed like poisoned stars, and its void shields flickered and burst as the phenomenal firepower of the Ultramarines hammered into them. Hastened along by Sergeant Cassian, the Celestians and Inari climbed a statue-lined stairway of marble and brushed steel, passing a squad of battle-scarred Ultramarines jogging the other way. At the stairway's head, the party emerged into a broad circular chamber with a frescoed floor, the walls and ceiling of void-shielded transparasteel. A massive bank of ornamental consoles and holomaps dominated the chamber's center, servitors wired into its inset thrones and chattering binaric cant back and forth to one another. Dozens of robed functionaries, quill servitors, serfs, and strategos talked animatedly as they hurried around the central hololith, which projected a real-time map of the entire complex into the air. Runes and signifiers swarmed across it in such profusion that the fortress of Hera appeared to be caught in a cyclone of data. Stood before the display, faces set in frowns of concentration, were Chapter Master Marneus Calgar, First Captain Agimon, Chief Librarian Tigurius, and a grey knight whose scroll-work chestplate announced him as Grand Master Valdus. As Cassian led the pilgrims around the table, the hubbub died away. All eyes turned towards the extraordinary group. Solemnly, the chapter serfs moved aside and knelt with their heads bowed to the Lord of Ultramar, forming a corridor through which the pilgrims advanced. As they drew to a halt before Calgar and his assembled advisors, Marshal Amalrach too dropped to one knee, with his sword held out before him, its point to the ground and his hands resting on its crossguard. His battle brothers followed his example, showing their absolute respect for a hero of the Imperium. Inquisitor Greyfax bowed deeply, as did Celestine and her Gemini superior. Only Call and the Yanari remained standing, impassive despite the gravitas of the moment. Behind them, Call's auto-relinquery hissed and hummed, its mysterious contents still veiled by thick armoured plates. In a clear voice, Cassian announced the pilgrims one by one. As the sergeant finished speaking and stepped back, an expectant hush fell. Explosions blossomed in the sky outside. Gunships and Helldrakes raced past, the chatter of their guns muted by the thick insulation of the Strategium. The huge Strategium console continued to rattle and hum with flowing information. Finally, Calgar said that he had no notion of who Belisarius Call might be, nor had he ever made any sort of pact with any priest of Mars. On St. Celestine's face there dawned a look of calm revelation, but the rest of the Celestians turned their horrified expressions upon the Archmagos in their midst. Yet Call's next words caused greater consternation still, for he stated flatly that he had not come to see Marneus Calgar. Call had travelled across the galaxy to attend the Lord of Ultramar, and now demanded to be taken to him at once. The auto-relinquery, he stated, must be delivered to the shrine of Roboute Guilliman himself. The outcry that followed Call's demand was immediate and intense. Marneus Calgar's expression grew thunderous as his advisors and serf cried out in shock. Otto Quill scratched a mad tattoo upon reams of parchment as hooded scribes frantically recorded every detail of this dramatic moment. The pilgrims exclaimed in anger and confusion. Greyfax turned upon Corlin, squaring up to the looming Magos as she barked a demand for immediate explanation. Only the Inari seemed unsurprised by this development. The Vizark standing statue still, while Yvraine wore a faint smile upon her alabaster features, as though enjoying some private joke. From amidst the tumult of voices, Captain Agamemnon's voice rose in a vox-amplified boom. The Ultramarines' first captain issued a demand for calm, urging those around him to remember where they stood and the conduct that was expected of them. As quiet was restored, Agamemnon turned to Calgar and said in no uncertain terms that he did not trust these newcomers, nor the mysterious device they brought with them. The first captain counselled that, with such immediate danger all around and a furious battle to win, there was only one viable solution at this time. The pilgrims should be put into confinement, and their mysterious package locked down in a stasis vault until its contents could be safely examined. As for the Xenos, Agamemnon counselled that they be swiftly destroyed, lest they pose a threat to the safety of the chapter master or the fortress of Hera. Saint Celestine spoke up then, attempting to explain the divine nature of her mission and the revelation she had received from the Emperor. She found herself staring into the muzzles of several Honor Guard bolt guns, not to mention the Condemnus stake launcher of Inquisitor Greyfax, whose Puritan suspicions had been fired anew. A clear indication that now was the time for the rulers of Ultramar to speak, and not their visitors. All eyes rested upon Calgar as he looked to Chief Librarian Tigurius for further counsel. Though not even the vigilant warriors of the Honor Guard saw it, in that moment, both Yvraine and the Vizark tensed themselves in preparation for battle. Subtle muscle contractions and minuscule alterations in posture, leaving the Inari poised to fight their way out should matters turn against them. The librarian remained silent for several long heartbeats, his weathered features contemplative. When he spoke, Tigurius' voice was deep and resonant, rich with power and wisdom. He reminded his chapter master that he had experienced troubling visions in the days leading up to the attack upon Macragge. Tigurius had seen a flight of iron birds take wing from a distant crimson orb, full of churning cogs. In these visions, those avian shapes had soared through fire and shadow that spilled from a ruptured castle gate of vast size. They had clutched a blazing sword in their jagged claws, and their wings had shone with holy light as they flew towards Ultramar. Through the ruptured gateway had been visible a staring, slit-pupilled eye as the birds neared Macragge. A great maw full of blooded fangs had yawned wide around them, ready to bite down with crushing force. The chief librarian had believed that his visions concerned the fall of Cadia and the subsequent attack by the Black Legion upon Ultramar. Certainly, they had spurred the readying of the fortress's defences and the sending of astropathic communiques that had brought the Ultramar defence fleet back to the chapter planet at the critical moment. Now, though, Tigurius declared himself convinced that the visions pertained also to these travellers. The chief librarian said that he was willing to vouch for their presence, even that of the mysterious Eldar, and that he believed their arrival to be the Emperor's will made manifest. Hushed whispers ran through the strategium at this pronouncement, and Calgar nodded solemnly. Without further comment, the chapter master bade the Celestians speak and explain their presence in their own words. Between them, Inquisitor Greyfax, Marshal Amalrach, and Saint Celestine did as they were asked, relaying the bloody tale of Cadia's fall and their subsequent flight. Even Yvraine of the Inari deigned to speak a little, providing a few scant details that went some way towards explaining the aliens' presence amongst the group. The only one who refused to divulge further information was Belisarius Kor. Despite Marneus Calgar's repeated questioning, the Archmagos would not elaborate upon what his auto-reliquary contained, or what he expected to occur within the shrine. While the pilgrims spoke their piece, the war raged on. Information continued to stream in regarding troop deployments, attack and counterattack patterns, enemy drop sites, ammunition counts, and endless other articles of strategic intelligence. Marneus Calgar absorbed them all, even as he listened to the pilgrims, issuing curt orders where required, and keeping one eye always fixed upon the ever-shifting holomap that hung overhead. The chapter master wished to understand these strange visitors and the supposed pact they served, but he would not neglect the defense of his fortress while he did so. Finally, Greyfax concluded their tale, adding that she was empowered to act as the Emperor's representative in this matter, and that she would gladly take responsibility for Kor's summary execution, should he prove false. Calgar raised a hand to forestall further comment, both from the pilgrims and from the frowning Captain Agamon. Then, in a somber voice, Calgar pronounced his verdict. The chapter master would permit the Celestians to bring their auto-reliquary to the shrine of Guilliman, though they would do so under heavy Ultramarines guard. Calgar said that while he understood and welcomed Agamon's prudent counsel, they lived in unusual days. The worshippers of chaos had set foot upon the bedrock of Macragge once again, while the warp churned to madness all around them. Calgar judged that the foe had been aided greatly by the supernatural beings they worshipped in this desperate endeavour. He would not turn his back upon the precognitive powers of his own chief librarian, or the wisdom of the living saint. At such a time as this, even if he had been given precious little reason to trust Archmagos Kor. Had Agamon been a hot-tempered space wolf, or relentlessly illogical Iron Hand, he might have contested such a ruling. Instead, he accepted his lord's judgment with stoicism. Belisarius Kor went to speak, but Calgar forestalled him. The chapter master gave his permission for the Inari to accompany their allies, for it seemed clear to him that great events were afoot that bore the hand of the Emperor upon them. The presence of the Inari could be no accident, and whatever the Emperor's will was in this matter, Marneus Calgar would not be the one to contravene it. Wasting no time, the Lord of Macragge issued his orders. He charged Agamon to remain in the stratagem, taking personal command of the defence of the fortress of Hera. Tigurius and Valdus would accompany the pilgrims to the shrine of Guilliman, as would a heavily armed complement of honour guard. 3rd Company Battle Brothers and 1st Company Terminators. Should the Celestians or Xenos prove treacherous, they would not find themselves short of executioners. Celestine spoke words of thanks to Marneus Calgar, praising his sagacity. By comparison, Yvain's features were inscrutable, while Kor merely seemed impatient, as though irritated by some petty wrangling and keen to be about his business. As the pilgrims set off once more, Inquisitor Greyfax and Marshal Amalrich exchanged a loaded glance, before moving to position themselves at the very rear of the motley procession, with weapons ready. The Ultramarines would not be the only ones to turn guns upon Kor and his questionable choice of allies, if their intentions should prove false. Outside, the battle raged on, as Macragge's sun dipped slowly behind the Hera's crown mountains. Fire lit the twilight as wave upon wave of heretics plunged down from the firmament. As the pilgrims and their armed guards made for the shrine of Guilliman, the traitors without redoubled their efforts, the outcome of the battle hanging in the balance. Revelation and Rebirth. Entering the resting place of Roboute Guilliman was like stepping into some doleful warrior's afterlife. The chamber itself was enormous, a vaulted sepulchre, through which a warlord titan could have strode without hindrance. Marble columns held aloft a ceiling of stained armor-glass, and obsidian inlaid with Seldric moon-silver. Guilliman's greatest deeds were depicted in spectacular friezes and statuary, arranged around the chamber and lit artfully by flickering electro-sconces to lend the images the greatest possible gravitas. Huge braziers of devotional incense burned throughout the shrine, lacing the air with subtle scents, while from cherub-visaged loud hailers spilled a steady background murmur of martial arias and reverent prayers. Despite the grandeur of the sight, the pilgrim's eyes were drawn to the splendid figure enthroned within a pool of stark white illumination at one end of the chamber. There, upon a throne of marble, gold, and finely worked adamantium, sat Roboute Guilliman. Esoteric machineries loomed over the Primarch's throne, thrumming and whispering as they fed remarkable energies through ribbed cables to enfold him in a rippling stasis field. Guilliman sat as though in repose, his eyes closed, and his blood glinting jewel-like in a delicate necklace around his throat. Guilliman wore his finely crafted battle armour, still marred by the damage it had sustained during his final duel with the demon Primarch Fulgrim. Across his knees was laid a grand blade of prodigious size, the sword of the Emperor himself. Though the Primarch sat peacefully upon his throne, the force of his presence was palpable. The pilgrims approached the throne in reverent silence, their Ultramarines escort marching alongside them and Kor's auto-relinquery at their rear. The group drew to a halt near the foot of the steps that led up to the Primarch, where countless Ultramarines had knelt in communion over the millennia. Marneus Calgar moved forward to stand at the very base of the steps, bowing his head reverently to his Primarch for a moment, before turning to face the assembled pilgrims. The sounds of furious battle were still audible, even in this sacred place, muffled and distant, but inescapable. Calgar drew a deep breath, and then asked once more for Belisarius Cawl to state his business here. The chapter master had indulged his visitors thus far, but with a desperate battle raging outside his fortress's walls, he could offer them no more time or patience. Magos Cawl inclined his head, and told an incredible tale. Cawl explained that, in the years before Guilliman was mortally wounded, the Primarch had summoned him into his confidence. Cawl's mem-engrams of that meeting were eroded and incomplete, but he believed that Guilliman had seen in him the potential for greater things. The Magos had been charged with a great labour by Roboute Guilliman, one for which he would be richly rewarded with information that only a Primarch could provide. Cawl stated that he was not at liberty to reveal the nature of his task, forestalling Calgar's angry response by explaining that his labours had been divided into two distinct parts. That he was here to deliver on the first of those. He brought a magnificent new set of armour fit for the Ultramarines Primarch, ones whose ancillary systems possessed the power to heal Guilliman's grievous wounds. Stunned silence reigned at this announcement. To bring back a living, breathing Primarch, to restore one of the Emperor's greatest sons to the Imperium in its hour of need? Such a notion filled the Imperial warriors with awed wonderment. Yvraine spoke up, explaining her presence at this seminal moment. She was the emissary of Inyad, the god of the dead, and her powers would be vital to Guilliman's restoration. Reading the puzzlement on her audience's features, Yvraine explained with sharp impatience that such a miracle could not be brought about without sacrifice. Cawl had laboured long and hard to fulfill the Primarch's request, but without Inyad's aid, the fruits of that labour would not be enough. In order for Roboute Guilliman to live once more, first, he must die. Where Cawl's words had been met with shocked silence, Yvraine's raised a storm. Calgar exclaimed his fury at such a notion, vowing that no Xenos witch would ever lay hand upon the Primarch while he drew breath. Grandmaster Voldus moved to stand alongside Calgar, his expression grim, and Greyfax and Marshal Amalrech followed his example. The surrounding Ultramarines raised their weapons, pointing them at Cawl, the Inari, even the hulking shape of their auto-relinquery itself. They awaited only their master's orders to open fire. Yet others raised their voices in support of this apparent insanity. Call blurted loudly that he was bound by the terms of his pact with Guilliman, and that he must bring it to completion. Saint Celestine, too, spoke up, imploring those around her to have faith, and asserting that this was, indeed, the will of the Emperor. Most unexpected of the proponents was Chief Librarian Tigurius, who strode, forestaff ringing against the stone floor, to stand alongside Magos Call. Tigurius spoke in a calm voice that cut through the clamour, asking Lord Calgar to trust his counsel, and saying once more that he had seen hints of this future in his vision. It was a scene of anger and confusion, but it was about to get worse. Roboute Guilliman. Before he began his conquest of the galaxy, the Emperor of Mankind created the Primarchs. Utilizing incredible genetic sorcery and the phenomenal power bound into his own form, he forged 20 demigod sons. These were superlative warriors, strategists and leaders, the finest qualities of humanity refined in the crucible of science and magnified through the lens of divinity. The Emperor intended the Primarchs to stand at his side during the Great Crusade, each leading one of the 20 Space Marine legions to glory beyond imagination. Before that plan could come to pass, the dark gods of chaos intervened. They snatched up the nascent Primarchs and scattered them through the warp, so that each came to rest upon a different one of humanity's far-flung worlds. Some say that it was at this time that the ruinous powers left their mark upon the Emperor's gene sons, and that this is why fully half of the Primarchs betrayed their father and the Imperium during the Horus Heresy. Whatever the case, Roboute Guilliman was not tainted in such a fashion. The being that would become the Primarch of the Ultramarines Legion came to rest upon the feudal world of Macragge. There he was discovered and adopted by a local warlord named Connor. Growing and developing at a superhuman rate, Connor's adoptive son soon surpassed all those around him and came to be the greatest warrior, strategist and statesman upon Macragge. After Connor was slain by a treacherous ally, it was Guilliman who avenged his father before taking upon himself the mantle of kingship. The entirety of Macragge was swiftly unified beneath the banner of Roboute Guilliman, becoming a world of peace, civilization, wisdom, and strength. Guilliman was a charismatic and gifted leader, beloved of his people and singularly capable of compartmentalizing incredible quantities of information. He was an organizer, a logistician, one capable of turning the wildest theories into practical reality and rendering order from chaos. When the Emperor's crusading forces reached Macragge, the son was unified with his true father. Guilliman was given charge of the Ultramarines Legion and wasted no time in putting his stamp upon them. In the conquest that followed, the Ultramarines became renowned as exemplars of what it meant to be a Space Marine. Under Guilliman's leadership, they became arguably the most strategically gifted and tactically balanced of all the legions. Working on the basis of theoretical situations and practical solutions, the Ultramarines fought with exceptional efficiency. They drove the foes of humanity before them, their armies fighting like intricate and perfectly tuned machines, to swiftly and decisively outmaneuver every foe. When the Horus Heresy set the galaxy ablaze, Roboute Guilliman fought with loyalty and determination for the Imperium that he believed in with all his heart. When he thought that the Emperor had fallen, the Primarch established a new seat of power on Macragge, planning to preserve the Emperor's secular purity within his own realm of Ultramar. When Guilliman later learned that Terra still stood, he did everything in his power to ensure that he and his loyal brothers could fight at their father's side in the final battle against Horus. Though his efforts benefited many, Guilliman himself reached Terra too late, a fact that would torture him for decades to come. In the wake of the Horus Heresy, It was the Ultramarines Primarch who wrote and instituted the Codex Astartes. It was he, too, who took the Emperor's burning blade and became Lord Commander of the Imperium, serving amongst the High Lords of Terror. Finally, at the Battle of Thessala, Guilliman was laid low by his corrupt brother Fulgrim, who mortally wounded the Ultramarines Primarch with his poisoned blade. So it was that the dying Roboute Guilliman was placed into stasis in the Temple of Correction, enthroned through the millennia until such a time that one could come with the power to restore him to life once more. Shattered Sanctity. Amongst the storm of angry voices and brandished weapons, Marneus Calgar's vox chimed insistently in his ear. Angrily, the chapter master accepted the priority vox hail, but his words of rebuke died on his lips. Calgar's voice boomed over the commotion, his shout of warning coming a split second before the stained armor glass of the shrine ceiling exploded inward. Shattered crystal filled the air, shards the size of storm shields embedding themselves in walls, floor, and armored bodies. A huge shape smashed through into the shrine, a plummeting mass of blue metal travelling at the speed of a runaway mag train. Hurtling down at an oblique angle, an Ultramarines Thunderhawk gunship slammed into the shrine's floor and skidded out of control. The aircraft was badly damaged, flames pouring from rents in its hull. One wing ripped away. It slewed drunkenly across the shrine's floor, away from the pilgrims and their Ultramarines guards, ploughing through a marble column and bringing it down in a thunderous avalanche of precious stone. The Thunderhawk slammed into the shrine's far wall, demolishing a statue of Guilliman battling Alfarius, before listing onto its side with a deafening clang. Even as the stricken vehicle was settling to a stop, its assault ramp burst open with a shriek of torn metal. Spilling from within came Chaos Space Marines in twisted armor of black and gold. Spiked jump packs melded to their backs, and deafening war cries ringing from their vox grills. The Ultramarines responded with instant efficiency, bolters and assault cannons roaring to life. A hail of shots ripped into the Black Legion Raptors, puffs of blood bursting from their avian forms as they jerked and danced amidst the fusillade. Still, the Ultramarines weren't quick enough to prevent catastrophe. Screaming their defiance, a trio of raptors jetted through the rain of fire to slam spiked icons into the temple's floor. Tall spears of adamantium and iron, the icons were festooned with macabre trophies and anointed in demonic gore. Empiric energies whirled around them, and reality rent apart with the calamitous thunder of teleportation flares. As the surviving raptors leapt clear, a hulking wedge of Black Legion Terminators appeared. Dozens of elite killers clad in spiked and tossed tactical dreadnought armor. With exemplary discipline, the Ultramarines coolly shifted their aim. Bolts and blasts tore into the Black Legion Terminators, ringing from their armor with cacophonous fury. Yet these were chosen warriors, imbued with the demonic gifts of the Dark Gods. Though several of the massive Black Legionaries stumbled or fell, the rest shrugged off the salvo and began a grinding advance, firing back as they came. Marneus Calgar looked about himself aghast. The shrine of Guilliman, the sacred heart of the Ultramarines chapter, had been profaned by the minions of chaos. Already a thunderous gunfight was erupting. Ultramarines hurling themselves into cover, returning fire at their attackers from behind columns and statuary. It was clear to all that the enemy were driving for the falling Primarch, and Calgar was forcibly reminded of the vision blade warned of in Valdis's astropathic communique. Calgar was still deeply suspicious of Cor, the Inari, and those who had accompanied them, yet here was a threat far clearer and more diabolical than them. With a stern demand that his visitors refrain from acting until he had the situation under control, the chapter master activated the energy fields around his power fists, known as the Gauntlets of Ultramar, and strode into the fight. He was not alone. Turning from the shrine, Saint Celestine drew her ardent blade. With the hymn of battle upon her lips and her Gemini superior at her side, the living saint limped toward the foe. Amalric did the same, bellowing oaths of hate as he and his last few battle brothers ran headlong at the Black Legionaries. Grandmaster Voldus, too, moved to join the fight. He bit off orders into his vox bead as he advanced, loosing shots from his Stormbolter, even as he called in reinforcements from his Grey Knights battle brothers. The Imperial counterattack met the Black Legion assault in the middle of the shrine with a rending crash of metal on metal, and blood fell like rain as the two forces tore into one another. All throughout the shrine, tales of heroism and sacrifice played out. Inquisitor Greyfax took a glancing shot to her ribs in the opening moments of the fight. The bolt shell dented her armor, driving the air from her lungs, but by the grace of the Emperor, it did not detonate. Greyfax, seeing black spots before her eyes, dropped hastily into the cover of a marble pew, only a few dozen feet from the base of Guilliman's throne. Sucking down several deep breaths, Greyfax leant around the edge of the pew and fired off a tight burst of shells from her Condemner bolt gun. The rounds roared across the shrine, punching into the faceplate of a Black Legion raptor and blowing his helm apart in a bloody spray. Greyfax's bionic eye switched rapidly through multiple scrying filters, collating tactical data and cogitating threat assessment at the speed of thought. To her fore, the Inquisitor saw Saint Celestine slicing her way through the Black Legion Terminators, spinning and leaping through the air as she clove the traitors apart with her blade. One of the Gemini Superior was badly wounded. The armored Seraphim sprawled in a slick of blood. The other was still fighting, emptying her bolt pistol into the foe. Greyfax still did not fully trust the Saint, but she could not fault the woman's selflessness or skill. Nearby, Marneus Calgar and Grandmaster Voldus fought side by side, weathering the thunderous blows of their hulking enemies as they smashed and impaled one traitor after another. As Greyfax watched, Voldus loosed a ruinous shockwave of psychic force from his outstretched gauntlet, hurling a Chaos Terminator through the air to demolish another towering statue. Still the traitors pressed forward, and as they did so, new warriors appeared to fill the gaps in their ranks. Teleport energies flared again, clearing to reveal a trio of Terminator-armored Black Legion sorcerers, flanked by monstrous warriors of flesh metal and living weaponry. At the same time, Dreadcore drop pods plunged through the shattered armor glass above, slamming into the ground behind the advancing Black Legionaries. From within spilled more of Abaddon's chosen warriors, heretic Astartes including bellowing Khorne berserkers, charging forward to join the fray. The Ultramarines stood their ground, despite being increasingly outnumbered. Veterans rattled volleys of fire into the advancing foe, ripping Black Legionaries off their feet or blasting them into glowing ash with bolts of plasma. Blue armored Terminators dueled with their black armored counterparts, heavy flamers spewing fire across adamantium and ceramite as Power Fists delivered crushing blows. Marshal Amalric and his brothers hurled themselves in alongside the Ultramarines, howling chainsaws and lashing lightning claws, reaping a tally of traitor lives. One Black Templar fell to a chain fist swipe, but still his brothers fought on. Greyfax's Cyoculum chimed a warning as warp energies built amidst the battle. Following the device's quavering brass needle, the Inquisitor saw the trio of Black Legion sorcerers with their staves raised, black fire boiling around them. Greyfax lined up her Condemnor and launched a blessed silver stake at the nearest sorcerer. She cursed as the holy projectile impaled her target, but did not fell him. Then she ducked down to reload as bolt shells blew craters in her cover. As she did so, Greyfax saw that not all of the pilgrims, nor indeed all of their hosts, had joined the fight. The Inquisitor swore again as she saw Khorne hunched, spider-like, over the controls of his auto-reliquary. The Magos's metal fingers danced across runic keys, his mechadendrites slithering from one socket port to another, while the Inarian Skitarii stood guard over him. Beside them stood the Ultramarines' chief librarian, Tigurius, warp lightning glowing from his eyes and weaving around his skull-top stave. As Greyfax watched, several frothing berserkers charged at Tigurius. The librarian barked a string of syllables that caused the corn worshippers to implode in a crumpled mass of flesh and metal. Greyfax's Psyoculum burbled confused readings as the life energies of the three berserkers left their bodies, but did not vanish altogether. Ghost returns flickered around the two Inari, and Greyfax's suspicions of the Eldar deepened as she realized that they had, in some fashion that she did not yet comprehend, had been empowered by the stolen animus. Greyfax pushed herself to her feet again, intending to dash across the open ground and command call to cease in the name of the Holy Ordos. At that moment, a stitching line of autocannon fire marched along the top of the pew. Explosions of fire and shrapnel burst around the Inquisitor, hurling her from her feet. Greyfax fired back at her attackers, lashing out with her telepathic powers as she did so. But she was, for the moment, pinned in place. Marneus Calgar swung his right gauntlet in a punishing arc, hammering it up through his enemy's guard and catching a Chaos Terminator square upon the jaw. His enemy's helm disappeared in a blizzard of metal and blood, his corpse slamming down onto its back with bone-breaking force. Before the traitor even hit the ground, Calgar was already turning on the spot, both gauntlets held out from his body and bolters thundering. The chapter master revolved in a half-circle, blazing rounds into the Black Legionaries on every side and eviscerating another of them with explosive shells. Blocking the return swipe of a crackling power mace, Calgar prepared to swipe another titanic blow into his enemies. Then he caught sight of something at the base of Guilliman's throne, and cold horror clenched his chest. Calgar saw the Martian priest step back from his auto-reliquary with the air of one completing a satisfying task. The dome-shaped device hummed forward, unfurling like the petals of some huge carnivorous flower. The watching chapter master was at the wrong angle to see inside the machine, but he had a fleeting impression of glowing energies, unfurling mechadendrites, clamping pincer limbs, and whirling bone drills that filled him with revulsion. The auto-reliquary was raising and stretching out, enfolding the Primarch's form in its metallic embrace. At the same moment, the Xenos witch priest lunged with preternatural grace, evading whistling bolt shells as he raised her blade high. "No! No!" bellowed Calgar, finding his voice. "I command you to stop! In the Emperor's name! Brother Tigurius, stop them!" The chapter master's dismay rose to new heights as Tigurius looked straight at him and shook his head. "Do it! Do it!" shouted the chief librarian, blazing psychic energies into the foe that pressed close all around him. "And may the Emperor condemn me if you have played me false, Xenos." In desperation, Calgar raised his bolters and prepared to fire at the Eldar witch, but Yvain's blade fell lightning fast, hacking through the cabling that fed power to Guilliman's stasis field. Energies flared, and from within the closing arms of the auto-reliquary, Calgar heard a rattling sigh that would haunt him until his dying day. "What have you done?" he roared, despair and fury blazing through him like a firestorm. Fists clenched, Calgar turned upon the traitors that had forced this terrible tragedy to come to pass, and waded back into the fight with unstoppable fury. The auto-reliquary engulfed Roboute Guilliman and his throne entirely, runic designators and auto-lumen flickering in mesmerizing patterns across its surface. As though spurred by the sight, the Black Legionaries redoubled the intensity of their attack. Bellowing war cries, the Black Legion's Terminators drove hard into their foes. Marneus Calgar was pushed back by his enemies, his battle plate cracked by the crunching blow of a power maul. Braving the chapter master's lashing gauntlet, a band of traitor Terminators surrounded him entirely, so that their brethren could break away towards the auto-reliquary. Gunfire echoed thunderously around the shrine as the traitors let fly into Kor's unfolding device. Bolts and shells alike exploded harmlessly as they struck hardened void shields, unable to punch through the Archmagos' data wards to damage the device behind. The last of the raptors formed into a single talon and bound across the shrine. Their jump packs howled, and terrifying screams burst from their vox grills. They were met by a thin line of Ultramarines veterans, the loyal Marines abandoning cover to interpose themselves between the Chaos Assault troops and Guilliman's throne, with bolters blazing. Several Raptors fell, but the Ultramarines paid for their bravery, as enemies' obliterators opened fire. Plasma blasts and las cannon beams smashed the veterans from their feet, reducing chest cavities to blackened craters, and helmed heads to scatters of ash. The sorcerers leading the attack drew deep upon the energies of the warp, risking damnation in their haste to break through. Two of the psychically empowered warriors unleashed a storm of crackling black lightning at Grandmaster Voldus, driving the Grey Knight to one knee with their combined fury. The Grey Knight's eyes glowed, and the runes on his armor shimmered with power as he roared counter-incantations. Meanwhile, the last of the sorcerers stormed towards the Primarch's throne, arms raised above his head and voice booming from his vox grill. As the sorcerer chanted, so the Temple of Correction began to shudder and shake. Pillars split from bottom to top, chunks of marble the size of drop pods shearing off to crash down into the fight. Gaping rents yawned wide in the floor, swallowing warriors from both sides, and the frescoed ceiling became webbed with cracks. Realizing that the sorcerers were attempting to bring one end of the shrine down upon Guilliman's throne, Tigurius brandished his staff and focused his psychic energies to unmake the Chaos Worshipper's incantation. Yet the Chief Librarian's concentration was shattered as a fresh wave of cornate berserkers hurled themselves at him. Tigurius frantically parried one roaring chain axe after another with his staff, cursing as he felt the power of the Imperium draining away from his touch. The Inari was suddenly there beside him, fighting with blistering speed. Never had Tigurius seen living creatures move with such swiftness and grace, Ivrain and the Vizak blurring through the air and leaving greyed out after images in their wake as they ruthlessly laid the berserkers low. All across the shaking temple, the dwindling forces of the Imperium fought like lions to hold back their foes. Celestine still hacked and cut, span and leapt, leaving a trail of slain Black Legionaries in her wake. Archmagos Core sent blasts of searing energy ripping through the Chaos ranks, while intoning binaric psalms to fortify his allies' weapons and war gear. Marshal Amalric, accompanied now by just two remaining sword brethren, fought tirelessly atop a heap of Black Legion corpses. Teleport energies flared once more, and a squad of Grey Knight paladins flashed into being, bolstering their Grand Master's psychic defenses with their own. For a moment, the battle hung in the balance. Then a second flight of Dreadcore drop pods began their descent upon the shrine, fires billowing around their hulls as they fell. No scattered handful of reinforcements was this, but a pinpoint attack wave of 10 armoured pods, held in reserve by the masters of the Chaos Invasion and hurled in to strike the killing blow. Helldrakes dived amongst them, jaw cannons chattering to tear a path through Ultramarines' interceptors and gunships. More than one of the plummeting demon engines hurled itself into flak fire, compelled to self-sacrifice in order to shield the Dreadclaws from harm. Thus protected, all 10 pods flashed down through the sundered dome of the Shrine of Guilliman, touching down amidst billowing clouds of smoke and sulphurous flame. As one, the Dreadclaws irised open to disgorge squad after squad of heretical killers. An entire traitor warband surged into battle, the talons of the despoiler deployed en masse to sweep away all resistance in the shrine. It was a force whose combined strength could subdue worlds. 100 superhuman murderers, fresh and ready for battle. The Black Legion reinforcements struck the Imperial defense like a battering ram. Ultramarine veterans and honor guard fell as they were riddled with overwhelming bolt fire. Courageous Terminators crumpled, even their potent armor unable to withstand the hammering volleys of bolter, melter, and plasma fire that engulfed them. Minas Calgar roared in defiance as he was borne to the ground by a surging mass of foes that swung, stabbed, and stamped at him. Marshal Amalric and his brothers charged down the mound of corpses rather than be caught in the open by the foe's amassed firepower, determined to hack down as many of their tainted kin as they could before they were slain. Saint Celestine, too, swooped down upon the mass of foes. Her remaining sister had been smashed from the air by a plasma blast, and even the saint herself was now fighting one-handed, her left arm hanging broken at her side. Still, she sang out a hymn to the Emperor, determined to meet death with words of purity and hope on her lips. Everywhere, the mass Chaos worshippers pressed forward, engulfing the shrinking islands of Imperial resistance, while sorceress energies continued to tear at the shrine itself. Not a single defender took a step backwards, but it was clear that their lives could now be measured in minutes at most. The Avenging Sun. The foremost Black Legionaries were mere yards away from the foot of Guilliman's throne when the rune panels of Kor's auto-reliquary flickered from red to green. A single chime sounded, a clear, pure note that cut through the clangor like a knife. The Archimagos himself, fighting back-to-back with the Inari and Chief Librarian Tigurius, emitted an uncharacteristic blurt of binaric triumph. The next moment, the outstretched armatures of the auto-reliquary folded back with a gaseous hiss to reveal a sight of breathtaking splendor. Where before Roboute Guilliman had sat, a pale, stasis-locked revenant, now the Primarch stood awake, alert, and very much alive. His presence was immense, dominant as a thunderhead suddenly filling the shrine with its crushing pressure. Guilliman was clad in a magnificent new suit of armor, an ornate masterwork that had travelled all the way from the forges of Mars within Kor's auto-reliquary. In one hand, the Ultramarines Primarch held the blade of the Emperor, now lit from hilt to tip with leaping flames, and in his eyes was a look of such murderous intensity that even the loyalists within the shrine quailed to see it. It was as though a spell had settled over the shrine, though outside the din of war thundered on. Within that echoing chamber, friend and foe alike stared awestruck at the legendary figure reborn in their midst. An incoherent scream of rage shattered the silence, a single Khorne berserker charging headlong through the stunned combatants to launch himself in a flying leap at the Primarch. Guilliman moved with such blistering speed that the Inari themselves would have struggled to match it. His burning blade drew a pyrotechnic arc through the air as it swung, bisecting the Khorne berserker at the waist and hurling his severed halves to the ground. As the Chaos Worshipper's armoured corpse crashed to the floor, the spell was broken. With a howl of hate, the Black Legion warriors surged towards Roboute Guilliman. Wordlessly, the noble demigod strode to meet them, and the carnage truly began. First to die was a sorcerer whose powers had shaken the temple to its foundations. Guilliman raised his mighty gauntlet, the Hand of Dominion, and a storm of armoured-piercing fire erupted from behind it to rip the tainted Psyker to pieces. Next to fall were the remaining Black Legion berserkers. Following their comrades' example, they flung themselves screaming at the reborn Primarch. Like their fellow, they were reduced to so much armoured meat, smashed from the air with terrifying speed. Guilliman was running now, storming forward through the hail of bolts and shells unleashed by the Black Legionaries. Rounds exploded against the Primarch's armour, but none could pierce its inviolable plates. As he crashed into the front ranks of Black Legionaries, Guilliman let out a building roar of pure, undiluted fury. The Primarch's first blow threw a Black Legionary high in the air, blood streaming behind the corpse in a red trail. His second strike smashed a traitor Terminator into a bronze and marble column with enough force to drive the Chaos Worshipper clean through it and out the other side. A spiked power fist swung for Guilliman's chest, only to be lopped from its wielder's arm before the blow could land. Guilliman's return swing parted his attacker's head from his shoulder, cauterizing the stump of the traitor's neck as the body crumpled to the floor. On it went. The Primarch moved with such speed that even the heretic's superhuman reactions couldn't save them. None could match Guilliman. None could even come close, and the few opponents that landed lucky blows found their weapons turned aside by the Primarch's masterwork armour. As the Black Legion hurled themselves towards the towering warrior in their midst, so the pressure lessened upon the surviving loyalists in the shrine. Full of vengeance, Inspired by the spectacle of the Primarch, the last of the Celestians and their allies threw themselves back into the fight with renewed vigour. As Guilliman cleared the foes from around the foot of his throne, Tigurius, Kol and the Inari followed him into the gap. Yvain blurred through the air, felling a Chaos Space Marine before cartwheeling between two more and leaving them as crumbling statues of dust and ash. A traitor raised his plasma gun to blast the whirling priestess, only for the Vizark's sword to lop his arms off at the elbows. The champion of Inead reversed his grip on his blade, ramming it through his victim's helm before basking in the escaping energies of the Chaos Marine's corrupted soul. Tigurius released a thunderous barrage of psychic energies, thumping tectonic shock waves that hurled heretic Astartes from their feet and shattered their armour like porcelain. The chief librarian felt Guilliman's gaze upon him then, for just a heartbeat. The Primarch's appraising stare seemed to strip Tigurius down to his very soul. Then Guilliman stormed on through the enemy ranks. With every blow, the Primarch of the Ultramarines sent mutated corpses tumbling through the air. His expression was graven granite and frozen hate, a mask of vengeful anger that had endured millennia. For Guilliman, his last memory was a desperate battle against a tainted brother, a fraternal contest of godlike strength and barbed, hateful taunts, then poison and pain beyond endurance. Now he found himself in strange surroundings, facing a twisted horde of creatures that were nightmarish parodies of the Adeptus Astartes ideal. Not that his apparent allies struck Guilliman as much more familiar, but he could at least detect who in this vast sepulchre was tainted by chaos and who was not. For now, that was enough. The Primarch compartmentalized his questions for later and concerned himself solely on the battle at hand. The Black Legionaries continued to hurl themselves at the reborn Lord of Ultramar, clearly willing to sustain any amount of casualties if it meant laying Guilliman low. Yet they were laughably outmatched in almost every regard. Sweeping the Emperor's sword in wide arcs, firing off hammering volleys from the hand of Dominion, the Primarch reaped a bloody tally as he drove the traitors back. As he retreated, so the prone form of Marneus Calgar was revealed, his armour cracked and his face beaten bloody. Guilliman paused for a moment in his rampage, looking down upon his fallen son with an unreadable expression on his face. Calgar stirred, one eye opened to look up at the Primarch reborn. Satisfied that his scion lived, Guilliman pressed on, leaving the fallen chapter master to stare in disbelief at his resurrected gene-sire. Across the chamber, Grand Master Voldus and his paladins were driving the surviving Chaos Sorcerers back. The heretics were powerful psychers both, but neither could hold a candle to Voldus's preeminent power. Surrounded by a crackling vortex of empiric energies, the Grand Master strode through the dark flames and molten lightnings conjured by his foes. Propelled as much by thought as by his steely sinews, Voldus's lightning-wreathed hammer swung in an unstoppable arc and slammed into the helm of the closest sorcerer. Ceramite flesh and bone exploded in a crackling spray, and the traitor toppled backwards as a headless corpse. The last of the heretic leaders lost his nerve, barking orders at his underlings to cover his retreat from the shrine. The sorcerer turned, lumbering in his Terminator armour, and found himself face to face with Roboute Guilliman. Screaming witchlight rushed in as the sorcerer attempted to conjure a potent curse. Before he could even spit the jagged syllables to unleash his power, the sorcerer was hoisted bodily off the ground, Guilliman's hand of dominion clamped firmly around the traitor's gorget. In a breathtaking display of strength, the Primarch lifted his foe high into the air, Guilliman's face a cold mask of disgust. The sorcerer made a last croaking attempt to speak, before the Emperor's sword slammed through the traitor's midriff and ripped it swiftly upwards. Ancient armour and corrupt flesh parted as easily as silk, and the sorcerer's innards spilled out in a rush to splatter upon the flagstones. Leaderless, reaped like corn by the seemingly unstoppable Primarch and his allies, the last of the Black Legionaries turned and fled. But not a single one of them, would escape the fortress of Hera alive. Enthroned anew. By the time reinforcements reached the Temple of Correction, the fighting was done. Every single Ultramarine who rushed into that vaulted space dropped to their knees in worshipful awe at the sight of their Primarch reborn. Calm now, Roboute Guilliman took charge of his warriors. He asked no questions, save those of a purely strategic nature. He made no reference to the circumstances of his rebirth, his long repose, or the strangers that he found himself surrounded by, and none dared raise such matters with him. The Primarch would doubtless seek answers, but caught between wonder and a kind of overawed fear, the Ultramarines, the Celestians, and even the Yanari kept their own counsel. Besides, war still raged outside the shrine. News of the Primarch's rise spread like wildfire through the fortress of Hera. It was proclaimed from every vox speaker, shouted from every rampart, and broadcast from the vocal emitters of countless cyber cherubim that fluttered through the cauldron of war. Guilliman ensured that it was so, for he understood well that his living presence would embolden his armies and cow his enemies. Ultramarines and Ultramar Defense Auxilia alike knew first bewilderment, then newfound strength as they processed this incredible news. The Chaos Worshippers, by comparison, faltered in their attack. Even the most feared of their champions were eclipsed by the martial glory of a living, breathing Primarch, and ripples of unease spread through the heretic throng at the thought of facing him. Guilliman made straight for the fortress's strategium, and, in a dramatically charged moment that would become enshrined in statuary, formally accepted command of the defense from First Captain Agiman. Lord Calgar stood at his Primarch's side during this exchange, sorely wounded and supported by 2 on a guard, yet determined to be present all the same. Guilliman showed his nobility by humbly requesting the chapter master's leave to assume full command of the Ultramarines at that time. Calgar shrugged off his battle brothers and, grimacing in pain, knelt before his Genesire. He matched Guilliman's solemnity as he offered unending fealty to the Primarch, and bequeathed full control of the chapter to him in perpetuity. Like an impresario settled before his instrument, Guilliman spread his hands upon the strategium table and took a deep breath before beginning to command. With his every utterance, the invader's plight became more apparent. The Primarch's strategic acumen, his tactical genius, and miraculous mental acuity were unmatched. The leaders of the Ultramarines looked on in amazement as Guilliman marshaled the defenders like regicide pieces, drinking in reams of strategic data and issuing a steady stream of orders that turned one fight after another in the defenders' favor. Calgar and his lieutenants had executed a superhuman campaign of defiance against the invaders, but the Primarch was operating on a different mental plane. At Guilliman's command, thunderous overlapping firestorms and interlaced webs of interceptor strikes cleared the airspace over the fortress of Hera. No longer threatened from above, Ultramarines' reserves and vast numbers of defense auxilia flowed into the fight in masterful deployment patterns. Feints, ambushes, false retreats, and sudden overwhelming counterattacks ripped through the Chaos forces and drove them from within the fortress's grounds. Guilliman wielded hundreds of thousands of warriors at once, predicting every move his enemies made and countering before they had even thought to act. By the time the Primarch and his coterie strode out to lead the fight in person, the Chaos attackers were reeling in disarray. The attack led by Guilliman into the heart of their lines was like a final bolt round placed between the eyes of a wounded enemy. Black Legionaries, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion, and Night Lords all were hurled back from the walls. Traitor Titans toppled like vast flaming trees to smash down in ruin. Just 3 hours after his resurrection, Roboute Guilliman concluded the wholesale purge of Chaos invaders from the fortress of Hera, and confidently proclaimed the Ultramarine stronghold secure. There now came a time where breath could be drawn and stock taken. Even as lumbering servitors and serf-work gangs laboured to shore up the fortress's battered defences, Guilliman summoned a select company to attend him in the chapter master's sanctum. This had long been the domain and throne room of Marneus Calgar. Now it would become the sanctum of the Primarch himself, and it was here that he was formally invested as Lord of Ultramar and Master of the Ultramarines once more. Calgar, Tiguris, Agimon, and their closest lieutenants were present for Guilliman's elevation, as were representative brothers from every company of the chapter. The Celestians, too, attended Guilliman's formal coronation, the saint herself ceremonially bestowing her blessings upon the Primarch. Even the Inari watched from the sidelines as this momentous event occurred. They lurked amongst the shadows, a silent and staunchly unremarked-upon presence whose expressions remained cold and watchful. As the ceremony concluded, Guilliman rose and addressed the assembly. There was much to be done, and countless questions to which the Primarch required answers. Before he could act further, Roboute Guilliman needed to know everything that occurred during his long absence. Part 2. Warstorm. Dark Revelations. The warp is, in many ways, a mirror of reality. Like a dark and fathomless pool, its surface ripples with the impact of momentous events or great outbursts of passion and emotion. The resurrection of Roboute Guilliman sent bow waves rolling outward through the immaterium, racing tsunamis of turmoil that did not go unnoticed. One by one, the champions of the dark gods of chaos became aware of the returned Primarch. Reclining amidst an endless banquet of souls, Fulgrim pouted in displeasure as demon imps whispered the news into his ear. The demon Primarch of the Emperor's Children bestirred himself from his velvet throne, vowing to the depraved god Slanesh that this time he would ensure Guilliman's eternal fall from grace. In hidden fanes and crystalline mazes, the greatest demons of Tzeentch watched as the weft and weave of fate rippled and changed with the implications of Guilliman's return. Reading their master's will, each set itself to the task of tainting, tempting, or destroying the Ultramarines' Primarch in a myriad of subtly varied fashions. Deep within the noisome swamps of Nurgle's garden, a conclave of great unclean ones listened indulgently to the frantic babbling of messenger flies. They leered in delight, bile and maggots slopping down their festering chins. A Primarch. One untouched and untainted by any of Nurgle's brothers, their pestilential master would no doubt value such a prize most highly. Perhaps, they chortled mockingly, they might even arrange a final reconciliation between the bitter Mortarion and his brother. Such an opportunity had not presented itself in thousands of years, and the great unclean ones hummed a cheerful ditty as they began to concoct a sickness fit for a demigod. Elsewhere in the galaxy, the Mendox cataclysm was coming to its hideous conclusion. Along a war front that spanned entire star systems, the champions of Khorne burned 88 imperial worlds at once. Amidst the rising flames of their genocide, champions of Khorne, both mortal and demonic, witnessed visions of their furious deity raging against Guilliman's return. His apoplectic bellows rang as thunder through the skies of the dying planets, and warp storms shuddered into being through rents in reality, as though the blood god was hacking at the stars with his ruinous blade. The servants of the other dark gods might try to corrupt Guilliman, to mislead or despoil him. Yet Khorne's servants knew that their master had no patience for such things. Instead, they fell to battle amongst each other, warring for the right to hunt down the reborn Primarch and claim his skull. Other Dark Lords, too, saw the glowing beacon of Guilliman's rebirth from afar and began to marshal their forces accordingly. Forewarned by the prophetic visions of Zarafistan, Abaddon the Despoiler had fashioned a loose alliance of traitor warbands to strike Guilliman down before his resurrection could occur. It was this that had spurred the sudden, frenzied invasion of Ultramar, but, even with the aid of a sizable force of Black Legionaries, Abaddon's vassal warlords had failed in their initial gambit. Furious, Abaddon summoned and bound their Lord of Change, Kairos Fateweaver, sending him winging his way across the galaxy to gather fresh forces against the Primarch. Upon far-flung hell-worlds, Magnus the Red and the Deathlord Mortarion received word of their brother's awakening. Their reactions were as different as fire and ice. Mortarion raged, a cold and virulent storm of anger whirling around him, until its echoes in real space seeded 7 new and terrible plagues upon luckless Imperial worlds. Marred amidst plans that were nearing fruition, the demon Primarch of the Death Guard could not yet act to strike at Guilliman. Instead, as he stared with glowing eyes across the mist-wreathed parade grounds of his plague planet, and the massed ranks of Death Guard there assembled, Mortarion vowed that he would render Guilliman and his empire to rot soon enough. Magnus, by comparison, gave a booming laugh of utter delight, like a fortune-teller who flips their final tarot card and gains sudden insight. The Crimson King saw now before him paths of glorious fate, where before had been a wilderness of confusion. Magnus began to issue orders, his words bursting forth as swarms of crystalline insects. They flitted away to marshal the thrall bands of his once proud legion, the Thousand Sons. Already, the Cyclopean demon Primarch had revenged himself upon one hated foe of old, setting the Fenris system alight in the fires of retribution. Now he saw the chance to punish another. As the might of the warp began to gather, coiling and writhing like a serpent's nest, traitor warbands rode the dark tides of the Imperium. Toward Ultramar. Howling with naked bloodlust and swearing vows to strike Guilliman down in the name of the ruinous powers, sways of the galaxy were already riven with warp storms that had spilled through the Cadian Gate with all the ferocity of old night, or been unleashed by the shattering of Bieltan. Now these tempests spread further, as the primordial annihilator turned its full attentions upon real space. Screaming maws burst open between the stars, horrifyingly immense, yawning gulfs ringed by mountainous fangs and coiling ectoplasmic tentacles. Dozens of worlds were plunged into darkness and terror as time shattered apart around them, and the energies of the Immaterium burst their banks to flood into real space. Within the warp, wars ended even as fresh ones began. Demonic legions were pulled away from nightmarish battlefields and hurled through breaches in the veil of reality, charged with hunting down and putting an end to the reborn Primarch. Yet the servants of the dark gods are ever opportunists, and believed that this moment of distraction could be used to strike at their respective masters' rivals amongst the Chaos Pantheon. Mounted upon a cogwork scorpion the size of a city, Khorne's blood legions drove headlong into the winding edges of the crystal labyrinth. Swarms of flame-belching Zinchian demons poured out to meet them, like insects defending their kicked hive. At the same time, Slanesh's cavalcade of hedonism hacked its way into the Garden of Nurgle, even as the Plague God's infamous sluggard host came squirming through the brimstone caverns beneath Khorne's Ironfire Bastion. Soon enough, fresh wars raged throughout the domains of the Chaos Guards, their eternal rivalry stoked by the momentous events. Yet still a portion of their attentions were focused upon the fate of Roboute Guilliman, and upon their worshippers' schemes to lay him low. As for the Primarch himself, Guilliman was, as yet, unaware of the demonic madness that his return had spurred. This was a mercy, for the Lord of Ultramar already had a crushing weight of questions and shock to deal with. Everything Guilliman knew was gone, replaced by the madness and horror of a future he had tried so desperately to prevent. Roboute Guilliman settled heavily into his new throne, The Primarch had dispatched all of his attendants and advisors, even sending his honor guard to wait outside the sanctum. At last, he could allow a little of his sorrow, trauma, and pain to show, and Guilliman let his mask drop with a sigh of relief. Whatever had been done to him to bring him back, it had left the Primarch with a constant gnawing ache that radiated from deep within. He suspected that pain would never leave him. But physical hurts were the least of Guilliman's troubles. One by one, the Primarch had spoken with each of the Celestians, the Lords of the Ultramarines, and even Ivrain of the Inari. Days had been spent in deep, earnest conversation, Guilliman using every iota of his statesman's guile to set his guests at ease, to tease from them as much information as he could, and to hide his reactions to their words. Guilliman had thanked each of his visitors for their insights and their service to the Imperium, inwardly assessing each of his guests and showing them whatever aspect of his personality was surest to render them sympathetic and voluble. Though he had not shown it, each revelation struck the Primarch like a cannon shell. He was exhausted from staving off bewilderment and horror hollowed out by pain. Guilliman groaned and placed his head in his hands, his new suit of armor hissing and humming with the motion. "Millennia have passed," he murmured, unsure to whom he spoke. He knew only that he had to vocalize his situation before it drove him mad. For the first time since his return, Guilliman wished for one of his brothers to speak with. They, at least, might have understood. "Thousands of years," he said, "and look what has become of them, of us. Idolatry, ignorance, suffering and squalor, in the name of a god who never desired the title." Guilliman shook his head and stood, pacing across the chapter master's sanctum to stare up at the banners hanging on the western wall. Each was the height of an imperial knight, a cascade of masterfully woven cloth depicting the glories of the Ultramarines. Slain alien beasts, executed heretic despots, worlds saved and worlds burned. The chapter's proud iconography was much in evidence, but so was the Aquila of the Imperium, and there, presiding over several of the heraldic designs, a figure with throne and halo, who must surely be the Emperor. "We failed, Father," said Guilliman, his words tired and leaden with sorrow. "You failed your sons, and we, in our turn, failed you. And now, to compound our arrogance and vainglory, we have failed all of them, too. Did Horus not say that you sought godhood? He built a rebellion upon that claim. How he would gloat to see the Imperium now." Anger surged through the Lord of Ultramar, and he clenched his fist with an effort of self-restraint. He imagined destroying this chamber, tearing it apart, and hurling its wreckage around him like a wild beast. He dared not, lest these strangers in his chapter's livery see through his facade. Though he wrestled with despair, the Primarch knew he could not let this weakness show. Calgar, Tigurius, Agamon, all the others, they looked at him as though he were the Emperor himself. Guilliman was painfully aware of his symbolic quality, and how desperate and dark the hour had become. He must show nothing but strength to his gene sons, lest his despair taint their hearts too. "And yet, would it really matter?" he sighed, turning his back on the banners and pacing across the chamber to stare through a stained-glass window. Out there, across the war-torn immensity of the fortress of Hera, Guilliman saw the sweeping bulwark where his old chambers had once been. They had belonged to his father, even before him. He had laid his plans there, spoken to his brothers, laughed and raged and, on one occasion, almost died. Now they were gone, buried beneath ugly agglomerations of buttressing and gun batteries. It was apt, he thought bitterly. Guilliman's anger spilled over, and he span on his heel, staring up at the woven Emperor with accusing eyes. "Why do I still live?" he snarled. "What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you, to them. Look what they've made of our dreams. This bloated, rotting carcass of an empire is driven not by reason and hope, but by fear, hate, and ignorance. Better we had all burned in the fires of Horus's ambition than lived to see this." Even as he said it, Guilliman heard the lie in his words. Amongst his brothers, none had been more idealistic than Roboute Guilliman. None had envisioned a brighter future, not just for mankind, but also for the warriors of the Legiones Astartes. That flame of hope had been a part of him for as long as he had lived. Even now, as it was smothered by darkness and war, Guilliman realized that his flame endured. "There's hope still," he told himself, turning back to the window and placing one armored palm against it. He stared out at the work gangs, laboring to repair the damage of war, and the Ultramarines stood proud and determined upon the ramparts. They had been born into this dark millennium, and had known nothing but the hardship, suffering, and despair of unending conflict. Yet they still struggled on, unbowed, despite the countless enemies ranged against them. Guilliman had seen a better age, one of hope and triumph. What right had he, a superhuman son of the Emperor himself, to show any less strength and courage than his followers born in darkness? Guilliman had seen what humanity could achieve. Moreover, he knew what fruits Kor's labours had borne beneath the surface of Mars. He believed that a better future for the Imperium was still possible, but only if those who tormented mankind were first defeated. "All of this misery," said Guilliman, "all of this suffering and pain, it is not the doing of humanity, but of those who have betrayed us. Too long have the pawns of chaos dictated our species' fate. That must end." Guilliman felt new strength fill him. Inspired by it, the Primarch took his pain and his desolation and locked them away deep within his mind. But his rage he kept. That he would have use for. Later, there would be time to mourn, to reason, to plan anew. Now was the time to fight, and to make his father's enemies pay for every horror they had inflicted upon the Imperium. Battle for Macragge. 4 days and nights after his coronation, Roboute Guilliman emerged from seclusion. In his absence, Lord Calgar had continued to lead the fight, ignoring his injuries as he coordinated the Ultramarines' war effort. Now, though, Calgar willingly ceded control of the campaign to his gene-sire. Recognizing the vastly capable chapter master for the asset he was, Guilliman kept Calgar close at hand in the battles that followed, and asked his counsel constantly. Brother Librarian Tigurius, too, swiftly became a trusted advisor, the Primarch accepting that in this dark age, the trappings and powers of the Librarians had, by necessity, also become darker. In a move that surprised many, Guilliman also included Volus, Kor, Celestine, and Inquisitor Greyfax amongst his coterie of lieutenants. The Primarch sought the insights of every arm of the Imperial war machine, recognizing that in unity lay strength. With his advisors at his side and the unbowed might of the Ultramarines at his disposal, Guilliman began the reconquest of his homeworld. Wider galactic matters would have to wait. Macragge was still beset from every side, and if the chapter planet fell, then even the resurrected Primarch would surely be dragged down by the tide of foes. The war for Macragge lasted a little over a month, and its pace was blistering. Roboute Guilliman, a force of nature, an unstoppable avatar of the Emperor's will, who drove his enemies before him like cattle. First came a series of lightning-fast offensives to clear the valley of Laponis and the partially ruined city of Magna Civitas. Batteries of Iron Warrior siege guns were overrun, the semi-sentient artillery engines were blown apart by melter charges. Their whip-fisted overseers executed with swift efficiency. Chanting masses of chaos cultists were surrounded inside gilded domes and soaring hab blocks before being systematically cut apart. Agumon, Celestine and Greyfax led pinpoint strikes to take back the city's primary orbital batteries. Soon enough, ruby columns of light were spearing down into the heavens to drive the Chaos warships out of their geosynchronous orbits above the Ultramarines' fortress monastery. This was only the beginning. Led by the famed tank commander Artaro Kronos, roaring columns of Ultramarines' armor swept the traitor battle groups from the Magletine highlands and drove their survivors into the storm-tossed Faramis Ocean. Grandmaster Voldus and his Third Brotherhood lent their might to the reconquest when they spearheaded the strike against the corrupted city of Colossae. Here the silver-armored demon hunters fought a cat-and-mouse battle with cruel bands of Night Lords who had veiled the city in an unnatural gloom. The traitors were eventually driven out, and a mysterious blood ritual halted before it could come to fruition, though the entire city had subsequently to be leveled from orbit for fear of its chaos taint. Guilliman led attacks against Valmarai, Mount Tarfus, and the snowy Galenus Pass, emerging triumphant every time. The Ultramarines swept all before them, combining their exceptional skill and discipline with the visionary battle plans of their Primarch into an unstoppable whole. The Ultramarine Defense Auxilia followed up each new conquest, digging in and fortifying in great numbers so that any attempt by the forces of Chaos to counterattack were met by overwhelming resistance. Though the heretic Astartes fought furiously and inflicted sore losses upon the Loyalists, they simply could not match the strategic acumen of Roboute Guilliman, and one Chaos warband after another was defeated. Even those who fled Macragge found no haven in the void, for their invasion craft had been surrounded and reduced to burning scrap by the Ultramarine defense fleet. Finally, after long weeks of vicious battle and a vast toll of the dead, the world of Macragge was liberated once more. The Crown of Glories. The first steps had been taken upon the road of reconquest. Macragge was free of chaos taint. Guilliman wished to press on, consumed by his desire to drive the ruinous powers from Ultramar. However, those he led needed time to regroup and consolidate. Countless wounded required attention. Hundreds of war machines needed repair. Guilliman was wise enough to give his followers the time they needed. Meanwhile, Imperial reinforcements gathered around Macragge, braving the warp storms raging through local space. Space Marine craft by the dozen assembled above the Ultramarines' homeworld. Delegations from many primogenitor chapters had ploughed through the Imperium, risking terrible danger to see for themselves that the Primarch had returned. Nova Marines, Sons of Aura, Genesis chapter, and countless others joined the growing throng, kneeling before the Primarch and swearing allegiance to him. While the armies of the Ultramar reconquest were gathering, a further opportunity presented itself. It was the Archconsul of Magna Civitas, the closest Ultramar had to a conventional governor, who suggested that a grand victory parade could be held, and its majesty recorded on pick casts to be sent far and wide throughout the Imperium. The consul said that people needed the light of hope in this dark hour, a shining example of victory to renew their faith not just in the Emperor, but in Guilliman Reborn. The Primarch acceded to this demand, though it sat ill with his black inner mood. Guilliman saw the wisdom in it, but he accepted such aggrandizement only grudgingly. Mere days after victory was declared, a grand triumph swept up from the Titan Gate to the very steps of the Fortress of Hera. Thousands of war engines and millions of warriors presented their colours and raised their cheers and horned blasts to the skies. A seething sea of the city's residents packed the crater-pocked processionals and plazas to watch the proceedings, and voices beyond count rang out as one to cry Guilliman's praise in a single deafening roar. Stood upon a marble column platform, with his closest lieutenants at his side, The Primarch dutifully presented the most magnificent spectacle he could for the assembled masses. The Archconsul himself presented Guilliman with a stunningly wrought laurel wreath crafted in gold, urging the Primarch to don the gilded crown at once. The moment Guilliman did so, he found his mind filled with thoughts of future glories. This paltry triumph will be nothing compared to the breathtaking spectacle of his galactic conquest. The Primarch's armies would be beyond number, their adoration for their heroic lord so great that they would die for him gladly. Planets, systems, whole segmentums would be renamed in honor of he who had liberated them, and the whipped dogs of chaos would flee before him like the curs they were. Statues would be raised to commemorate Guilliman's majesty, and eventually, even the golden throne of terror would be his to mount. The Emperor's most loyal son deserved no less an inheritance, and he would have his due. It was this last thought that wrenched Guilliman from the wreath's insidious curse. With a gasp, he tore the gilded crown from his head and bellowed a command for the Archconsul to be restrained. It was Grand Master Valdus who grabbed the road dignitary, and as his blessed gauntlets touched the man's flesh, it sizzled and crisped. The din of the triumph was colossal, an ocean swell of noise that hid the Archmagus's shrieks as the illusions that veiled him were unmade. Guilliman and his lieutenants recoiled at the misshapen mutant thing that was revealed. Bulbous and deformed, the keening fleshy abomination wore a glowing amulet about its neck on a thong of human skin. As Guilliman stared in disgust at this cursed fetish, he heard a susurration hissing from within his mind that he had not heard since that fateful encounter on Thessala. In mocking tones, Fulgrim welcomed Guilliman back to his beloved Imperium. The demon Primarch revealed that he had concealed a fragment of his own animus in the amulet that his servant wore, and confessed disappointment that Guilliman had rejected his gift, the Crown of Glories. Many heroes great and pure had fallen to the trinket's blandishments, and Fulgrim had hoped that he could corrupt Guilliman in the same fashion. Yet the Slaaneshi prince assured his brothers that this was but the first of endless temptations Guilliman would have to face. Laughing cruelly, he taunted that the Lord of Ultramar would never be able to trust any feeling of triumph or self-satisfaction again. Disgusted, Guilliman drove his sword through the amulet and into the hideous creature that bore it, silencing the voice of the damned brother who had laid him low millennia past. Yet as the triumph rumbled on, Fulgrim's words continued to echo in Guilliman's mind. They would do so for many days to come. Warzone Ultramar. As the armies of Reconquest gathered upon Macragge, so ever more Imperial forces came seeking the Primarch. Some, like the Dark Angels and the Raven Guard, sent small delegations to determine the veracity of this claim, of this miracle. Others came in hope and celebration. Bands of Space Wolves, White Scars, Black Templars, and others hastened to the Primarch's side. A glorious moment came to pass when the Black Templars made planetfall, for they were reunited with Marshal Almarich, who alone of his brotherhood had survived the battle in Guilliman's shrine. Taking one look at the zealous light in Almarich's eyes, the Black Templars' chaplains declared him touched by the hand of the Emperor. The Marshal was brought aboard the strike cruiser, Scourge of Heretics, and girded with the armour and the black blade of the Emperor's champion. Others too came to Ultramar upon the insistence of their seers, astropaths, soothsayers and lords. Battleships of the Imperial Navy, regal barons of Imperial-aligned night worlds, fleets of warships from the Adeptus Mechanicus and their Titan legions, processing from the Adeptus Administratum, all came to offer fealty to the Primarch. A grotesque cyber-synod of the Adeptus Ministorum descended upon the fortress of Hera, and assisted upon first confirming and then proclaiming Guilliman's alleged divinity. The Primarch agreed to such beatification only after Celestine and Greyfax impressed upon him just how powerful the Ecclesiarchy were. better to have them as a firebrand ally than an obstreperous foe. Before his departure from the fortress, Guilliman had one more order of business. He decreed that now was an age of wrath and war, in which learning and lore must be set aside. The Primarch shocked his chapter by ordering the great library of Ptolemy barred to all comers on pain of death. Every last tome, every lingering dangerous secret contained within that ancient repository was locked behind adamantium bulkheads and servitor guns. At the same time, a new war room was built. This was the Strategium Ultra, from where Guilliman's reconquest could be plotted, tracked and coordinated. When finally the armies of reconquest were ready to set out, Roboute Guilliman led them into battle with something akin to relief. After the endless infighting and bureaucracy of this turgid new Imperium, the thought of a battlefield seemed almost welcoming. Guilliman began with the Macragge system itself, several of whose worlds were beset by the forces of chaos. A warband of iron warriors known only as the Bitter Suns had invaded the hive world of Ardium, conquering one of the planet's 3 subterranean hives and fortifying its winding tunnel networks. Linking up with the surviving auxiliary garrisons of hives Gurdrain and Tarnis, Guilliman led elements of the Ultramarines' 4th and 6th companies through a subterranean hellscape to assault hive Magmaria. The fighting was savage in the extreme, the outnumbered iron warriors clinging tenaciously to their defences until the last man. Corpses choked entire mag tunnels, and blood filled the undersump until it overflowed through the hive's drainage grills. In the end, Guilliman and his gore-drenched followers emerged victorious. The shrine world of Laphis became the site of the Liberation's greatest naval engagement, when the Ultramar Defense Fleet engaged the ships of the Alpha Legion blockading the planet. Marneus Calgar commanded the offensive, seated in the captain's throne aboard the ancient flagship Macragge's Honor. The Ultramarines' vessel swept in through the void with their guns thundering, successfully driving back those Alpha Legion craft engaged in surface bombardment. Triumph turned to horror when a flotilla of fleeing Imperial bulk carriers were revealed to be crewed by Alpha Legion cultists. Packed with explosives, the lumbering haulers ploughed into the Ultramarine ships and crippled several. Lord Calgar had expected treachery from his foes, however, and now revealed his own masterstroke as a second reserve fleet of swift strike cruisers and frigates swept in from behind Laphis's third moon, Aurora. At the same time, elite strike units containing Ultramarines Tech Marines dropped onto Laphis's surface and succeeded in awakening the world's battered orbital defense grid. Caught from 3 sides, the Alpha Legion warships were torn apart, left as a belt of drifting wreckage about the Shrine world. Through such heroic actions was the Macragge system made secure, allowing the armies of reconquest to sweep on towards the neighbouring systems that made up the realm of Ultramar. That stellar domain had once comprised 500 worlds, before Lord Guilliman had granted many their own sovereignty. All such treatises the Primarch now declared null and void. In such grim and desperate times, he would see his personal empire forged anew, for in this, as in all things, Guilliman desired strength through unity. Onward through shuddering warp storms and traitor hosts swept the armies of Ultramar. Not once did they falter. Iron Hands fought alongside praetors of Orpheus on Thalassa Secundus. Dark Angels went to war beside Titans of the Legio Fulminari to liberate Ishara. The taunting processions of the cult Mechanicus fought shoulder to shoulder with Nova Marines and Battle Sisters of the Order of the Ebon Chalice against mutant hordes on the killing fields of Connor Prime. Unified and elevated by the leadership of Roboute Guilliman, their war efforts coordinated with clockwork precision from the Strategium Ultra on Macragge, the armies of Reconquest overcame Warpstorm's traitor armies and even demonic incursions in their battle to drive the Ravagers of Chaos from even more worlds. Yet still the fight ground on. Weeks became months, for Ultramar is a vast realm, and its numerous invaders, the fires of their old hatred stoked, were obstinate. The wrong war raged. Worlds burned. and blood stained the stars. The Sorrow. It was during the 7th month of the campaign to reconquer Ultramar that the first cases of a mysterious new sickness were reported. Throughout the Droll, Talassar, and Parmenio systems, Ultramar Defense Auxilia found themselves weeping uncontrollably. In the midst of battle, warriors were blinded by endless streams of viscous, stinking tears that gummed their eyes open and soon turned them red raw. Overcome by sorrow, sufferers wailed and wept for days on end. In the worst cases, the so-called weepers were permanently blinded as their infected eyeballs festered and rotted from their skulls. The disease, soon named the Sorrow, or the Weeping Plague, spread with alarming rapidity. Its vector was believed to be an infestation of tiny biting mites that were found amidst rations, squirming inside uniforms and ammunition packs, and even spilled from the pages of open Imperial primers. Nothing stopped the mites from multiplying, and no sanitary measure could long keep them out. The siege of Leotold's Keep collapsed thanks to the pernicious influence of the Sorrow, whilst the previously devastating Ravishol offensive ground to a halt, as its human soldiery were reduced to blinded, wailing revenants. Roboute Guilliman hastened to Talassar, leaving the war in the Pradium system to the command of Chief Librarian Tigurius and Inquisitor Greyfax. Guilliman knew that only mortal soldiery had been afflicted by the weeping. No warrior of the Adeptus Astartes or Textral of the Mechanicus had fallen prey to the sickness as of yet. Furthermore, though they were not absolutely immune, only a very few cases had been reported amongst the ranks of the Adeptus Sororitas. Some ascribed this to the presence of the saint amongst the Reconquest forces, but more believed that it was the enduring faith of the Battle Sisters that protected them from sickness. Whatever the truth, Guilliman did not fear the terrible disease, but was instead far more concerned for the fate of his mortal soldiery. The Primarch arrived upon Ravishol expecting nothing but sadness and horror. Guilliman's shock, therefore, was as great as anyone's when instead he brought a miracle. Braving the hammering flak screens of the Iron Warriors' encampments on the circuit plains, Guilliman had his Thunderhawk deliver him to the fortified Imperial encampment in the Sotomask Valley. Over the thunder of the encampment servitor guns, busy keeping the enemy demon engines at bay, Guilliman ordered the camp's Ultramarine commander to lead him to the sick. There were several thousand of them in this encampment alone. Tank crews, artillerymen, and infantry soldiers trembled for their own protection within huge prefab sheds. From outside, the muffled cacophony of the weeper's lamentation was unsettling even for Roboute Guilliman. Yet, as the shed's armoured doors swung open, the sobbing slowly died away. One by one, the stricken auxilia rose from their sickbeds, blinking in amazement with eyes that could see once more. Even those who had lost their sight altogether subsided with sighs of relief, knowing their first true sleep in weeks. None could explain how, but Guilliman's presence had healed the weepers. The same thing occurred in 3 more encampments along the offensive stalled front. Wherever Roboute Guilliman walked, the Sorrow was driven out, and the mites that spread it died until they piled up in black drifts. The Medicae and apothecaries were at a loss, but the ecclesiarchy were quick to declare the phenomenon miraculous. It was the Emperor's mercy, they bellowed, brandishing their aquillas, and it shone from his sun as healing light. So began long weeks of relentless pilgrimage for Guilliman, as he rushed from one site of sickness to another. The Primarch knew that while he was engaged in healing his followers, his attentions were drawn away from the wider war. Yet of all of the Emperor's sons, Guilliman was perhaps the most human, and his compassion would not allow him to ignore his followers' plight if he could heal them. Days became weeks, during which the weeping continued to spread and, worse still, recur at sites that the Primarch had already cleared. Without Guilliman's peerless genius, the Reconquest began to suffer, the Chaos forces overrunning Imperial victories in the Viridian and Tarvan systems. All the while, the dreadful warp storms that had riven Ultramar and its surroundings worsened further. Soon, whispered the navigators, the empire of the Ultramarines might be cut off from the wider galaxy altogether. It was Grandmaster Valdus who finally confronted Guilliman. In a heated argument during which the Grandmaster dared the Primarch's wrath, he forced Guilliman to acknowledge that which he already knew. Weeks of labour had been for naught. Guilliman was not healing his subjects, for such was not his gift. In the Weeping Plague, Valdus recognized all the hallmarks of Nurgle. Most likely, the Plague God was simply withdrawing his dubious blessings from his victims upon Guilliman's arrival, then gleefully restoring them once the Primarch had moved on. The Lord of Ultramar was playing into the Plague God's hands, his desire to save his people perverted into a never-ending trap of entropy and despair. Though furious, Guilliman accepted Valdus's wisdom. Further, he saw that Nurgle's desire had been to trap him within his own realm and to keep him from the wider galactic stage. The Primarch realized then that his desire for completeness, for a neat solution and an unsullied Ultramar was, in itself, an echo of mistakes he had made long ago. Nurgle did not wish Guilliman to leave Ultramar because there, the Primarch could be contained like a wasp in a bottle. But this war did not belong to Ultramar alone. It was a war for the entire Imperium. Guilliman saw that he could waste no more time focusing solely upon his own empire. He must tend, instead, to his father's. With a heavy heart, Roboute Guilliman stopped his efforts to end the Weeping Plague, instead charging his apothecaries and chaplains with finding a spiritual cure for what was clearly a spiritual affliction. The Primarch announced his intention to set out upon a great journey. Once before, when the Dark Gods had threatened the Imperium of Mankind, the Primarch of the Ultramarines had reached Terra too late to do his duty. He would not make that mistake again. Guilliman intended to journey to Terra, to kneel at the foot of the Golden Throne, and ask his father for guidance. Conscious of the worsening warp storms lashing the space lanes of Ultramar, Guilliman announced his intention to make for Terra as soon as a suitable force could be assembled. The Primarch would not travel alone. The galaxy had become a dark and dangerous place, while the attempts by Slaanesh and Nurgle to tempt and trick him had shown Guilliman that his resurrection had drawn the eyes of the ruinous powers. The war across Ultramar was still ongoing, however, and with Guilliman leaving, it would require strategically gifted warriors to keep pushing the forces of chaos back. As such, Guilliman gathered a select force of battle brothers from the 1st, 2nd and 3rd companies of the Ultramarines to accompany him to Terra, and gave the honor of their command to Captain Cato Sicarius. He further requested that Grandmaster Valdus and the Grey Knights of the Third Brotherhood join their crusade. Others pledged their aid to the Primarch's cause, including the assembled strength of the Primogenitors and Emperor's champion Amalric and his Black Templars brethren. The Saint, the Inquisitor and the Archmagus Dominus accompanied the Primarch also. Whatever aid they or the military forces under them could provide, the Primarch would be gladly given. Guilliman gratefully accepted all offers of aid before commanding Marneus Calgar, Chief Librarian Tigurius, and Captain Agimon to remain and lead the reconquest of Ultramar. The Inari, meanwhile, chose this moment to depart. The Eldar had their own wars to fight, and had already lingered over long amidst human affairs. Though Cadia had fallen, worlds still remained upon which the Black Pylons stood strong, and it was to these that the Inari would now attend, redirecting those of their race who would listen to defend them. The Celestian Crusade had come to its end. In its place, the Terran Crusade would begin. Mere days after Guilliman made known his intentions, the Imperial fleet set out, engines burning hot as they began the journey to the cradle of mankind. The audience chamber was empty, but for Yvraine, the Vizarch, and Guilliman. In a matter of hours, the Terran Crusade would depart Macragge, yet the Primarch had found a few moments to speak to the Inari leaders alone. Even after weeks of mutually fruitful alliance, most warriors would have been cautious of standing alone in the presence of two such sinister and powerful Xenos. Guilliman was not most warriors. "It will be a long and dangerous journey," said Yvraine. "The galaxy grows darker by the day. Have a care, Primarch. You may have cheated death once, but you are not invincible." Guilliman nodded solemnly. "Can I say nothing that will convince you to join us on our road? I have come to value the strength of you and your warriors greatly these past weeks." "You cannot," Yvraine replied. "Already we have given you the gift of rebirth, not to mention a number of our people's lives. Is that not enough?" "It is a debt I'm sure won't be forgotten," said the Primarch. "Before you depart, tell me this. Khul may have fashioned the armor that I wear, but it was not he alone who ensured my resurrection, was it?" Yvraine smiled demurely. "His technology would have healed your physical wounds, Roboute, but you and I know that the worst damage has been done to your soul. So no, Primarch. It is by the grace of Iniad that you stand once more amongst the living. If you wish to remain, however, I would caution you against removing your warplate. Not that you could easily do so." A flicker passed across Guilliman's features at this, a faint ghost of pain well hidden, swiftly replaced by a stony mask of duty. "I could press you for greater insights into the powers that brought me back, and assurances against any taint in their nature," said Guilliman, noting how the Inari stiffened their postures at this. "But I suspect that our newfound understanding is of more value to my father's realm than my own satisfaction, and that those answers would not come easily." Yvraine inclined her head, while the Vizarch silently eased his hand away from the hilt of his blade. "Thus, instead, I shall simply wish you victory in your ongoing battles against our mutual foes." "May you walk with fortune, Roboute Guilliman," said Yvraine, "and know that we shall stand together in battle again, before whatever end befalls us." The Vizarch offered an elaborate warrior's salute to Guilliman, who nodded curtly in return before the Eldar turned and swept gracefully from the chamber. "No doubt we will," murmured the Primarch thoughtfully, watching the enigmatic Xenos withdraw, "as long as it serves your needs." Across the void, the warp churned. It roiled and raged. Temporal riptides and squalls of insanity wrenched and battered at Guilliman's fleet. Whirlpools of arrogance, frenetic storms of anger and lust, becalming strains of misery circled by hungry demonic entities, all had to be braved as the crusade pushed on. On the pleas of their navigators, the ship's captains dared only short jumps through the warp. These quick and terrifying sprints ended, more often than not, in frantic crash dives into real space as the dangers became too great. Several craft were lost, and many captains beseeched St. Celestine for her blessings to safeguard their passage. The Pride of Hera suffered a Gellerfield breach that saw the slouching demons of the Plague God spill like animate pus through its corridors. Inquisitor Greyfax rallied a force of Adeptus Sororitas and Praetors of Orpheus Space Marines to fight back against the monstrous creatures. Cleansing flame and sanctified bolts were used to drive the demonic infestation back, deck by deck, forcing them away from the life support systems that they had sought to befoul with spores and infectious filth. Greyfax herself ended the incursion in a swift duel with the bloated plague demon that led the invasion, leaping from a gantry down onto the thing's Nurgle-born throne and slaying the abomination with a single blow. Despite many such horrors and an ever-increasing toll of lives lost, none in the Terran Crusade so much as spoke of turning back. They braved the warp storms at the behest of a living Primarch, on a mission to holy terror itself. Those who quailed in the face of such a momentous calling would surely be damned. Guilliman travelled aboard his chapter's ancient flagship, Macrag's Honour, a craft that, unlike so much around him, provided the Primarch with a welcome haven of familiarity. He had hoped that the warp storms around Ultramar were sent to entrap him. But as the Crusade fleet travelled ever further from his realm, and the storms continued to rage, the Primarch was disabused of this hopeful notion. Every time the fleet dropped out of warp, Guilliman had his astropaths comb the darkness of the void, seeking to ensnare every fragment of information he could about the state of the Imperium. With the Immaterium in turmoil, those astropathic communiques that made it through were jumbled and nightmarish to interpret. What news the Crusade fleet managed to gather was uniformly dire, and left all who heard them cold with dread. Whole systems were ravaged by unnatural phenomena, demonic incursions, and plagues of mutation. Psychers proliferated, bringing with them horrific manifestations and outbursts of terror and madness. Loyalist populations rose up as howling mobs of mad-eyed cultists. Entire armies of Xenos, saturated in the energies of the warp, fought alongside demons to bring death to the worlds of the Imperium. Star forts cried out for help, their corridors prowled by unnatural warp entities that preyed upon their garrisons. Imperial fleets and convoys flung distress calls into the Imperium as they were dragged like years off course, or were beset by terrifying empiric predators. Those who knew of such things could not help but draw parallels with the rumoured terrors of Old Night and with the Age of Strife, but none, not even Guilliman, dared air such a thought aloud. Despite the lethal roiling of the warp, the Terran Crusade forged onwards. For the soldiery aboard the ships, the weeks crawled past in an agony of inactivity and agitation. A constant state of high alert was required fleet-wide, for at any moment they might come under sudden attack. Yet for all their constant training, drilling, patrolling and waiting, still nothing occurred. Even amongst the superhuman warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, tempers frayed and inaction chafed. For the thousands of helots, naval armsmen and chapter serfs who crewed and garrisoned the vast warships, the constant state of readiness inevitably took its toll. The expectation of danger became the norm, to the point that laxness crept in and awareness slipped. When at last the fleet was threatened, it came so suddenly that even the Adeptus Astartes and Cult Mechanicus were caught off guard. The Terran Crusade had reached the trailing edges of the maelstrom and had found it swollen with fearsome new power. The fleet's navigators moaned and screamed, describing something akin to an endless, impossibly immense tornado thundering in the warp. Where safe channels should have existed, the billowing fringes of the maelstrom had consumed all. Even the light of the Astronomicon became faltering and nigh impossible to see. Fearing for the safety of their brutalized craft, the fleet's captains ordered immediate translations to real space. One by one, the Imperial warships tore through the meniscus of reality, streamers of glowing ectoplasm trailing from their hulls as they plunged back into the cold darkness of the void. Yet the thunderous shuddering on board each craft continued, intensified violently, as impacts flared upon void shields and smashed through armoured hulls. The Hawklord's frigate Wings of Glory was ripped apart by a string of punishing explosions before its crew even knew who or what was attacking them. An Ultramarine strike cruiser, Primarch's Wrath, sustained crippling damage after colliding with the White Consul's cruiser Hope and Fire, as both ships attempted blind evasive maneuvers. Frantic orders filled the Voxnet and echoed through cavernous ships' bridges as furious captains attempted to escape, to establish the nature of the threat. Had the fleet dropped out of the warp and straight into an asteroid field? Had they, by some horrible chance, emerged into the midst of a hostile foe? As auspexes awoke and observation decks were enshrouded, the bleak truth became clear. The scattered ships of the Terran Crusade had indeed exited the Immaterium straight into the thundering guns of an enemy armada, but it looked as though this was no accident of chance. Arrayed in perfect ambush formations were dozens of traitor warships bearing Baroque and ancient markings upon their hulls. The Loyalists realized that a vast fleet of the Thousand Suns surrounded them, deployed as though they had known precisely where and when the Imperial forces would emerge from the warp. At the heart of the enemy hung a strange craft of surpassing immensity. Only Guilliman truly understood its appearance, recognizing a vast silver facsimile of the Great Pyramid of Tizca. That Cyclopean crystal structure had once stood as the crowning glory in the Thousand Suns' capital city upon their homeworld of Prospero. Now it was resurrected in this monstrous magnified new form. Vast as a planetoid, bristling with gun decks of baffling shape and function, and boasting an immense red crystal eye upon one flank, the insane structure was clearly both flagship and starfort for the enemy fleet. Guilliman knew his brothers well, and here, in this grandiose war engine, he saw all the hallmarks of the demon Primarch Magnus the Red. To the lawyer's fleet's rear loomed the squirming spiral arms of the Maelstrom, a towering wall of unnatural energies and whirling sorcery that promised madness and death. To their fore was the titanic pyramid of Magnus, its attendant warships already pummeling Guilliman's armada. With little choice, the Imperials fought as best they could in their scattered dispersal, torpedoes fired from launch tubes, streaking through the void to blast ragged holes in heretic warships. Fighter squadrons scrambled, jetting out into the darkness like swarming insects. Lance arrays spat ruby light, and gun decks thundered as the Imperial ships frantically attempted to fight free of their ambushing foes. Yet the Imperial craft were taking a terrible hammering, void shields collapsing and ruptured decks venting screaming crewmen into space. Engines flared out and died under volley after volley of macro shells, while rune-inscripted torpedoes swept in to fill loyalist bridges and magazines with warp flame. Guilliman issued a steady stream of orders to his captains, doing everything in his power to gather his ships and fight back. Inwardly he raged, both at his fallen brother's deviousness and his own failure to foresee the ambush. By comparison, Magnus watched with amused satisfaction from the grand observation galley aboard his pyramidal flagship. He had fashioned the vast craft named Tizca's Revenge, using the plundered resources of an imperial world and the nameless energies of the warp. Now he conjured these empiric powers again for an altogether different purpose. A cabal of powerful sorcerers stood around Magnus, chanting ominous words as he raised his arms high and cried out in stentorian tones. The Crimson King called, and the warp answered, coiling tendrils of power coalescing to surround Guilliman's battered fleet. Magnus judged the damage done to be sufficient. He had no desire to kill his resurrected brother. Not yet, anyway. Thus, with a final booming incantation, Magnus completed his spell. The empiric tendrils clamped tight round the ships of the Terran Crusade and, with a vast convulsive wrench, dragged them deep into the raging heart of the Maelstrom. Into the Maelstrom. Pandemonium seized the ships of the Terran Crusade. Crushing tendrils of empiric energy wound about the craft like the tentacles of some leviathan beast. Bulkheads crumpled, shields blew out. Raging fires and punishing gravity fluctuations tore through decks. Powerless to resist, the warships were plucked from reality and dragged into the warp. Desperate tech adepts stumbled over their rituals as they strove madly to raise their ships' Geller fields. Some succeeded, but other craft were inundated with howling masses of demons as they were dragged unwarded into the warp. Madness and slaughter ran rife, and only the staunch determination of the Imperial armies aboard each ship prevented the Terran Crusade from being utterly annihilated. By the time Magnus's spell ran its course, the ships of the Terran Crusade had been cast deep into the Maelstrom. Guilliman's fleet had, at least, been spat from the moor of the warp once more, but the region they now found themselves in was a cursed one. Within the Maelstrom, reality and the immaterium melted together in a strange morass. The stars were lost behind drifting veils of unnatural energy, and twisted worlds hung amidst the shimmering gloom. While Belisarius Call coordinated emergency repair crews to shore up mauled ships and save the worst damaged craft from destruction, Guilliman and his captains tallied the cost of the ambush. Their losses were sobering. From a vast fleet of 112 Space Marine, Imperial Navy and Adeptus Mechanicus warships, barely half remained. Some had been lost during the Thousand Suns ambush, blown apart by blistering firepower. More had vanished during the subsequent mayhem, cast far adrift upon the tides of the Imperium. Some, doubtless, would have made it to real space, scattered distant from the main body of the fleet. Others were surely lost, or worse. All of the fighter craft launched during the brief battle were gone, their crews doomed to a cold and lonely death in the void of space. Hundreds upon hundreds of chapter serfs, human crew, and servitors were injured, insane, or dead, and even the Space Marines had taken substantial casualties. The Terran Crusade had been reduced to a shadow of its former military strength. Not one warship had survived the ambush unscathed, and many were sorely damaged. Crushing though the sudden losses were, they were still not Roboute Guilliman's greatest worry. Meeting in his stratagem with the assembled Imperial and Space Marine leaders, Guilliman expressed his belief that the Thousand Suns must have known, by some infernal means, where and when the Crusade would break from the warp. Guilliman's fleet had been surrounded. Why not strike the killing blow? The Primarch knew all too well that Magnus did nothing without a plan. So why had he allowed his erstwhile brother to survive? It was a question that returned to torture the leaders of the Crusade again and again in the dark days that followed. Stranded deep in the maelstrom, with no sight of the Emperor's Astronomicon to guide them, the surviving warriors of the Terran Crusade required some means by which they could determine their location and find their way back into real space. Seizing upon the faint transmissions emanating from a nearby moon, the Crusade made for the dark planetoid in the hope of either capturing a traitor who could act as their unwilling guide, or else gaining access to heretic astrogation instruments hardened against the roiling energies of the warp. Landing parties mounted gunships and drop pods, streaking down through thin, pale skies onto a dark and glassy world. The Loyalists found vitrified continents barren of life and tormented by powerful screaming winds. An unnatural light glowed deep within the world's glass heart and left all who glimpsed it with an ominous sense of dread. The Crusade strike force located an armoured fortification amongst a range of mountains, clinging limpet-like amidst glistening peaks. Guilliman himself led the attack that breached the defences, finding to his disgust that a ragged band of renegade Space Marines garrisoned the fortress. Crosses daubed over these warriors' chapter iconography identified them as Red Corsairs, and the Primarch vented his pent-up anger and frustration upon the luckless traitors. The battle was brief. Guilliman and a trio of Valdis's dread knights slaughtering the renegades' leaders. However, when Guilliman successfully seized the last traitor alive in the fortress Vox Array, a diabolical manifestation occurred. The air crackled and grime crawled across the metal walls of the chamber as a menacing demonic presence spoke through the captive's mouth. In two mocking voices, the presence told Guilliman that, even now, Ultramar burned. The evil thing cackled that the Primarch had abandoned his people to wander the maelstrom forever. Then it twisted the head of the captive around with a sickening crack. Guilliman cursed as his only lead expired amidst the sizzle and bang of overloading Vox banks. He vowed to locate the demon and wring the truth from it, no matter what he had to endure. After their encounter on the glass moon, the Crusade fleet wandered aimlessly. With no indication of the course that would take them to Terra, Guilliman picked a direction based upon his best guess, and instructed his captains to turn to that heading. For the moment, hoping to reach the maelstrom's edge seemed the only available plan. How long they journeyed, none could say, for time did not pass normally in that sanity-defying place. The Primarch was tormented by the words of the demon and sought out any opportunity to discover what might be occurring outside the maelstrom. His opportunity came when scout ships reported heretic craft patrolling a twisted, fleshy planet that hung amidst a cloud of huge crystalline skulls. Ordering an immediate attack, Guilliman commanded that the gathering of intelligence should be treated as a priority. Maps, charts, cartographic hymnals, traitor navigators, or whatever passed for astropaths in this hellish place were all to be seized. The fleet swept down upon the flesh world, only for the planet to fight back. The renegade ships belonged to a warband of Emperor's children, who began a thunderous empiric resonance that caused devastating sonic shockwaves to burst from the mouths of the crystal skulls. At the same time, the planet itself unfurled augmetic tentacles, sutured onto its living surface. These monstrous appendages snatched several Mechanicus ships from the void and stuffed them into a continent-sized maw that unpuckered at the planet's north pole. Sustained torpedo bombardment finally severed the world's ironclad tentacles, while lance fire shattered dozens of the crystalline skulls and crippled several of the Emperor's children warships. The remaining traitor craft turned tail, leaving their comrades to be boarded. Yet Guilliman's sense of triumph was once again short-lived. Though dozens of star charts and maps were recovered, all were blank, save for the demon's mocking words to Guilliman in the Red Corsair fortress, repeated over and over again. Whatever this entity was, it clearly sought to torment the Primarch personally. On darker paths. Amidst fluctuating time streams and reality-warping energy storms, the damaged ships of the Crusade struggled on. Within the maelstrom lurked countless foes, for this was a region that had long harboured the warring minions of chaos. More than once, the Imperial ships were forced to fight off opportunistic raids by sleek hunting packs of traitor warships. Amidst a 1,000-mile-wide cloud of corrosive spores, the Crusade ships found themselves beset by swarms of vast plague flies as large as frigates. The monstrous insects took a savage toll upon the smaller ships of the Crusade, until Saint Celestine took to the navigator's observation blister of the Macrag's honour. Unleashing her holy light in a blazing shockwave, the living saint purged the hideous demon beast from the void. In another uncharted reach, the Crusade craft found ghostly phantasms whirling around their hulls, howling warp ghost screams through the corridors of the Space Marine craft, swarming around the ancient relics and honoured banners of their Ecclusium shrines. The Adeptus Astartes realized, to their horror, that these etheric leeches were draining the holy energies from their treasured relics, dragging faint, screaming ghosts from the enshrined helms, blades and scrolls. In this fight, the Grey Knights came to the fore, Valda swiftly splitting his brotherhood and deploying them by rapid teleport strike into his allies' shrines. Fighting alongside the outraged chaplains who guarded the relics, the demon-hunting warriors drove the warp leeches back and banished them to the void. So it went for an indeterminate and bewildering span of time that felt impossible centuries. As the Crusade fleet forged on, their supplies running low and their crews exhausted by constant battle, Roboute Guilliman became ever angrier and more distracted. Unbeknownst to all, the Primarch was bedeviled by horrific visions. Guilliman saw the realm of Ultramarine flames, and the bastions of mankind blowing away as ash upon the blood-wet winds of change. He was tormented by images of Mars, shattered into hundreds of pieces, and raining down as flaming meteors upon the once proud ruin of Terra. He saw the golden throne as a sparkling fire-wreathed wreck, the Emperor's blackened corpse burning within it. Demonic voices whispered into Guilliman's mind day and night. If they had told him the scenes he saw had already come to pass, that would have been cruel enough. But this torment was more cunning yet. For instead, the voices told Guilliman that the visions were flashes of foresight. They were glimpses of a singularly dark fate that would transpire only should he escape the maelstrom and complete his journey to Terra. Relent in his attempt to escape, accept his warp-tainted prison for all eternity, give in to madness and despair, and he would save the Imperium from coming to this terrible end. Guilliman wrestled internally with each passing day, yet he showed no sign of his struggle to those who looked to him for leadership and hope. The Primarch maintained his veneer of strength and continued to pursue his goal of escape. determined that he would not believe the lies of any entity that inhabited that hellish place. Still, the Primarch's resolve eroded slowly, as a cliff washed away by the endless ocean waves. Long had the Crusade fleet sailed the Maelstrom's corrupted tides when they came to Baldermort. In the hours before they hove into orbit, the name of this cursed world leapt into the minds of every psyker in the fleet, repeating over and over in a malicious whisper until those that heard them cried the planet's name aloud. Auspex scans revealed an infernal world of kaleidoscopic crystal jungles laced through by glimmering rivers of fire. And they also showed Vox signatures and energy readouts consummate with a sizable renegade presence, and so Guilliman ordered the captains of the Terran Crusade fleet to prepare their forces for an immediate combat drop. Once more, intelligence gathering would be paramount. With their sanity and resolve weakening by the day, the Crusade knew they must escape the Maelstrom soon, or perish within the seemingly endless expanse of tainted space. Sweeping down from on high, the Imperial armies slammed into the crystal jungles amidst explosions of jagged shards. Advancing upon the greatest concentration of energy signatures, the Loyalist forces cursed in anger and bewilderment as their Auspex readings winked out like will-o'-the-wisps. The next moment, Tzeentchian demons attacked from all sides. Barrages of sorcerous flame and mutilating energies clawed at the Ultramarines and their allies. Crystal trees detonated like huge fragmentation bombs, lacerating all who fought around them. In the midst of the madness, Roboute Guilliman found himself face to face with the architect of the devious ambush, a croaking two-headed nightmare, clad in shimmering robes and wielding a potent staff of temporal powers. Kairos Fate Weaver coalesced from amidst a glittering storm of crystal shards. Confronting Guilliman, one of the hideous demon's avian heads mocked the Primarch's continued efforts to escape, sneering that he had scryed every possible strand of the future, and every last one ended in his failure. Kairos's other head crowed that Guilliman had always been the most unremarkable of the Emperor's sons, and was as incapable of saving the Imperium now as he was when he fell to his superior brother. Guilliman bellowed in fury and drove Kairos back with swings of his burning blade, before leading his stricken forces in a fighting retreat. The Crusade and its leader would not fall to the Oracle's manipulations so easily. Anxious as to the fate of the wider Imperium, and with several ships now left scuttled in their wake due to accumulated battle damage, the Crusade fleet came upon a world of black marble and bloody seas. They struck hard and fast against several Red Corsair strongholds, eliminating outlying enclaves before finally laying siege to a fortified palace upon a claw-shaped headland above booming gory waves. While Archmagos Call coordinated the siege, Greyfax and Sicarius led a daring raiding party that threw open the palace's main gates and sealed the heretic's doom. Guilliman knew that this victory offered a brief respite at best. The screaming of the bloody ocean was eroding his followers' sanity, and amongst the ashen skies overhead, huge dark shapes stirred with the promise of terrible danger. Yet the logistics of stripping the Corsair's fortress would take time, even with the Primarch's meticulously efficient plans. Thus, as Mechanicus bulk haulers rumbled back and forth through the planet's atmosphere, Guilliman found himself wandering alone through the twisted citadel's corridors. It was as he entered a chamber of crystal statues that a shimmering mist rose before the Primarch's eyes. Amidst the swirling patterns of light and shadow, a slender figure flickered into being. Guilliman caught the suggestion of willowy limbs and billowing cloth, a curving alien helm and a long stave, before the figure spoke. Like its image, the manifestation's voice swam in and out of Guilliman's perception, yet the Lord of Ultramar was able to decipher instructions from the figure's words. Guilliman was wary of further trickery, suspicious and plagued by echoes of the demonic whispers that Kairos Fateweaver had projected into his mind. Yet he sensed no taint of chaos in this manifestation. The energies given off by the shimmering vision were more akin to those of the Eldar who had aided his resurrection. At last, After repeating its message several times, the figure vanished, leaving the Primarch with a new sense of purpose and, perhaps, even a sliver of hope. Here, at last, was a heading, and Guilliman meant to follow it. Through the storm. Upon leaving the world of black marble and blood, the remnants of the Crusade fleet set out with a new determination. The Crusade now numbered a third of the ships that had departed from Ultramar, but they were still led by Guilliman's flagship, Macragg's Honour, and they still stood ready for battle at any moment. They had a heading at last, albeit one derived from the omen-laden whispers of an unknown figure. Drives lit with thunderous flame, the warships of the Imperium clove through veils of frozen ichor and showers of meteors encrusted with staring eyes. They followed a distant glimmering star of pure white, until it resolved itself into a massive flaming hole in reality. Turning to a new heading, as this prophesied landmark was reached, the Crusade swept next through a sprawling region of mauve gas clouds that formed into unrecognizable sigils and shimmered with the eldritch power of change. Emerging from the far edge of the gas belt after many days, the Crusade's auspexes detected a triad of planets, all whirling around one another in an endless dance. This again was just as the mystical interloper had told Guilliman it would be, and the Primarch's hope swelled within him at the promise of escape. Following the stranger's directions, the fleet changed its heading once again, angling away from the spinning mass of planets and making for a distantly visible constellation of jade-green glimmers. Soon, if the Eldar apparition was to be believed, the Crusade would at last escape from the maelstrom. But they would first have to brave what the figure had described as the resting place of hollow ghosts. At first, the region appeared as a silvered speckling of space, stretching out in all directions ahead of the fleet. Gradually, those glimmering motes grew in size and definition until, at a distance of no more than 1,000 miles, they resolved themselves into a breathtaking and eerie sight. Thousands upon thousands of wrecked ships drifted here, their hulks linked together by vast webs of brass chain. Lit by the jade stars that loomed in the middle distance, derelict craft of every sort trailed wreckage behind them as they hung silently in their cursed afterlife. Some were familiar, ancient marks of Imperial warship, splinter-boned Eldar wrecks, hollowed Kroot war spheres, broken-backed Hrad Warren ships, and the empty remnants in their Khazar dhows. Others were unidentifiable, black needles of glassy material, ravaged structures like spaceborne hives, vast angular leviathans, and tiny ellipsoid ships little bigger than a drop pod. How they had all come to be abandoned here was an unsettling puzzle. The hazard that they and their binding chains presented was clear enough, however. The first thought of Guilliman and his captains was to attempt to circumnavigate the starship graveyard, yet the ships trailed away, seemingly into infinity above, below, and to either side. If the Crusade wished to pass this way, and it seemed that they must if they wanted their freedom, then they would have to push forward between the wrecks. Guilliman gave the order, spreading out with their battle barges to the fore. The Crusade ships engaged their drives and raised their void shields before edging into the graveyard. Progress was painfully slow, for in places the wrecks were chained just a mile or so apart, tangled in vast chain webs like the prey of some cosmic arachnid. Tech Magi and Chapter Cirth flinched and sweated at each new scrape and groan from their craft's hulls as the ships forged their slow and steady path. Despite exercising every caution, the larger ships could not completely avoid collision. Ice-cold chain links left vast gashes and dents as they skidded across reinforced exteriors. Ancient wreckage broke apart and scattered into the void as, here and there, a battle barge or strike cruiser nosed aside a drifting ship that blocked its path. Each fresh collision, each breathless near miss, left the crew's nerves frayed and passengers on edge as the hours crawled past. Finally, after a torturous stretch of time, Archimagos Call announced that he was reading clear space ahead. They were nearing the edge of the debris field and, more relieving still, it appeared that they were nearing the edge of the maelstrom. Past the last chained wrecks, the navigators, who had been near comatose for many days, could perceive a distant flicker. They awoke, muttering with increasing excitement that they could see once more the barest shred of the Astronomicon's light, as though it shone through the gap in a partly opened window. Guilliman counselled caution, and ordered his crews to continue their careful, steady progress. Yet he too grew more hopeful by the moment. At last, they would escape the hellish region into which his brother Magnus had hurled them. At last, they could continue on their road. It was as the Macragge's Honour thrust aside the ravaged hulk of an iconoclast destroyer, and an open path to the edge of the graveyard yawned before it, that the attack came. Cries of alarm rang through the flagship's bridge as power spikes flared amidst the derelicts on every side. Drifting Chaos warships lit their drives and unshrouded gun decks as their internal power sources thundered to life. It was an ambush. The Red Corsairs had laid their trap with cunning and skill, guided by the precognitive powers of Chaos Fateweaver. They had inveigled their ships into the far edge of the starship graveyard, precisely where Chaos foresaw the Loyalist fleet would pass through, with a careful application of cosmetic hull damage and all internal systems shrouded to minimize output. They had mag-clamped several links of chain to their hulls and posed as just another scattering of lost craft. Now, rumbling back to life all around the shocked Loyalists, the Red Corsairs' ships launched an ambush of the enemy in their midst. Lance beams seared through adamantium hulls. Noble warriors who had survived countless trials were obliterated by raging firestorms or sucked helplessly out into the void. Guilliman cursed at what must surely be further Tzeentchian machinations. Hemmed in and outflanked, his fleet was at a catastrophic disadvantage. Several Imperial warships attempted to break free of the starship graveyard. These craft were quickly targeted, and, in the case of the Raven Guard frigate, Silent Blade, shorn clean in two. The rest fought back, hammering fire into the void and tearing chunks from their attackers' ships at point-blank range. Chaos firepower continued to rain down upon Guilliman's fleet in a veritable storm. The Primarch saw that the foe, secure in their numerical and positional superiority, were aiming to cripple his ships rather than destroy them. Weapons batteries, auspex arrays, and enginariums were blasted one by one, leaving the Crusade ships drifting and defenseless. Guilliman knew what must surely come next, and cursed aloud as he saw wave after wave of boarding torpedoes released from the launch decks of the attacking craft. The Red Corsairs were, first and foremost, pirates. Now they sought to steal as many of the Crusade ships as they could, along with the arms and armour within. Barking orders for his warriors to prepare for boarders, Guilliman's mind whirled with counter-ambush strategies and breakout plans. Defense batteries studied the miles-long flanks of the Macragge's Honour as the enemy boarding craft streaked closer. Those guns roared to life, filling the void with soaring streams of firepower. Guilliman watched the external pict feeds intently, reading the patterns of destroyed foes and near misses, and determining where the enemy's forces would hit his ship the hardest. The Primarch narrowed his eyes as the vessel's primary auspex array took a direct hit, and the pict feeds drowned in static. Turning away from the useless data font, Guilliman issued a calm string of orders that were circulated fleet-wide. For all those who could still hear him, the Primarch commended their remarkable courage and strength. He gave the order that all ships deploy their forces to defend their bridges, primary magazines, shield generators and warp engines. Then, swallowing his own distaste at the religious connotations of the term, wished the Emperor's blessings upon all who were about to engage the foe. Those who repelled borders were to break free and rendezvous beyond the edge of the maelstrom as best they could. His orders issued, and Captain Sicarius, Saint Celestine, and Inquisitor Greyfax at his side, Guilliman donned his helm and joined the warriors he had deployed to defend the bridge. He listened intently as Vox transmissions flew back and forth throughout the ship. Boarding torpedoes impacted by the dozen. The lower crew decks were overrun. Sergeant Astropophis' devastators held the bulkheads before the Enginarium Primus. Then came the news that a demonic creature had manifested aboard, sweeping towards the bridge at the head of a chaotic horde. Mere moments later, the bridge bulkheads shuddered, then exploded inwards upon a bow wave of unnatural flame. Macragge's honour. The Chaos onslaught was swift and savage. It had to be, for though the Ultramarines were outnumbered, they held an incredibly defensible position against the enemy boarding parties. Guilliman's sons crouched behind consoles artfully designed to double as barricades in the event of a breach. More of their number occupied elevated positions on gantries and balconies overlooking the bulkhead, taking up positions amidst the looming grandeur of the bridge. The first servant of chaos to bound and cartwheel onto the bridge had absolutely no cover whatsoever. Pink horrors of Tzeentch were engulfed in a storm of disciplined, expertly aimed fire that ripped them to pieces. Into the meat grinder poured more and more demons, while behind them, squads of red corsairs lunged through the blasted bulkhead and dashed for any cover they could find. Bolters roared, their massed echo and strobing muzzle flare rolling around the bridge like a raging thunderstorm. Demons exploded in puffs of ectoplasm, smaller simulacra bursting from their corpses to be mowed down in turn. Traitor Space Marines clad in the defaced liveries of a dozen chapters fell dead upon the killing ground, their armoured corpses continuing to twitch and jerk as more rounds struck them. Bolt shells, plasma blasts, las beams and missiles fell like hailstones, ripping the deck plates to blackened ruin and annihilating dozens of invaders. Invariably, though, the boarders began to gain ground. A jetting blast of pure fire leapt out to turn a gantry to slime, sending a squad of red Corsairs Terminators tumbling 100 feet into the Vox pits below. A cluster of cracked grenades rained down upon a console barricade, their detonations killing one veteran and forcing two more to beat a hasty retreat. In the moments before he fell, a red Corsair unloaded his plasma gun into another barricade, killing several Ultramarines before being killed by his own overheated weapon exploding in his hands. So it went on. The enemy eroding Guilliman's defences through reckless assaults. Then came chaos. The first warning the Loyalists had of the greater demon's onset was a thickening of the air as the Imperium stirred. Librarian Polonius cried out in sodden agony, hands clamped to his skull and eyes bulging, as the energies of his own mind were turned against him. Fast as lightning, Guilliman hurled himself aside, barging Captain Sicarius clear in the instant before Polonius's body detonated in a wave of blue fire. Several Ultramarines were not so lucky, their armour dissolving and flesh turning to ash as the flames washed over them. As the commanders of the Ultramarines reeled, the next rain of firepower to fall upon the killing box was transmogrified. Instead of mass reactive shells and whistling grenades, all that struck the attacking hordes was shimmering starlight and wisps of silver steam. A fresh wave of leaping flamers and cackling horrors surged through the bulkhead and leapt to the attack. More red Corsairs came with them, lumbering Chaos Terminators and fang-helmed warriors with bolters blazing. At their back, his ragged wings spread wide and his staff tapping before him, came Kairos Fateweaver himself. Seeing the Lord of Change, Guilliman roared a battle cry and charged. Sicarius and his warriors followed close on their Primarch's heels, while Greyfax and Celestine hurled themselves into the foe to either side. Guilliman stormed through demons and traitors alike, his flaming sword swiping in unstoppable arcs. Volleys of shells thundered from the hand of Dominion, while the crushing fist obliterated an enemy with every blow. Demons exploded in sprays of unnatural ichor before Guilliman's fury, while those traitors foolish enough to stand in his path were smashed aside like rag dolls. Following the trail of carnage wrought by their Primarch, Sicarius and his battle brothers hacked and blasted those enemies who tried to encircle Guilliman. Sicarius himself was a blur, his Thalassarian Tempest blade drawing golden arcs through the air as it lopped horned helms from armoured shoulders and split demons in two. At the same time, blinding light shone from St. Celestine as she carved her way through the warp spawn, and Inquisitor Greyfax sent one traitor after another crashing to their knees as she crushed their minds with her telepathic powers. It did not take Kairos's matchless future sight to foresee that his enemy would attempt to reach and slay him. The Lord of Change was no match for Guilliman in battle, but armed with his faultless precognition, he had long prepared for this moment. Now, as the Lord of Ultramar smashed his way closer, Kairos set devious schemes in motion by unleashing a pulse of blue flame from his staff. 9 heralds of Tzeentch had worked their way through the press of battle, concealed behind shimmering spells of illusion. At Kairos's signal, the leering demons cast aside their sorcerous shrouds and began a babbling incantation. Bolt shells whipped in towards the heralds the moment they appeared, but their demon minions leapt willingly into the path of the shots. Shielded by the shimmering flesh of their underlings, the heralds continued their chant, 9 voices rolling and twinning with each other over the cacophony of battle. Raising the staff of tomorrow high above his head, Kairos joined his croaking voices to the burgeoning spell. Since Guilliman had first encountered the Maelstrom and begun to hear Kairos's whispering in his mind, the greater demon had been planning traps in the Primarch's subconscious. It had not been easy, for Guilliman's mind was a pristine fortress of order and rationality, and his mental defences were formidable. Yet slowly, carefully, the deed had been done. Kairos had teased forth Guilliman's guilt, his anger and disappointment at what remained of the Imperium, his fears for its future. The demon had intended to continue his work until the Primarch was quite mad before attempting this ritual. But the intervention of the Eldar had forced Kairos's hand. His preparations would have to be enough, or else Guilliman would surely banish him back to the warp and escape. Swaying and gibbering, spinning and leaping, the demons worked their spell and dragged forth the incantations laced within Guilliman's mind. The Primarch stumbled, bellowing in pain, as streamers of incandescent energy poured from his eyes and open mouth. Squirming tendrils of green guilt twined around serpentine streamers of disgust and surging red tendrils of anger. Engulfed by the whirling storm of energies, Guilliman tried again to forge a path forward, but with a howl of pain he went down on one knee. Greyfax, bogged down in the morass of combat, could only watch helplessly, while Celestine's attempt to fly to the Primarch's aid was thwarted as several demons latched onto her wings. Sicarius and his battle brothers, crying out in impotent fury, tried to cut their way through the foe, hoping to stop the incantation in any way they could. The second company captain ordered all fire concentrated upon the demons tormenting the Primarch. It did no good. Those shots aimed at Kairos puffed away as clouds of glittering dust, while heralds remained shielded behind squirming bulwarks of demon flesh. Though the outnumbered Ultramarines fought furiously, they could not reach the demonic sorcerers to stop their ritual. Roaring his anger, Guilliman surged to his feet once more, hammering off a volley of shells that struck Kairos Fateweaver and ripped bloody chunks from his gaunt torso. Though the demon was wounded sorely by the explosive impacts, his chant did not stop. Instead, it redoubled in intensity, the demon's voices ringing out cruel and cold. Whirling and lashing, the coloured streamers of ectoplasmic energy surged from the Primarch's mind. All of Guilliman's negative emotions, all of the threads of madness and wrath and fear that Kairos had seeded into his mind, blossomed forth and wrapped themselves like vines around the Primarch. They thickened and twisted, pulsing with power as they hardened into heavy crystal chains. Arms and legs bound tight, Guilliman crashed to his knees once more. This time, held firmly by Kairos's spell, he was unable to rise. The Oracle, projecting his voice to every warrior upon the bridge, commanded the Ultramarines, the Saint and the Inquisitor to lay down their arms at once. If they did not, the Primarch would be crushed and throttled to death before their very eyes. One by one, The guns fell silently as the horrified Ultramarines complied. The battle was over, and Kairos Fateweaver stood gloating and victorious. Chapter 3. They shall be my sons, and in them will live the hopes of a unified humanity. Theirs will be the strength to prevail, not only when victory lies within easy reach, but even when it seems unattainable. When doom settles like a shroud all about, in those times of darkness, my noble sons will shine the brightest of all. Attributed to the Emperor of Mankind. Warring Guards. With Guilliman's capture, the Battle of the Starship Graveyard was lost. Those Imperial warriors who did not surrender under threat of the Primarch's death were killed, or forced to capitulate. Champion Amalric was amongst the latter, wrestled down and beaten unconscious by a mob of Red Corsairs, as he single-handedly held the breach into his ship's enginerum. The Loyalists and their stolen warships were taken under heavy guard to the nearest Red Corsair stronghold. To their shock, this turned out to be one of the ancient Blackstone fortresses. How such a mighty structure had found its way onto the tides of the Maelstrom, none of the Imperial warriors knew. Ultimately, it mattered little. Stripped of their weapons and their honor, Guilliman and his surviving followers, a force that included hundreds of Space Marines, Grey Knights and Skitarii, along with their war engines, were dragged into the depths of the traitor fortress and hurled into spell-shielded cells. The Adeptus Astartes were chained with adamantium links while their leader still languished in the awful bonds of crystallized guilt, anger, sorrow and madness that Kairos had forged from his psyche. Led by the piratical Lord Verngar the Apostate, a huge warband of Red Corsairs garrisoned the Blackstone fortress. Much of the structure slumbered, for the traitors lacked the knowledge to awaken the ancient construct or access the shrouded regions near its heart. Still, their fortifications were well built, their numbers huge, and their fleet powerful. Kairos Fateweaver deemed that this would be as good a prison as any to leave Roboute Guilliman in to rot. Though the Lord of Change had been vehement in his efforts to remove Guilliman from the galactic stage, he did not wish the Primarch dead. A chained demigod was too rich a source of power to simply cast aside, and Kairos planned to keep his victim hidden away in the Maelstrom until certain future junctures were reached. Already, the demon could see several moments where unleashing a Primarch-driven insane might produce most intriguing results. The Red Corsairs, for their part, would readily act as Guilliman's jailers in return for the boons of foresight that Kairos could grant. And so, the Fateweaver felt confident that his captive would remain locked away. Perhaps it was a mysterious influence of the fortress itself. Perhaps Guilliman's anomalous presence within the strands of fate distorted them in ways that even the Fateweaver could not perceive. Whatever the case, he made preparations to leave the Blackstone fortress. The demon did not foresee the vast horde descending upon him. For the depths of the Maelstrom came an enormous armada. Dozens upon dozens of ships thundered towards the Blackstone fortress, their hulls encrusted with gore and skulls. The rune of Khorne was branded upon these spiked battleships, and demonic fires danced in their wake. Before the fleet blazed a monstrous, blood-red comet wreathed in furious black flame. A fanged maw yawned wide upon that hurtling fireball, and eyes swimming with insane fury stared from its depths. So came Skarbrand to the Blackstone fortress. Blazing through the void to crash with explosive force into the station's outer hull. Cornate warships sped in his wake, fanning out to hammer the battle station with firepower, even as teeming swarms of landing craft spilled from their flanks. The Red Corsairs, first surprised and then outraged at the sudden attack, rallied swiftly and fought back. Even as their fortifications were opened to the void and blasted to blazing scrap, the Corsairs' gun batteries cycled up and filled the void with fire. Havoc squads sent volleys of shots lancing out to blast landing craft from the air, while obliterators directed withering fire into the Khornate hordes already spilling across the fortress's outer hull. A furious battle raged in the silence of space, thumping explosions, plucking Khornate berserkers from the fortress's night-black skin and sending them tumbling away into the void. Within the Blackstone, flashes of pale green luminescence danced along darkened corridors, the ancient structure warning its denizens of danger. Red Corsairs deployed in disciplined firing lines, then filled entire passageways with crushing bolt of fire as masses of Khornate warriors charged towards them. Chain axes carved through armor and flesh, while bolt-riddled corpses crashed to the ground aflame. Through the mayhem stalked Kairos, screeching with dismay at this unforeseen turn of events, conjuring forth masses of Tzeentchian demons. He hurled them into battle in an attempt to drive back the invaders. Yet bloody mists were gathering as the slaughter continued, and from their depths sprang red-scaled cohorts of Khornate demons that eagerly joined the carnage. Meanwhile, deep within the Blackstone fortress, Guilliman listened to the distant clangor and gathered his strength in case a chance to escape should arise. Strange alliances. Furious battles spread like a wildfire through the outer corridors and imperial structures of the Blackstone fortress. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress's hidden core, eldritch energies flickered into life. Unseen by the warring armies, a band of figures slipped from a portal that had lain in the fortress's heart since the dawn of its existence. They moved swiftly and silently, a lithe procession of shadows accompanied by a larger robed figure that moved with the stealth of a ghost. Up through the darkened labyrinth the figures came, and the fortress's quiescent systems stirred to life at their approach. The iris-shaped portals that had stood closed for thousands of years opened, and the breath of ancient millennia gusted through. Dust stirred into drifting clouds of the figures passing, but none amongst them left a single footprint. Guilliman and his Ultramarines were shut inside cells that lined the circular walls of a huge cylindrical chamber. These alcoves were closed off, not by metal bars or locked doors, but by flickering sheets of sorcerous, mutagenic flame. A full squad of Red Corsairs stood guard over them, their guns trained unwaveringly upon the one functional doorway that led into the shadowy prison. Unseen, another door slid open in the chamber's curving wall, directly behind the guards. In absolute silence, the harlequins of the Laughing God rolled, tumbled, and span from within, their movements a sinister dance to some unheard song of the dead. They drew closer to the renegade Space Marines with every graceful step, naked blades held ready for murder. The first the Red Corsairs knew of their peril was a sudden whirlwind attack from behind. Perfectly dispersed and lethally poised, the Eldar struck with murderous grace. Rapier blades punched out through chest plates in sprays of blood. Monofilament needles slithered through the chinks in their victims' power armor, liquefying organs in milliseconds. Point-blank hails of shuriken and fusion energies hurled traitorous corpses to the floor in mists of blood. A single one of the traitors, unhelmed and horned-headed, roared in pain as a harlequin drove her blade through one of its knee joints, then cartwheeled around him to kick his bolter from his hands. She completed her attack with an elegant backflip, one foot catching the traitor under the chin and smashing him onto his back. The harlequin sprang away, and the Red Corsair fumbled for his sidearm. He froze as a robed figure in ornate power armor loomed over him. The traitor had never heard of Cypher, for the fallen angel was an enigma whose existence was hidden from most. He did, however, recognize the threat of the two heavy pistols now hovering before his face. Wordlessly, Cypher stared down at the Red Corsair. his eyes glinting beneath his cowl. The traitor stared back, yellowed gaze burning with defiance and hate. Cypher gestured with one of his pistols towards the cells that lined the walls. The movement was minimal, but the meaning clear. Growling low in his throat, the Corsair reached slowly into a pouch at his belt and drew forth a rune-inscribed amulet, the key of dispelling the magics that held the cells closed. Cypher nodded his gratitude, then raised one booted foot and stamped down on the traitor's head. Bones smashed and blood sprayed, the Corsair's body twitching, then lying still. Holstering his bolt pistol, the fallen angel plucked the key from his victim's open gauntlet and then straightened up. He found himself staring into the shifting mask of the Shadow Seer, Silandri Veilwalker. She had contacted Guilliman as he wandered lost in the maelstrom. She, who had enlisted Cypher's aid and instructed Belisarius Kor to leave his forge on Mars. Veilwalker sketched a mocking bow to Cypher, then pointed her staff towards a distant cell. With a nod, Cypher turned and strode toward it. Through dancing flames, Guilliman watched the robed figure approach. The Primarch did not recognize this cowled space marine, but he knew the legion whose colors he wore. "You are Roboute Guilliman," said the mysterious space marine as he stopped outside the Primarch's cell. "And you are one of the Lion's sons," replied Guilliman. "You keep questionable company, Dark Angel. Who are you, and why are you here?" "I can free you," replied the hooded figure, deigning not to answer the Primarch's questions. Realizing that no further explanation was forthcoming, Guilliman frowned. "Can," he rumbled. "Not will. What do you want in return?" "You will take me to Terra," replied the Dark Angel. "To the throne." The malefic flames crackled, and the distant sounds of battle rumbled on as Guilliman's silence stretched long. Even bound in sorcerous chains, the Primarch's presence was immense, his steady glare thunderous. Yet the Dark Angel stood unwavering, like a statue carved from granite. Guilliman strained once more against his bonds, and again found him unyielding. "It seems my choices are to rot here, or accede to your demand," said the Primarch slowly. "The former would be to fail in my duty, so I suppose it will have to be the latter. But understand this, Dark Angel. If you seek to trick or manipulate me, nothing in this galaxy will save you." One corner of the stranger's mouth lifted in a small, bitter smile. "As you say," he muttered, then brandished the runic stone held in his hand. The flames of Guilliman's cell died away in response, followed by the fires of every other cell around the chamber's edge. Demon War. As the fires flickered out, Silandri Veilwalker stepped forward and began a weaving, elaborate dance. Guilliman's eyes widened as he recognized the figure who had appeared to him in his vision and directed him towards freedom. Had the Eldar meant for him to escape the maelstrom, or had she always intended the Crusade fleet to be ambushed and brought here? Such questions would have to wait, realized the Primarch, as the Shadow Seer's magics went to work. Shimmering lights coiled around the dancing Harlequin. Where the witch light fell, the chains binding the loyalist space marines fell away as dust. Even the devious sorceries of Chaos Fateweaver were undone, and Guilliman smiled a dangerous smile as his crystal fetters shattered. The freed Ultramarines still wore their armor, but were unarmed. Answering their questions before they could be asked, the Shadow Seer revealed that the Loyalist weapons, their vehicles and their allies had been locked inside a string of stasis vaults some distance from their cells, but that she could lead them there. Guilliman gestured for his mysterious benefactor to lead on. The Primarch did not trust the Eldar, nor the shadowy space marine who had come with them, but while his brilliant mind worked out the angles of their involvement, he would allow them to lead him to the rest of his forces. after all. Guilliman would never abandon his father's sword within this den of snakes, nor the courageous allies who had accompanied him upon his quest. Vale Walker and her harlequins led the loyalist out of the doorway through which she had entered the prison. Several hundred battle-hungry Ultramarines followed her lead, with Guilliman, Sicarius, and Cypher at their head. It was a capable force, even without guns and blades, and they travelled at a run under shadowed corridors and stairwells. Haste was more important than stealth. Even with the battle raging above, their escape would soon be noticed. The first stasis chamber they broke open contained Saint Celestine and her Gemini superior. The second brought a reunion with Archmagus Call and his Mechanicus forces. With Dune crawlers stalking at their backs and ranks of Skitarii and battle services lending their firepower, the Loyalists swiftly overwhelmed the Red Corsairs standing guard over the final stasis chamber. Within, they found not only Valdus, his Grey Knight brothers and their Dread Knights, but all the other Space Marines of the Crusade, as well as the dozens of tanks and Dreadnought brothers they had brought with them in their warships. Captain Sicarius now suggested that they cut a swift path through the battle to reclaim their ships. Vale Walker shook her head. Thousands of heretic Astartes and demons battled across the fortress. Fighting around the docking spars was thick. Any attempt to recover the Crusade's craft was doomed. The Loyalists still might have attempted to recapture their fleet, until the Shadow Seer told them that the human crews who had kept the ships operational were all dead, sacrificed alongside the Crusade's Imperial Guard and Battle Sisters. Worse, the fleet's navigators had been spirited away in chains upon a fast ship bound for Huron Blackheart's personal fortress. Fortunately, Vale Walker knew another way to escape. The route Cypher and the Harlequins of the Veiled Path had used to reach Guilliman, and the route they would use to lead him on towards Terra. At the fortress's heart, trammelled by ancient technology and still operational after millennia, was a stabilized route into the webway. The pathways it led into were huge, arterial routes that even starships could navigate. They would accommodate the Imperial war machines with ease. Bursting from the armory, the Imperial army and their guides made for the lower tunnels. The awakening of the fortress's deep chambers had not gone unnoticed, however. As they hastened further into the ancient structure, the Loyalists encountered stiffening resistance from bands of Red Corsairs and demons sent to cut them off. Though Guilliman and his followers fought furiously, their advance slowed to a crawl. Pushing through a vast chamber of twisting bridges and black chasms, they found themselves surrounded on every side. Matters looked grim, but it was in that moment that spectral flames leapt amidst the foe. Auspex readings flickered wildly, and ghostly voices whispered and hissed through the Vox networks as shadowy figures stepped from the inferno and opened fire. Clad in black and bone, wreathed in etheric fire, the Legion of the Damned had arrived in the Crusade's hour of need. Their thunderous volley swept the Chaos forces from the bridges to Guilliman's fore, and, with Vale Walker whirling and leaping at his side, the Primarch led the advance once again. Long bloody minutes of battle followed, gunfire flashing back and forth in the gloom. Though both sides raced as fast as they could to beat the other to the prize, Guilliman and his army reached the heart of the Blackstone Fortress at the same time as their foes. The chamber itself was vast, easily 100 miles across. Both its ceiling and its floor were lost in shadow. Entrancing patterns of shimmering lights crawled across the walls and flickered up and down the titanic black column that rose at the chamber's heart. Out from that column, like the distorted branches of some dark arboreal deity, radiated hundreds of bridges, stairways, platforms and gantries, all shimmering with the same vaguely bioluminescent lights that danced across the walls. Countless dark doorways opened onto the Blackstone Fortress's heart, huge portals that seemed wrought for giants. From some spilled demons of Tzeentch, fires flaring amidst the darkness. Others vomited the demons of Khorne, loping in snarling packs across the soaring bridges wide enough for titans to cross. Many of the massing demons were still distant, small figures rendered insectile by the scale of the chamber. but great hosts of them would still intercept Guilliman's forces before they could reach the heart of the chamber. That was where they must go. However, Vale Walker indicated a distant platform set into the black column's flank. Upon it, Guilliman could see the faint shimmer of esoteric energies dancing. I knew that this was the webway entrance, of which the Shadow Seer spoke. Guilliman ordered the advance. His forces flowed out across the nearest bridges, guided through the labyrinth of interconnected platforms and arc bridges by the troops of the Veiled Path. Loping dreadknights and roaring Space Marine tanks led the way, squads of Adeptus Astartes, Grey Knights and Skitarii advancing behind them. The crossing became more dangerous as firepower whipped across the yawning gulfs to tear at the Loyalists. Fighting broke out as Red Corsairs let fly from higher walkways, and cannons of Khorne spat screaming skulls. Platforms as broad as parade grounds played host to crashing battles as packs of demon engines clashed with squadrons of Ultramarine battle tanks. The Loyalists fired as they moved, blasting paths through the massing foe. At the same time, the forces of Khorne and Tzeentch fell upon one another, bloodletters hacking their way down ichor-slicked stairways, while horrors scoured platforms clear with shimmering flame. Far away across the chamber, Guilliman caught sight of Kairos Fateweaver, exhorting his followers into battle and hurling bolts of sorcery at the Loyalists from afar. Yet the Lord of Change clearly did not care to face Guilliman's resurgent wrath, for he stayed far removed from the white heat of the battle. Not so Skarbrand. Hacking his way through a gaping portal in the chamber's wall, the bloodthirster blazed like a furious pyre. His bellows echoed through the cavernous space, primal roars of bloodlust that infected the minds of all who heard them. Under Skarbrand's influence, Guilliman's battle brothers became more reckless and aggressive by the moment. Contaminated by the demon's fury, Amalric and the last of the Black Templars turned aside from their route and hurled themselves into an onrushing mass of cornate demons. Blood sprayed as a savage melee broke out. For a moment, the Primarch considered diverting his own forces to help Amalric. But with Skarbrand storming closer and demons swarming on every front, there was no time. With a heavy heart, Guilliman barked orders through the Vox, steadying the Ultramarines and their primogenitors with the sheer force of his will. Bellowing, Amalric hurled himself into battle with mighty Skarbrand, his black blade clashing with the bloodthirster's axes again and again. With Voldus and his dreadknights leading, the relentless spectres of the Legion of the Damned fighting a silent rear guard, the crusade closed on the webway entrance. Khorne and his Skitarii mowed down rank after rank of demons. Nova Marine Vindicators blasted a trio of bridges that the enemy were using in an attempt to outflank, sending flailing horrors plunging into the void. Greyfax and Celestine fought side by side, hacking down a trio of Tzeentchian heralds in as many minutes. The Harlequins were everywhere at once, sprinting along walkways, bounding between bridges, hacking and slashing with breathtaking skill as they wove a dance of battle around the Loyalists. That was when Skarbrand gave a deafening bellow of fury and took a running leap. The cursed bloodthirster sailed across the gulf, trailing boiling ichor from a terrible wound in his chest. Guilliman's eyes widened as he saw Amalric's black blade driven into the bloodthirster's breast. It was the only remaining sign of the Emperor's champion, bloody atonement for his failings on Cadia. Skarbrand landed with a tremendous crash, hooves striking sparks as he slammed down on the bridge amidst the Legion of the Damned. His axes, slaughter and carnage swept left and right. Fire-wreathed spectres were smashed aside, their broken bodies tumbling away like embers into the darkness below. Already, the rearmost warriors of Guilliman's force were turning back, tanks and battle brothers alike lost to the bloodthirster's madness. Realizing control was about to slip from his grasp, Guilliman commanded all the remaining Imperials to make for the portal. A final bridge leapt out across the void to connect the platform on which Guilliman stood to the one where the portal flickered. The Primarch took position at the head of that bridge, standing firm with blade drawn, as all who could still follow his orders did so. Infantry and vehicles streamed past him, following the Harlequins into the webway, until only Sicarius and Celestine remained, waiting by the portal's entrance. Skarbrand stormed through the last of the Legion of the Damned and onto the platform. Guilliman felt the structure shudder and flex beneath the bloodthirster's weight. Then the demon's burning eyes found Guilliman's, and the Primarch felt unreasoning fury surge through him. Skarbrand had come for Guilliman's skull, that he might honour Khorne with it, and the demon did not intend to allow his quarry to escape now. In Guilliman's mind, hellish fires rose up on every side, full of the leering faces of his brothers who had fallen to chaos. With every step that Skarbrand took towards him, Guilliman's ire grew, while at his back the bridge seemed to melt away as molten slag until there was nothing but the Primarch and the Bloodthirster trapped together in an arena of roaring flame. Unable to stop himself, the Primarch bellowed a war cry and leapt to meet Skarbrand's charge. The Emperor's blade met slaughter with a dolorous clang, while carnage whistled over the Primarch's head by a hair's breadth. Guilliman drove his shoulder guard into his opponent's midriff, then span on his heel and back-fisted Skarbrand with the Hand of Dominion. The blow would have punched straight through a tank hull, yet the Bloodthirster merely rocked back on his heels before launching himself forward again. Hellforged axes hacked and lashed in huge haymaker arcs. Guilliman barely blocked or evaded each blow. The Primarch could feel his hate and rage building to new heights, eclipsing his strategic sense altogether. Dimly he realized that soon he would hurl himself at Skarbrand, hacking madly until his head was struck from his shoulders. With a titanic effort of will, Roboute Guilliman forced down the supernatural rage that was drowning his rational mind. Gasping with effort, the Primarch trapped the furious flames in a ring of cold mental steel. Even as he continued to fight his monstrous foe in reality, he fought a second battle in his mind. Step by step, he pushed back against his rage. With a final scream of mental anguish, Guilliman forced down all his fury and hatred and locked them away behind impenetrable fortifications. As he did so, the fires that he perceived around him died away, and the bridge to safety swam back into focus. Beyond it, Sicarius and Saint Celestine were exhorting him to move before it was too late. Unwilling to let his enemy escape, Skarbrand hurled himself in a wild lunge with axes raised high. Guilliman coolly assessed the threat, raising the Hand of Dominion and blasting the demon backwards. Skarbrand bellowed in anger as explosive shells tore into his cranium and blew fleshy gobbets across the platform. Step by step, the demon was driven back, yet still he did not fall. Gritting his teeth at the sight of the enemy drawing close, Guilliman fired the last shells from his magazine, aiming for Amalric's black blade. A single bolt struck the weapon and blew the black blade apart in a storm of deadly shards. Skarbrand's torso was shredded, and he toppled backwards off the platform with a final furious roar. Immediately, Guilliman turned and sprinted across the bridge, hurling himself into the webway after Sicarius and the Living Saint. Behind him, the portal's warding rune sealed with a sharp crack, denying the surging tide of demons at the very last second. The Hunter's Labyrinth. Space Marines, Grey Knights, and the warriors of the Adeptus Mechanicus stood amidst the shimmering mists of the webway. They were gathered in a vague space, its dimensions vast and confusing. Lights glimmered around them, and a distant booming rolled through the air, akin to a titanic heartbeat, or the sound of waves washing upon a rocky shore. Of the warriors who had escaped their cells, around 2/3 remained alive. Valdus and his Grey Knights had taken only a handful of casualties, and the same was true of the Harlequins. Cypher, too, had survived the desperate running battle through the fortress, and stood now at the head of a band of dark-armoured Space Marines who had clearly awaited his return. As Guilliman's warriors regrouped, Silandri Veilwalker came before the Primarch. She paused for a moment to share a long and loaded look with Archmagos Call, before turning to Guilliman without a word of explanation. She counselled that they could not tarry for long. She had laced this region of the webway with scout parties of Skyweaver jet bikes. These scouts were now reporting back, warning of heavily armed intruders wearing ornate armor of blue and gold. The warriors had the stench of chaos sorcery on them, and the unmistakable mark of Tzeentch. Guilliman's mind raced, weaving fragments of facts and glimpses of information with his peerless strategic intuition. It was Magnus, realized the Primarch. His manipulative brother, who must have somehow known precisely how matters would play out for Guilliman, had sent his cursed sons to intercept the Imperials. Events began to fall into place in Guilliman's mind. Magnus had hurled Guilliman's crusade into the maelstrom, not to destroy it, but to weaken it. He had propelled the Lord of Ultramar onto a particular path of fate that Magnus had either hoped or known would lead him to his capture, incarceration within that very specific jail, and eventually escape into this section of the webway. Guilliman could not know that the Crimson King had called upon his greatest champion, Ahriman, to aid him with his stolen knowledge of the webway's paths, but otherwise the Primarch's conclusions were entirely correct. Swiftly and earnestly, Guilliman sought the counsel of his closest lieutenants. They had to determine what Magnus planned, and quickly, before they stepped straight into the Demon Primarch's trap. It was Valdus who, drawing upon his knowledge of Titan's ancient libraries, made the intuitive leap. There was a warded entrance to the webway within the Emperor's palace. Valdus believed it to be heavily defended, bound shut with the most potent abjurations that the Imperium could muster, but still, it existed. Perhaps Magnus knew of that gate and sought to follow them to it. Guilliman's strategic mind leapt ahead again, tracing patterns within patterns and perceiving the truth. Magnus already knew where the gate lay, he realized. There had been whispers that the Crimson King had passed that way before, and in so doing, unleashed the catastrophe that fell upon him and his legion. Magnus did not need them to lead him to the gate. He sought instead to follow them through it, clearly hoping that the gate's defenses would be deactivated to allow for Guilliman's arrival. The Demon Primarch wanted to strike at terror, at the very golden throne of the Emperor of Mankind, and he hoped to launch his attack as the gate was thrown open to permit the Ultramarines' Primarch passage. The crusade could not emerge at terror, Guilliman realized with something like despair, not if it meant allowing Magnus to strike at the cradle of humanity. Yet, Salandri Veilwalker had never intended for them to take that road. Instead, the Shadowseer revealed a secret that the Eldar long guarded. Lying dormant for millennia, hidden behind a veil of wards that even humanity's greatest psykers could not pierce, a lonely spar of the webway stretched out upon the border between real space and the warp to connect to Luna, Terra's only natural moon. It was to that illusion-veiled gate that the crusade must now make haste. With their path chosen, the survivors of the Terran Crusade set out at once. Already they had crossed great gulfs of space and fought their way through hellish environs. Yet they began this new and arduous leg of their journey without complaint. All who had set forth from Ultramar had been prepared to give their lives to this cause, and to endure any hardship they must in order to see the reborn Roboute Guilliman safely to Terra. And nothing had changed. Travelling fast, the Harlequins of the Veiled Path led the way. They progressed now through territory that was theirs alone, moving with ever greater speed and confidence as a result. Bands of Harlequins split away into half-glimpsed side passages or slipped through hollow archways graven from stone. Others returned in similar fashion, filtering in before or behind the massed Imperial tanks and foot troops. Harlequin jet bikes sped overhead from time to time, hurtling down the wider passages in polychromatic blurs. All the while, Guilliman and his followers kept up a relentless pace, their tanks moving in the vanguard, while loping infantry and stalking doom crawlers brought up the rear. The webway changed and shifted around them, from misty passages to dark and echoing tunnels, brightly lit expanses of polyhedral crystal to weirdly fleshy spirals that pulsed with peristaltic motion. The Loyalists surely would have been lost within minutes had they travelled alone. Or else, set upon by the predatory entities that haunted the labyrinthine dimension. Yet, with the Harlequins as both guides and escorts, the Imperial forces were able to proceed unchallenged. All that changed when frantic reports reached Silandri Veilwalker of familiars that had espied the Loyalists and eluded the pursuing jetbikes. At the Shadowseer's urging, the punishing pace increased still further, until the slowest servitors were abandoned altogether. As Guilliman and his warriors thundered across a hazy, crystal-studded cavern, sudden volleys of firepower scythed into them from the flanks. 15 warriors fell to their first volley, punched off their feet by bolt shells wreathed in coruscating flame. Rhinos exploded amidst leaping blasts of sorcery, while Skitarii degenerated into howling mutated flesh as the fires of change washed over them. Guilliman barked his orders and the Loyalists fanned out as one, dropping into firing crouches amidst the crystal outcroppings. From all around, swimming into focus through the veiling mists, came the plodding automata of Thousand Sons Rubrique. The armoured golems played their bolters right and left as they advanced, laying down a steady hail of ensorcelled bolts. Hordes of shrieking Zangors moved amongst them, brandishing silvered blades. Guilliman's warriors fired back, sending many of their ambushers reeling as their armour was rent and the dust that animated it spilled onto the ground. Cypher span and dove through the mayhem, evading every shot fired his way and reaping a tally of the foe with his blazing pistols. Valdus, too, wrought havoc as he led a counter-attack against 1,000 Sons. His hammer swung in lightning-fast arcs, battering Rubrique to the ground amidst clouds of glittering dust. Still more Rubrique closed in, their sorcerous masters upon their flying discs, hurling their spells into the Loyalist ranks. Guilliman realized that to stay here was to fight an impossible battle, and to be lost with his goal in sight. It infuriated the Primarch to run yet again, for it seemed to him that, since leaving Ultramar, he had done little else. Yet the greater goal was of more import, and he knew that he would not aid his father's Imperium by dying here. Blade raised high, Guilliman led the movement to break out of the Thousand-Son ambush. Not all of his battle brothers could extract themselves from the fight safely, and more precious lives were lost, along with the gene seed within them, as Space Marines were cut down by the enemy's fire. Yet, with the winged saint cutting a path at their head, the Loyalists broke away from their attackers and fled deeper into the webway. They found themselves beset at every turn, Rubrique and braying Zangors bursting from side passages or holding junctions against them. Still the Loyalists pressed on, smashing headlong through every ambush and blockade, with Guilliman, Valdus, Greyfax, Celestine and Cypher at their head. At last, the Imperials reached a rune-sealed portal, fixing helms and rebreather cowls in place. Then, led by the Shadowseer, they stepped from the webway and onto the surface of Luna. Amidst the sea of storms. Guilliman stepped through the shimmering lights of the webway gate, enduring the unsettling doubling of reality that it created. He passed from soft illumination into harsh black shadow and searing glare, from air and gentle warmth into the frozen airless lethality of near vacuum. Gravity bled away from him, and with a single step, Guilliman launched himself away from the webway gate into the billowing moon dust beyond. The Crusade had emerged into a deep crater, much of which was immersed in inky blackness. Shafts of stark illumination fell from above, where the rays of Sol itself spilled over the lid of the deep pit. Conscious of the foes following close on their heels, the Loyalists climbed quickly up the pit's sides. Space Marines sprang upwards hand over fist in the low gravity. Tanks threw up drifting fans of moon dust as they powered up the rocky slopes. Skitarii marched relentlessly upwards, ignoring their blackening and freezing organic components. These latter soldiers would not last long on the lunar surface, but they would endure long enough to serve the Omnissiah's needs. Above them, Celestine soared upward into the dark skies. Her Gemini superior had donned their helms, but the living saint had no need of such apparel. Behind them, Veil Walker and her harlequins lingered by the webway gate. The Shadow Seer gathered her powers, levelling her staff towards the webway portal and beginning a whispering chant. The runes upon the structure's flanks glowed fiercely with a searing light. Before Veil Walker could finish her ritual, the gate pulsed with dark energies. Blue fire billowed. Its roar sounded as a dull rumble in the airless conditions. Veil Walker's span cleared the last moment, but many of her followers were not so fortunate. Their lithe bodies were engulfed in flame, and as their deathedy suits burned away, so their bodies melted like wax or froze and died. From near the lip of the crater, Guilliman looked back to see the corrupted webway gate glowing with dark fire. Streamers of energy leapt and coiled, dancing across the walls of the pit and blasting the Eldar corpses to ash. Out from that crackling storm stepped the first Rubric Marines, their footfalls muffled as they advanced across the crater floor. They raised their bolt guns and opened fire, cursed shells roaring up from below to slam into the Imperials. Armor ruptured and souls burned. Bulky bodies in the colours of the Nova Marines and Mortifactors tumbled in slow motion down the slopes, clouds of chalky dust cascading around them. A Dreadnought toppled backwards, its pilot slain. The remaining loyalists kept moving over the lip of the crater and out of the Thousand Suns line of fire. Here, the retreating stopped at last. Guilliman and his surviving followers stood upon the surface of Luna itself, near the heart of the Mare Tempestus. On every side loomed the rusted hulks of old and broken Imperial ships, a graveyard of junked and decommissioned craft left there to moulder. Overhead, the blackness of space was speckled with stars, while closer to hand, huge orbital docks and defense platforms filled the sky. Gothic leviathans swarming with void craft and covered in glaring lights. The grandeur of the lunar docks still faded against the breathtaking sight of Terra itself, hanging stark against the blackness above. There was the destination that Guilliman sought, the end of his journey at last. Yet a deadly foe still chased at the Primarch's heels, and could not be allowed to work his malefic will within the sight of the throne world. Guilliman knew that the warp phenomena currently erupting in the crater's depths must surely have triggered every alarm and emergency auger within a dozen Terra Sols. It would not be long before overwhelming Imperial forces raced to investigate, but there was no telling what irrevocable havoc Magnus could cause before they arrived. Guilliman saw again the visions Chaos had sent him, of a shattered world crashing down upon a fire-blackened Terra, and shuddered. He and his followers must hold the enemy here, driving the Thousand Suns back, or, at the least, keeping them suppressed until aid could arrive. The Thousand Suns were spilling from the webway gate in increasing numbers, Scarab, Occult, and Rubrique driven forward by sorcerers on their flying discs. Their advance was steady but unstoppable, pushing up the crater walls with their guns blazing. Recognizing that the crater itself offered the best chance of containing the foe, Guilliman spread his warriors, walkers, and tanks around its lip, and commanded them to pour fire down into the advancing Thousand Suns. Space Marines, Skitarii, Dreadnoughts, Land Raiders, Vindicators, Doom Crawlers, Battle Servitors, and more opened fire. Using the lip of the crater for cover, and making the most of the higher ground, the Loyalists sent volley after volley ripping down into the heretic Astartes. Striding automata were knocked back into the crater by devastating explosions. Glittering dust drifted from rents in ornate armor, floating free in the low gravity, and leaving once animated armor suits to crumple and collapse. Sergeants barked orders through the Vox, coordinating volleys of lascannon blasts and demolisher shells to rain down upon the Rubrique. Cypher and his shadowy companions rained fire down upon the Thousand Suns also. Greyfax slammed silver stakes through one Rubrique after another. Valdus tore traitors apart with the power of his mind. Armoured corpses piled in heaps at the bottom of the crater, surrounding the webway gate with carrion remains. From cracks and rocky outcrops around the crater's edge, The last of the Harlequins added their own fire to the fusillade, hails of monofilament discs cutting through power armor and the flesh of demonic discs. For a time, it appeared as though the Thousand Suns would be bottled up in the crater. Though their return fire caused slow attrition amongst the Loyalists, the traitors were losing far more warriors than they slew. Then a fresh pulse of dark power surged from the webway gate, its energies whirling faster and faster, until they formed a flaming vortex. A wave of supernatural dread swept over the Loyalist Space Marines as a huge horned-headed figure stepped through onto the surface of Luna. Spreading his wings wide, Magnus the Red looked up at Guilliman with an evil smile. Gods of War. Drawing himself up to his full height, Magnus the Red raised his ensorcelled glaive and spoke dolorous words of power that rang out in defiance of all natural law. Purple flames leapt, forming shimmering shields and warding the Thousand Suns from harm. Suddenly, the Rubrique and Scarab occult could advance unharmed, striding upwards as their foes' shots exploded upon Magnus's shields. The Thousand Suns suffered no such obstruction, and dozens of Loyalists were sent tumbling back from the crater's lip, blood and shattered bones spraying. Seeing the sudden shift in the situation, and knowing that they must hold out no matter the cost, Guilliman ordered his surviving warriors back. Moments later, the first rank of Rubrique crested the lip of the crater and strode out with their gun muzzles flaring. More Thousand Suns marched behind them, and the surviving Loyalists fell back to spaceship wrecks and rocky craters to gain cover while their tanks backed steadily away, with their guns thundering. Magnus rose from the crater with a word. The demon Primarch unmade a trio of dreadnoughts, burning out their wards and crushing their armor. With a gesture, he plucked an Ultramarines Land Raider from the ground and slammed it through ranks of Skitarii like a cannonball. Magnus brandished his staff and reality rent apart, a tide of cackling demons boiling from the warp to join the battle. Recognizing that the demon Primarch would swiftly destroy his army if allowed free rein, Guilliman broke into a headlong charge. Giving vent to a booming war cry, the Primarch of the Ultramarines smashed a path through the Rubrique before him and launched himself into a heroic leap from the lip of the crater. Guilliman's sword burning blade leaving a trail of flame behind him. Magnus saw his brother coming and began an incantation of pain. But before he could finish it, the Lord of Ultramar struck. Magnus managed to parry his brother's arcing blade with his glaive, but the battering ram impact of Guilliman's leap carried the Crimson King backward, away from the fight. The two Primarchs tumbled across the lunar surface, dust billowing around them, and smashed into a rusted wreck of an Imperial frigate. Slabs of metal and corroded ironwork crashed down around them, burying the fighting brothers in an avalanche of wreckage. Meanwhile, the battle around the crater raged on, the last remnants of the Terran Crusade fighting furiously to survive. Guilliman fought his way to freedom, hurling aside a slab of rusted metal and ignoring the alarm ringings within his helm. His armor was compromised, its air supply venting and the cold of the void leaking in. Were it not for his godlike constitution and Kor's life-sustaining technology, Guilliman would likely have been dead. Instead, he raised his blade and kicked his way clear of the scattered wreckage. "Magnus!" he shouted through his vox grill, searching around him. The Primarch knew his dubiously gifted brother could hear his words, even in the void of space. "I know better than to think you dead. Face me!" Deep laughter rolled around Guilliman, a sound redolent with ancient evil. As he watched, Magnus's ethereal form rose from the wreckage and drifted down to loom over him. The demon Primarch solidified once more, huge and menacing. "Very well, Roboute," laughed Magnus, and his words conjured crystalline showers that rained down upon the pale ground. "Here I am in the flesh, and somehow, there you are." Magnus cocked his head to one side and smirked. "I don't remember you seeming so insignificant." 10 millennia have made you no less arrogant, then?" asked Guilliman, warily circling his towering foe. Inside his helm, A look of disgust twisted his patrician features as he regarded the monstrous form of the Crimson King. "Certainly those years have done you no other kindness." Magnus sighed. "How you can have such grand plans, and yet such scant vision has always eluded me." "This," the demon Primarch said, empiric energy swirling as they gathered around his levelled glaive, "is what true power looks like." "I see no power here," said Guilliman, shaking his head in dismay. "I see corruption, and enslavement to monsters that are worshipped as gods." "Oh, on that, Roboute," Magnus laughed, sparing a glance at the loyalists fighting nearby. "Perhaps we can finally agree." The Cyclopean sorcerer's smile turned into a sneer when he noticed his brother's glance to the skies above. "Hoping to keep my sons and I occupied until the remnants of this palsied Imperium come to save you. I may not reach our father's throne room today, but I promise that you won't either. You will be dead long before help arrives. That alone will be worth all this trouble." And with that, Magnus attacked. The giant moved far faster than Guilliman could have believed, his ensorcelled glaive lashing out to split the Lord of Ultramarines in two. Guilliman leapt backwards, pulling his midriff in as he did so. Magnus's weapon drew sparks from his armour as it whistled past, and Guilliman landed atop the crumpled prow of a nearby frigate. Before he could take stock, Magnus was hurling balls of blue fire at him. Guilliman threw himself out of their path, sliding down the prow's rusted flank and dropping into a crouch at its feet. He broke into a charge, bursting from the drifting cloud of dust raised by his landing and weaving skillfully around his brother's sorcerous projectiles. The ammunition in the hand of Dominion was spent, but it was still a phenomenally powerful weapon. Sidestepping a downward cut from Magnus's glaive, Guilliman slid inside his brother's guard and delivered a thunderous uppercut. The impact lifted Magnus from his feet and sent him tumbling upwards into the inky blackness. Fiery blood drifted in strings from Magnus's shattered jaw, causing kaleidoscopic fungi to sprout from where it spattered on Luna's surface. Roiling energy wrapped around Magnus, arresting his motion and righting him as he howled in anger. The demon Primarch stared hatefully down with his single eye, and Guilliman knew fresh sorrow as he realized how truly mad and lost his sibling had become. "Arrogance! Arrogance!" shouted Guilliman. "It was always your undoing, brother! You thought that this would be an easy fight, that the gifts of your so-called gods would render me impotent. Perhaps those you serve are not all you believe them to be." Magnus's rage vanished in an eye blink, and he laughed scornfully in response to Guilliman's jibe. "You would like to believe that, wouldn't you? That the dutiful Roboute Guilliman was justified in his loyalty. That now the ramifications of our choices have become clear. You can look down on me as you always did." With sudden violence, Magnus jabbed downward with his glaive. Multicoloured flames exploded from its blade, engulfing Guilliman and the bedrock upon which he stood. Moon dust exploded upwards in crackling clouds. Corpusant danced across scrap iron, and Roboute cried out as agony racked his body. Crackling with raw power, Magnus descended, still pouring warp fire into his brother. Guilliman screamed again, dropping to one knee as his armour blazed with searing energy. Sparks burst from overloaded systems, and the smell of his own cooking flesh filled his nostrils. Desperate, Guilliman drove himself backwards in a graceful leap. He flew in an arc to smash down amidst a tumbled heap of engineerium debris, armour still flickering with flames. Magnus too landed, cackling cruelly. Sprawled amidst a tangle of wreckage, Guilliman tried to push himself to his feet. The Primarch's body was a mass of pain, and his armour responded sluggishly. A number of its servo motors burnt out. "No, brother," said Magnus. "You stay where you are." The demon Primarch gestured, and spectral claws tore several hundred tons of machinery loose from a nearby wreck. Guilliman had time to brace himself before the ungainly mass impacted like a comet, burying him completely beneath an avalanche of crushing metal. Guilliman was entombed. Alarms chimed in his ears. Red warning signs flashed in his peripheral vision. The pain of lacerated organs and shattered bones dragged at him. And for a moment, the Lord of Ultramar was tempted simply to give in. Then, he thought again of his long-suffering sons, fighting so hard for the ideals of an Imperium they had never ever known. He would not betray them. He would not let one of his degenerate brothers keep him from his responsibilities. Not again. Muscles tensing, strength surging, Guilliman ripped his way up through the tumbled mountain of wreckage. He roared as he hurled aside a capacitor unit the size of a Land Raider, and stepped, bloodied but unbroken, into the hard light of Luna. Magnus arced an eyebrow at the sight, and braced his glaive to hurl another spell. But it was then that the void lit with fire. The Emperor's Wrath. Grandmaster Voldus looked up and gave thanks as the Emperor's deliverance rained down upon the battlefield. The Crusade force had broken into small islands of resistance, some hunkered down amid spacecraft wreckage, others crouching behind jutting lunar rocks. The Thousand Suns had surrounded them, relentlessly pouring fire into the Loyalist positions, while Tzeentchian demons hurtled overhead on gold discs to rain warp flame upon them. Now, though, help had arrived. Guilt-chased fightercraft streamed down over the lunar landscape. As they did so, rippling lines of fire exploded amidst Rubricae and horrors alike. Lance blasts and hails of explosive shells tore the Tzeentchian foot soldiers apart. Bombs fell amongst them, sundering armour and flesh. At the same time, vast leviathans of adamantium and plasteel rumbled in overhead. Naval system monitors of the Terran Defense Fleet hove into low orbit, their enormous forms swamping the battlefield in shadow as they came. Aided by triangulatory targeting data transmitted by Archimagos Call, the ships rained pinpoint-accurate fire upon the foe. Lunar dust whirled in sodden vortices as teleport energy snatched it up. Bright light flared, and the gold giants of the Adeptus Custodes stepped from it with their guardian spears levelled. Hails of bolt fire ripped into the Rubricae. Cursing, the sorcerers ordered their golem warriors to turn and address these new foes, but to no avail. Moving with breathtaking speed and skill, the custodians hacked their way into the heretic Astartes. Each fought like a hero born, their blades splitting power armor like firewood and sending empty helms spinning lazily away across the lunar surface. Rallying as aid appeared, the last enclaves of these warriors who set out from a crag fought back with renewed fury. Voldus stepped out from the wreckage of a bulk carrier, leading his remaining Grey Knights and Dread Knights in a valiant charge. His hammer smashed apart ceramite wherever it connected, and psychic lightning danced about him despite the sorcerer's best efforts to banish it. Katerina Greyfax fought alongside him, her iron will bringing Tzeentchian conjurers to their knees before she struck off their head with her masterwork blade. Seizing the moment, Saint Celestine swept through the enemy ranks, the ardent blade slashing left and right as her Gemini superior raked the demons with bolt fire. Captain Sicarius followed in her wake, rallying Ultramarines and Primogenitus behind him as they cut a path towards the Adeptus Custodes. The muffled boom of engines sounded overhead, heralding the arrival of further Imperial forces. Stark yellow dropships slammed down, thrusters flaring. Their hatches opened, and squads of Imperial Fist Space Marines emerged from within, bolters blazing at the enemy. Gunships rumbled overhead, yellow-hulled Storm Ravens and Storm Talons whose weapons tore through the Thousand Suns. Several were swatted by bolts of sorcery and hails of rotary cannon fire, flames belching from ruptured hulls as they span down to crash amidst the wreckage of starships. Amongst these craft flew a trio of Valkyries, with hulls of crimson and black, a sigil of the Adeptus Astartes Telepathica emblazoned upon their flanks. Arcing through the explosions and mayhem above the battlefield, the gunships made for the point some way distant where Guilliman still battled his monstrous brother. Purple fire speared upwards, ripping the wing from their leading craft and sending it rolling to a halt in a blazing fireball. The other two swept on towards their quarry, and as they came in low, their side doors slid open. While their brave pilots blitzed fire at Magnus the Red, 2 squads of helmed Sisters of Silence dropped from the gunships. They landed near Guilliman in fighting crouches. Angrily, Magnus swept his clawed hand through the air, dragging one gunship sideways with telekine power and smashing it into the other. Both Valkyries exploded and tumbled downwards, but the Sisters of Silence leapt nimbly aside. Magnus glowered, jabbing with his glaive and sending tendrils of green and yellow flame spiraling in their direction. The sorcery sputtered and died before it reached them, undone by the empiric dead zone around the warrior nulls. Seeing a strategic advantage at last, Guilliman leapt down from the mound of wreckage and landed amidst the Sisters of Silence. They would shield him from his brother's fell powers. Together, the Primarch and the Sisters charged towards Magnus with their blades at the ready. The demon Primarch hurled another volley of psychic destruction, growling in frustration as it flickered out like the first. Angrily, Magnus hefted his glaive and swooped forward to meet his enemies at close quarters. If he could not destroy them with the powers of the warp, he would hack and crush their mortal bodies until nothing remained but meat. Beneath the dark lunar sky, with terror hanging ancient and hallowed above them, the 2 Primarchs crashed together once again. Veil Walker bounded into the air. She drove one foot into the side of a Rubrique's helm, ripping it free with the force of her kick. The Shadowseer pushed off from her first victim, spinning through the thin air to hurl a bewildering glamour into the face of a nearby sorcerer. The Tzeentch worshipper howled in panic, clawing at his helm and ripping it free. His flesh froze in seconds, his eyes bursting, as bloody puffs and gore squirting from his nose, mouth and ears. The Shadowseer trilled a mocking laugh as she landed, spinning her stave low to sweep the legs from 2 more Rubrique, before sketching an elaborate bow to their fellows. Amidst a hail of ensorcelled bots, Veil Walker sprang away, as her kin cartwheeled into the enemy's midst from another direction. In such low-gravity conditions, the Harlequins could achieve feats of agility and grace beyond even their normal binding skill, and Veil Walker laughed again as she saw the Rubrique rendered clumsy by comparison. Bounding in a high pirouette over the battle, Veil Walker sought he who wore the armor of fate, and there he was, amidst the wrecks of crude human spacecraft, battling his monstrous brother alongside a band of warriors. Even from here, the mere presence of the Nulls made Selandri shudder. Guilliman and Magnus were trading hate-filled blows, their weapons crashing together with titanic force. The Nulls were doing what they could to aid the fight, stabbing blades at the demon in their midst, or pouring bolt fire into him. Already, several layers broken corpses for their troubles, but the rest were doing an effective job of deadening Magnus's sorcerous powers. Selandri landed gracefully, ignoring a storm of magical flames that exploded away to her left. Demons, befuddled by her domino field, casting their spells at where they believed her to be. With a thought, Selandri activated the communications inlay in her helm, communicating with her death jester, the Hollow Prince. "The moment has arrived," she said. "Our drama has played out, and the brothers' enmity burns anew." "Now the final curtain, then," whispered the voice of the Hollow Prince, rich with wicked mirth. "Indignation, outrage, vendetta." "It must be thus," agreed Veil Walker. "I shall ready the gate for truth this time. You deliver your lines, and let matters play out." Without waiting for an answer, Veil Walker cut her communications. She sprinted for the crater from which they had all emerged. She wove and sprang, dodged and tumbled through the raging battle, finally throwing herself into a feet-first slide over the crater's lip. Veil Walker arced gracefully down, moon dust falling about her like snow, and landed in a crouch amid the mounds of armored corpses. Across the crater floor, the darkness was lit by the whirling storm of purple light that spat from the corrupted webway gate. Magnus had done that, causing the portal to permit his unnatural passage. Veil Walker smirked coldly behind her mask. He would pay for that hubris. Across the field of battle, she knew that the Hollow Prince would be communicating with Guilliman explaining their plan to the Primarch. The Death Jester would be telling the Primarch that Magnus could be destroyed only by casting his body into the corrupted Webway Gate. If Veilwalker's visions were correct, Guilliman would believe him. Meanwhile, she had to prepare the gateway, which was currently guarded by a pair of sorcerers. Ghosting closer through the bodies, with illusions flickering about her, Veilwalker drew her shuriken pistol. A gentle squeeze of its trigger, a flick of her wrist, and several more gentle depressions. First one sorcerer and then the other staggered as rounds struck them, perfectly placed to puncture their gorget seals and open their jugular arteries. The two sorcerers crumpled, and Veilwalker hurriedly began her incantations. The energies around the gateway pulsed and shuddered, the runes on its side glowing brighter as a keening vibration shook in the dark pit. At that moment, battling demigods appeared upon the crater's edge. Guilliman and Magnus, both bleeding from the wounds they had dealt one another, still flanked by a last handful of the Null warriors. Magnus bisected another of the women with a brutal swing of his glaive, which lashed around to hack a chunk from Guilliman's breastplate. In return, the Lord of Ultramarines drove Magnus back with hammering blows from the Emperor's blade, then slammed his shoulder into his brother's chest and sent the Crimson King crashing down the steep slope. Guilliman leapt after him, not giving Magnus a chance to recover. The Primarch's onslaught was punishing, the wounded Guilliman visibly pouring everything he had into this last storm of blows. Veilwalker melted away into the shadows as the warring brothers neared the Webway Gate, still muttering her incantations and weaving her staff back and forth. Magnus conjured a deadly sphere of warp energies and hurled it at his brother with all his might. Guilliman's iron halo absorbed the worst of the blast, but still he was sent staggering back. With his back to the gate, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns conjured a wave of telekinetic fury and used it to fling a mass of Space Marine corpses, loyalist and traitor, at the last few Nulls. They vanished from Salandri's sight, their contra-empiric drag blinking out as they were buried beneath a macabre heap of the dead. The Shadowseer started forward, fearing for the fate of the final act. Then, with a roar of hate and rage, Guilliman struck. The Lord of Ultramar lunged at his brother. The burning blade drove in under the demon Primarch's guard and sank deep into his chest. Golden flames leapt, and Magnus howled in agony as they chewed hungrily at his flesh. He unleashed his powers in an uncontrolled sorcerous blast, its shock wave racing out across the crater and throwing Salandri from her feet. The burst of power hurled Guilliman onto his back, blade in hand, and sent Magnus staggering free back through the pulsating Webway Gate. Salandri had one chance, a single moment in which to alter fate. With a final word, she shattered the runestones that glowed hot in her palm, and severed the Webway Gate forever. Power surged. Magnus roared his fury, and then was cut off from Luna, his warriors and his brother, banished to the depths of the labyrinth dimensions. Dust to dust. Guilliman staggered to his feet, limping and wounded underneath his smouldering and blackened armour. The Webway Gate rose before him, and no trace of his brother remained. Had Magnus been destroyed? Guilliman hoped so, but he did not believe it. The Harlequin's sudden plan for victory had been too convenient, the disappearance of Magnus too abrupt. The Primarch cast about for Salandri Veilwalker, but found that she too had disappeared. A swiftly voxed question to his warriors revealed that the remainder of the Veil Path had vanished with her, though none could say how. If it had all been a trick, Guilliman could not fathom its intent, but for now at least Magnus was gone. Listening to the Vox reports of his lieutenants, Guilliman realized that the battle was as good as won. Even while fighting his brother, Guilliman had kept a portion of his mind upon the wider strategic picture. It took him only moments to piece together the battle's events. Bolstered by the sudden arrival of the Deptus Custodes and the Imperial Fists, the crusade had driven the Thousand Suns back. Zintian automata lay scattered across this region of the Mare Tempestus, little more than vacant suits of ornate armour tangled amidst the wreckage. The demons that Magnus had summoned were gone also, banished along with their master. With orbital barrages, and hurtling fighter craft annihilating any traitors who attempted to break for freedom. The last of the sorcerers had gathered their Roboute and their scarab occults and were driving steadily and relentlessly for the crater's edge. They had sensed the banishment of their lord, but they did not know that the webway gate had been severed. The last of the traitors were making a bid to escape, and Guilliman stood directly in their path. Warily, the Primarch squared his shoulders and shrugged off his hurts. Walking with a limp, armoured sparking and dented, Roboute Guilliman made for the crater's edge. His auspex showed him the route of the incoming traitors and the Imperial forces harassing their flanks. Though badly mauled, the Thousand Sons still had numbers, and had broken through the last faltering ranks of Corps Skitarii. Guilliman strode up the crater wall to meet them, and as he did so, the mountain of corpses behind him stirred and shifted. Heaving themselves to freedom, 3 tenacious Sisters of Silence escaped their gruesome cairn and hasted to stand at Guilliman's side. The remaining 1,000 Sons were several hundred yards from the crater's edge, marching relentlessly in Guilliman's direction. They travelled in a loosely circular formation, the Roboute facing outward in a ceramite ring and moving in eerily perfect lockstep. Loyalist forces surrounded them, squads of infantry and scorched battle tanks pouring fire into the retreating traitors. More Roboute fell by the moment, but with their sorcerers safe at the heart of the formation, the Thousand Sons' momentum was hard to stop. They would come no further, resolved Guilliman. Voxing orders to every Imperial warrior, the Primarch instructed his followers to charge the 1,000 Sons from every side, and all remaining vehicles to provide supporting fire. Guilliman brandished his flaming blade and swept into battle. The last of the Sisters of Silence ran at his side, their bolters thumping. The Imperial forces closed upon the traitors like a clenching fist. The muffled thunder of gunfire carried across the Mare Tempestus as a devastating storm of shots engulfed the 1,000 Sons. At the same time, Valdus, Cypher, Greyfax, Call, and Celestine charged into their enemy's midst, with their guns blazing and warriors at their backs. Thunderhammers swung, connecting with tectonic force. Power swords slid through armor like knives through silk. Sorcery transformed noble warriors to crystal statues or collapsing heaps of mutated flesh. Through the mayhem waded Roboute Guilliman, hacking and bludgeoning his way towards the sorcerers at the heart of the enemy formation. Enough loyal blood had been shed. Enough brave warriors had been slain, and more besides, to bring Guilliman within striking distance of the throne world. The losses ended now, and the Ultramarines' Primarch would be the one to end them. The first sorcerer he met was backhanded from his disc, tumbling away like a rag doll. The next 2 fell to lethal sword strokes, their blood puffing out in slow clouds. 3 more turned their powers upon the Primarch, only to find hexes faltering and hellfires flickering to nothing as the Sisters of Silence joined the fray. One sorcerer succeeded in driving his sword through Guilliman's pauldron and drawing the Primarch's blood. Another cracked one eye lens of his helm with a desperate thrust of his staff. No other harm did the sorcerers cause to the Lord of Ultramar, who passed through them like a storm of death and left all as drifting corpses. At last, the battle was done. The final Roboute, leaderless and without direction, were cut swiftly to pieces. The whirling storm of moon dust settled as the battle's fury abated. With his loyal warriors kneeling around him and his foes destroyed, Guilliman allowed himself to lean for a moment upon his blade, and to feel the pain of both body and soul. Throne World. After the Battle of Luna, matters moved swiftly. Fresh waves of craft descended to scour away the traitor corpses that littered the region. Inquisitorial agents and teams of Magos xenotechnologists swarmed the battlefield. The former seeing to matters of containment and secrecy, while the latter fell upon the deactivated webway gate like vultures. Guilliman ignored them all. He allowed the senior apothecary amidst the Imperial fists to tend to his immediate hurts, and then insisted that he and his companions be allowed to press on. None was foolish enough to gainsay a living Primarch. Indeed, few save the custodies could stop staring in wonderment long enough to communicate with him. And so, Guilliman's demands were soon met. Down from on high came an enormous lander of remarkable design. Glimmering gold in the harsh light of Sol, the craft resembled the two-headed Imperial Aquila writ large. Gouts of flame leapt from its wings, slowing its descent, and it landed on heavy, taloned struts just beyond the field of battle. More warriors of the Adeptus Custodes strode down the ship's boarding ramp, joining with their battle-scarred comrades and lining the route on board. Guilliman and his surviving warriors passed between them, with their heads held high, Space Marines, Grey Knights, and the once leaders of the Celestian Crusade, marching into a capacious hold of the Aquila craft. Only once the ramp had whined shut behind them and oxygen flowed back into the chamber did the Custodes remove their helms and bow low to Guilliman. As the craft shuddered and lifted off, the shield captain who led them introduced himself as Tai Adronitus and explained that Guilliman and his warriors would be borne to Terra with all haste. They were to put down at the Eternity Wall spaceport, and from there would travel as part of a triumphant parade to the Emperor's palace. The High Lords had anticipated the Primarch's desire to stand before the Golden Throne, explained Shield Captain Andronitus. They would do everything they could to facilitate it, and to fate the living Primarch's return to the throne world. Guilliman approved the arrangements that had been made for him, though they would have fought on stubbornly until their dying breaths if the situation had demanded it. Guilliman and his warriors were wearied by the constant hardships they had endured since setting out from the crag. Thus, as the Aquila craft swept up from Luna's surface and away towards Terra, Guilliman and his comrades settled back in flight thrones and simply watched the external pictures. Many reflected upon the astronomical losses the Terran Crusade had taken to get the Primarch here, but none could be altogether distracted from the breathtaking sights that slid past. As the ship rose up away from Luna, the orbital docks and shipyards of the moon spread out in all their industrial grandeur. Hundreds of ships, thousands of forges, weapons platforms, grav habs and docking spindles sprawled through the void above the moon's chalky white surface, while swathes of the moon itself was carpeted in micro-hives and sprawling junkyards like the one the Crusades had so recently fought amidst. Further out, the void teemed with craft and defences of every sort. Dense minefields filled hundreds of miles of space, every charge crafted to resemble a brushed steel skull. Vast battle stations and deep space weapons platforms hung menacingly, each one a gun-studded cathedral the size of a city. Immense spacecraft of the Ministorum plied the darkness, penitent arcs and solar reliquaries dozens of miles long. Within those cold, dark halls, the faithful wailed prayers and self-flagellated for the Emperor's glory. System monitors prowled the heavens in vast numbers, swarming like stinging insects around their hive. All were eclipsed in size by the immense mobile star fortress that hung halfway between Terra and Luna, engulfed in repair cradles and servo armatures. The Imperial Fist's mobile base of operations, the Starfort Phalanx, had returned from the Cadian system to watch over the throne world like an eagle over its nest. Far distant, further out towards the Sol system's edge, could be seen the angry red glint of Mars and its attendant orbital platforms. Closer to Terra, Guilliman was disquieted to see the drifting wrecks of warships, both Imperial and Traitor, being picked over by heavy Adeptus Mechanicus dredges and scavenger factorums. The war, it seemed, had reached humanity's system of origin before them, and would surely only become worse in the days to come. As they began their final descent, Terra swelled in the pictures. It was a bloated giant. Its natural resources expanded, oceans long boiled away, and land masses covered entirely in never-ending cityscapes. Lights beyond count burned all across the planet's surface, while macrostructures and superstatues pierced the throne world's population-choked atmosphere. Spacecraft spires rose into the darkness amid swarming masses of cherub satellites. Electro-Sermon beacons servitor defense platforms and millions of Administratum transport ships. Their craft swung down through the organized bedlam, its route given the highest priority clearance, and descended in a haze of chem smog and glaring artificial light. Towering structures of grey, gold and brass rose on every side, encrusted with grime streaked Gothic architecture and studded with cold electric lights. Servo skulls and cyber cherubs, gunships and bulk haulers, transports and prison barges, patrol ships of the Arbites, and bell skiffs of the Ministorum, all whirled around the Aquila craft in a storm. Downward it flew until the towering, gargoyle-like topped spires that rose on every side completely obscured the fading darkness of space. Finally, Guilliman's transport swung in to dock on a dedicated platform set in the flanks of the Eternity War spaceport. It put down upon a dais of age-worn marble, surrounded on all sides by verdigrised and heavily weaponized statues, from which hung burning braziers of incense. Robed figures were gathered on every side to witness and honour the Primarch's arrival. Servo choirs sung out hymns to the Emperor, while auto-scribes scribbled with eagle-feathered quills in iron tomes borne by chained slaves. Dignitaries of the Administratum and the Adeptus Terra flocked close, mingling with bombastic priests of the Ministorum and nobles garbed in outrageous finery. All bowed to Guilliman as he emerged from the transport, forming the sign of the Aquila with their hands and vying to cry out their devotion the loudest. The Primarch did his best to smile and to acknowledge the clamouring masses with dignity and respect. His mind was a whirl. The last time Guilliman had seen terror was many thousands of years before, and where once there had been industrious glory, now all was buried in grotesque layers of Gothic over-construction, industrial sprawl, and macabre religious ornamentation. The Primarch's sense of dislocation and sorrow only increased as he and his followers were led through the masses and descended in mag lifts to what passed for ground level. They passed through a cavernous space of gloomy Administratum offices, where queues of petitioners stretched away into the hazy middle distance. Men and women, young and old, called out their devotion and wept for joy to see the Primarch pass. Yet even his presence could not draw them from their places in queues that their ancestors had first joined, and that their progeny one day aspired to reach the front of. Guilliman and his warriors, still accompanied by their custodes guards, emerged from that impossibly vast structure to find themselves in a plaza packed out with droning, shuffling, downtrodden crowds. On every side rose mile-high stained glass windows, each depicting a different Primarch. Guilliman saw Sanguinius, wings spread atop a mountain of mutant corpses. He saw the Khan, riding a skull-faced comet that sped between the stars. There was brave Vulcan, grasping an impossibly huge hammer as he used the world for his anvil. And there, Guilliman stared at a distorted image of himself, haloed in light with his Codex Astartes in one hand and the severed head of a horned demon in the other. He was depicted as a giant amongst worshipping crowds of angelic figures, and for a moment Fulgrim's words to him at the parade on Macragge echoed in Guilliman's mind. All of humanity would worship him as a living god. Guilliman must never come to believe it himself. Never. Mounting up in ornate, super-heavy transporters, Guilliman and his companions were borne through endless streets and transitways, boulevards and processionals. They passed tribes of itinerant petitioners and clans of indigenous priests, faceless masses of administratum drones, and ragged shanties in which the poor and the maimed crawled like maggots in a wound. Billions watched the procession's progress as they passed through the dark heart of the Emperor's realm. The mountainous structures of the Imperial Palace loomed ever larger upon the horizon, a vast structure from which could be seen the cloud-piercing light of the Astronomicon itself. For 2 days, Guilliman and his followers travelled through endless crowds and places of grandeur and grim horror. They passed beneath an arched city hung with pane frames, and beneath the gaze of a dozen statues of imperial saints, each as large as an imperator titan. They crossed a vast bridge that spanned for 50 miles over a smog-laden trench, whose walls were formed from munitorums and smelteries beyond count. They travelled beneath the titanic guns of orbital defence silos that dwarfed any weapon even Guilliman had ever seen. At last, they passed into the palace proper, by way of a dizzyingly tall gate graven with warring angels and demons. There they dismounted their lumbering transports, and Guilliman was glad to proceed on foot through the precincts of the inner palace. More gates and splendour followed past, so much that it all blurred into an impossible assault upon the senses. At last, feeling more exhausted by his homecoming than he ever had by any battle, Guilliman came before the final gate. Beyond that expansive archway lay the Emperor's throne room, and there, the golden throne of the Master of Mankind. Before the throne. There were many routes to the Emperor's throne room. This gilded doorway stood at the end of a towering cathedral processional, its worn flagstones thronged with millions of desperate petitioners and pilgrims. Golden light filtered through immense stained-glass windows that depicted the Emperor's greatest deeds. Innumerable candles burned in the cavernous space, filling the air with greasy smoke, and hymnals rang from the mouths of hunched cyber cherubim. Incense billowed and bells tolled, while ministorum priests delivered wrathful sermons from servo pulpits. Throngs of tech priests muttered and swayed in shadowed corners. Officers of the Imperial Navy and Astra Militarum spoke earnestly together, gesturing to data slates held by road menials. Penitent nobles dangled in golden pain cages, whimpering blandishments to the custodian guards who walked their patrol routes below. The door itself was beautifully worked in gold, bronze, and precious stones, though it had the look of ancient faded grandeur. It stood 50 feet high within an arch of black marble, atop a flight of stone steps into which deep grooves had been worn by the passage of countless feet. The edges of each step were piled with petitioners' bones. Atop the steps stood 20 of the Adeptus Custodes. They were accompanied by a Martian priest and led by a regal warrior in a high-plumed helm, golden armour, and an ermine-trimmed cloak. Roboute Guilliman strode up the processional through masses of pilgrims and petitioners who reached out quivering hands to touch his armour as he passed. With him walked Captain Sicarius, Grand Master Voldus, Shield Captain Andronitus, and the mysterious Cypher and his battle brothers, along with Belisarius Cor, Katerina Greyfax, and Saint Celestine. This last figure was scarcely less adored by the crowds than Guilliman himself, and she turned aside before the steps to offer her blessings to all. Behind them marched the last battle brothers of the Terran Crusade, footfalls crashing and weapons held at parade ground readiness. Despite all they had endured, the Space Marines and Grey Knights made for a magnificent sight. Guilliman halted at the foot of the stairs and looked up into the steely eyes of the custodians. Their leader stepped forward, rapping his ornate spear thrice against the top step, and announcing himself as Aquila Commander Kalim Varanor. In formal High Gothic, Varanor asked who came before the throne room of the Emperor of Mankind. Equally formal, Shield Captain Adronitus announced the leaders of the Terran Crusade one by one. Further words were exchanged, ancient forms repeated by rote, but lent gravitas by the arrival of a living Primarch. Guilliman's purpose was demanded and given, to gain an audience with his father, the Emperor. The air thickened with tension, millions of onlookers holding their collective breaths as the Aquila commander held the gaze of the returned Primarch. Would Kalim Varanor suspect some treachery? Would he decry Guilliman as false, or demand further proof of his identity? The Aquila commander looked at the Martian priest hunched at Guilliman's side. The robed figure inclined its head in assent, and Varanor announced his verdict. The Primarch would be permitted to pass alone into the throne room. All others would wait outside. At this, Cypher stiffened, his hands straying towards his holstered pistols. Guilliman had expected this moment, and had planned for it accordingly. The hooded Dark Angel and his men had upheld their end of the bargain, granting Guilliman his freedom on the Blackstone Fortress, yet the Primarch was not fool enough to trust such an ominous figure blindly. He might not have recognized Cypher, but he knew the blade on the Dark Angel's back. The sight of it made him shudder with dread. He would not permit such a weapon, such a thing, into his father's presence. Stepping aside, Guilliman commanded the custodian guards to apprehend Cypher and his warriors. Their presence was a riddle, one that could be solved once more pressing matters had been attended to. Cypher responded with the first show of emotion any there had seen from him. He snarled in anger, ripping his pistols from their holsters before hesitating for one crucial moment, visibly torn between attempting escape and making a doomed lunge for the doorway above. In that second, the custodians closed in with their guardian spears levelled. Cypher and his followers found themselves surrounded in a ring of crackling blades. Slowly, his half-seen expression grim, Cypher holstered his weapons, and he and his brothers knelt in submission before their captors. Wrist-bound with electro-cuffs, they were led away by stern custodians and locked away within a warded prison block that, for thousands of years, not a single inmate had ever escaped. In just a few short hours, however, Cypher would do just that, and in doing so leave no trace of his passing. For the moment, though, Guilliman knew only that the sinister figures were dealt with and more pressing matters could be attended to. Face solemn, blade sheathed, and helm tucked under his arm, the Primarch ascended to his father's throne room. At the top of the steps, the custodian guards parted to allow the Primarch passage. The tech priest stepped forward, however, emitting a blurt of binaric cant and bowing before Guilliman. With skittering haste, Archmagos Call swayed up the stairs behind the Primarch and came to his side. Guilliman waited impatient as the two Martian priests exchanged encoded binaric blurts. Then Call turned to him and spoke cryptic words. Only the custodies heard what was said, of secret pacts on Mars and long works drawing at last to their conclusion. But, as with so many dark secrets exchanged over the millennia upon these very steps, they affected deafness and ignorance. Their exchange concluded. Call turned without comment and swept down the stairs, his acolyte in tow. The priests vanished through the crowd and thence from Terra entirely, for they had matters of significant import to attend to upon the Red Planet. Guilliman was left standing alone before the ornate doorway, dwarfed by its immensity. A single booming chime rang through the cathedral processional, and a collective sigh of wonder and fear escaped the pilgrims gathered there as the doorway cracked open. Slowly, silently, the tall door swung inwards to reveal only darkness and drifting mists beyond. The vapours twined about Guilliman's limbs like serpents and spilled down the steps behind him amidst the faint echo of sorrowful, ghostly voices. Noble features set in an implacable mask, Guilliman took a slow, deep breath and stepped into the Emperor's throne room. As silently as they had opened, the door swept closed behind him, and Roboute Guilliman was lost to sight. Hours passed, during which the warriors of the Terran Crusade stood silently to attention before the throne room doors. Awed murmuring amongst the crowds turned to fervent prayer, and more than one petitioner ventured forward to present Captain Sicarius, Grand Master Voldus, and their brothers with meagre devotional offerings and words of thanks. Saint Celestine and Inquisitor Greyfax chose this moment to depart, the former to spread her blessings, and the latter to report to her Ordo Hereticus superiors. The Emperor's palace had no natural cycles of night and day, the sky long lost amidst a miasma of artificial light and swirling pollutant clouds. Instead, the electro-sconces and lumen chandeliers dimmed low at the tap of lamp servitors' wands. The petitioners huddled around parchment fires still intoning prayers for the Primarch as they forced down the bowls of nutrient gruel brought to them by Ministorum servitors. Many lay down upon piles of threadbare surpluses to sleep, while the Ultramarines kept their tireless vigil at the base of the steps as they waited for their Gene-sire to return to them. Only when the day cycle dawned again, with soaring hymns and a swelling glare of lumen light, did the doors finally swing open. Glowing mist spilled from within, silver now like the cold shimmer of moonlight on bones, and from the cold radiance stepped Roboute Guilliman. The Primarch's expression was unreadable as he strode down the steps to rejoin his warriors. The crowds cried out in awe and dread, begging the Primarch for enlightenment. Instead, Guilliman gathered his soldiers around him and bade Aquila commander Varanor to attend him also. Guilliman demanded an immediate assembly of the High Lords of Terror, stating that he intended to resume his seat upon their august council. Roboute Guilliman would become the Lord Commander of the Imperium of Mankind once more. Of his meeting with the Emperor, Guilliman would say only that he had received all the enlightenment that he required. There was much to be done, for the threat of chaos grew greater by the hour, but Guilliman knew what must be done, and he would not shy from doing it. In the days that followed, the Primarch became the centre of a whirlwind of activity. He addressed the High Lords, claiming the Emperor's personal mandate as he forcibly removed several of them from office and replaced them with individuals of his own choosing. Guilliman warned the High Lords of an encroaching darkness, a terrible warp phenomenon that was even now manifesting itself across the galaxy from end to end. The war against the Dark Gods was entering a new phase, more desperate and doom-laden than ever before. The Great Rift was opening. The ever-growing flood of astropathic distress calls reaching Terra supported the Primarch's warnings. Cadia had been only the beginning. From the ravaged Fenris sector and orc-infested Armageddon to the systems of Attila and Balor, all felt the grasping claws of chaos. New warp rifts were splitting the void in terrifying number, while existing phenomena roiled outwards like the pyroclastic clouds of volcanic eruptions. Witchlight swam between the stars, and monstrous things moved behind the veil of reality, all gnashing fangs and glaring eyes. Whole sectors of the Imperium were going dark, while others reported the onslaught of rabid greenskin hordes, aggressive Tau fleets, or deathless Necron hosts. Seemingly driven to conquest in the face of the expanding storm fronts, heretic cults and rogue psychers rose up in their billions, and every Imperial world seemed set to burn in the fires of galactic war. For all these disturbing omens and disastrous losses, Guilliman urged humanity's leaders not to give up hope. The Emperor of the Imperium was not blind to their plight, and neither was its Lord Commander. New armies would be raised in breathtaking numbers. From Belisarius Caul's forges on Mars, Guilliman planned to bring forth new and terrible weapons whose fury even the worshippers of the Chaos Gods would be unable to withstand. Fresh fleets would be built, grand war engines constructed in the Emperor's holy name. The manufactorums would labour like never before, and every single servant of the Emperor would do their part. The Imperium faced total war on a galactic scale. With warp storms spreading and intensifying, no world was safe. Yet humanity would not drown in this tide of war, but instead would ride upon the crest of a bloody wave of triumph against the darkness. Roboute Guilliman vowed that he would not cower behind Terra's walls and wait for mankind's oppressors to bring death to his door. He would stride out amongst the stars and meet the enemy in the Emperor's name, as he always had. The Imperium would unite as one in the face of mutual annihilation, and take the battle to the mutant, the traitor, the alien, and the heretic. So commanded Roboute Guilliman, and thus, even as the warp storms raged and the Astronomicon itself strove to pierce their ever-blackening clouds, vast armies and armadas were raised in numbers not seen since the Great Crusade. A dark new age called from amidst the fires of endless war, and the Imperium would answer.